I'd like to introduce Gordon Bicko, who was the FBI CIO, who I know, and now I know him in his later life after the government career as IT Executive Vice President of Policy, leading the association's public sector portfolio and serving as the Chief Policy Strategist for the technology industry in the government and the public sector market. Thank you, and with that, I will hand it off to Gordon.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks for embarrassing me by reading the bio. I appreciate that. It's a privilege to be here with you again today for another joint ITI summit. I think if it's possible, I'm even more excited this year than for last year. One of the fundamental beliefs of ITI as a trade association is that technology innovation is at the core of American global competitiveness and economic growth. Without it, those things are lost. Today's summit is really a chance to learn about high-performance computing, which is a critical technology, and not only one that's core to American competitiveness, but one where it's only possible, I think we would all agree, through effective public-private cooperation. And also, what's really important to discuss today is a willingness to think about different approaches to hard problems. We're all stakeholders, all of us on this call. We have to contribute to an approach that builds on the individual strengths across agencies and across industry. We need technologists and mission users to work together to challenge some of the traditional approaches and to think differently about how we're going to tackle hard problems. Tom already mentioned some of our moderators and panels and speakers. I'm really excited for all of them. They're going to talk not just about the well-known and established things that we use for high-performance computing, simulations for weather, like the work that Rob and folks do at NOAA, and that's great, and the work that folks at DOE do, also incredible work, but also emerging capabilities, things that are going to change the way we think about medical care or managing risk in the financial sector. We have to talk about how do we build on all of the work in all of those areas today. I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say that there's been an explosion of data, there's been an explosion of analytic capability. What there has to be as well to match that is an explosion in thinking about how to solve these hard problems, how to apply all the new tools and capabilities in ways that are going to change the world. I know I'm excited for all of that. I know we're going to hear a lot today about a lot of awesome work that goes into that, into the idea of changing the world. I really look forward to what our panelists have to say. And as Tom noted, please interact, please put questions in. Please, if you're at the viewing party, please make sure to take advantage of the tools we have there to share questions and feedback as well, because this is a two-way dialogue. That's the only way it succeeds. Before I turn things over into our agenda, in addition to all the folks that Tom recognized, the participants, the moderators, there's a bunch of people who've worked really hard behind the scenes to make this event happen, both in person and virtually. Connor, Laura, Christine, Ishan, Janae, Paul, Sarah. I'm sure I'm forgetting some others, but without them, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you to all of you for the hard work for what I'm sure will be a stellar event. Thanks again to GSA. And now I'm going to turn things over to Dan Pomeroy, who is the Deputy Associate Administrator in the Office of IT Policy within GSA's Office of Government-Wide Policy. Dan, over to you.
Thanks, Gordon. I appreciate that. And good morning to everyone, and welcome to the 2023 HP Summit. As Gordon mentioned, I run the Office of Technology Policy within GSA's Office of Government-Wide Policy, and it's a real privilege to be able to interact with you all on this really important topic today. We're excited to be hosting this HPC event, and especially in collaboration with the CIO Council and our friends at the Information Technology Industry Council. I'd like to give special thanks to Ann Duncan, Chris Brazier, and Shazayan Sivananam as the tri-chairs of the CIO Council Innovation Committee for sponsoring this event with us. I know we have a great lineup of speakers. I'm excited to learn from everyone on how our federal organizations and industry partners are utilizing and benefiting from high-performance computing. High-performance computing brings major possibilities for innovation for both the technology industry and the federal government. Our summit for today is designed to facilitate discussions between industry representatives and senior government leaders to discuss salient HPC issues and trends that are moving forward. We're hoping to really spotlight success stories and explore needed policy changes to promote HPC adoption across federal agencies. Our goal is that you leave today with a better understanding of our current and future HPC capabilities and how to leverage these benefits to improve the quality of services that we deliver to the people in the United States. I'm really excited about some of the panels and speakers that we have today, including Andre Mendez, the CIO from the Department of Commerce, who will be giving our keynote talk today. Kevin Kamsher, our GSA Chief Sustainability Officer, is going to talk a little bit about the connection between HPC and sustainability. We also have an awesome group of panels that are going to talk about topics such as how high-performance computing is enabling better modeling of climate and weather patterns. Also, how high-performance computing accelerates advances and discoveries and helps solve some of the toughest science and engineering challenges we have today. We'll also talk about high-performance computing, how high-performance computing amplifies the creativity, productivity, and impact of the DoD research development, test and evaluation, and acquisition engineering communities by giving them access to insight about the physical world and human actions within it that would otherwise be too costly, too dangerous, or too time-intensive to obtain through observation and experiment alone. These and other topics are going to be coming to you throughout the day. So many of you may be wondering how OGP's Office of Technology Policy got involved in this topic. OGP's strategic direction is to ensure government-wide policies encourage agencies to develop and use the best, most cost-effective management practices. I'm going to use just a minute or two to introduce you to OGP's Office of Technology Policy, which is comprised of 5 mission areas: IT modernization, emerging technology, digital strategy, identity assurance and trusted access, and IT data transparency. Across all these areas, we shape and guide IT policy in support of the CIO Council, OMB, and other key stakeholders in the executive branch. Here are a couple examples of what we do, how we do this for the federal government. We supported the management of the Data Center Optimization Initiative, DCOI, most recently completing the sunset of M2105 after assisting all 24 CFO Act agencies in achieving an A grade on the 2021 FITARA scorecard under DCOI. Also, we improved transparency of federal IT through IT portfolio management to enable OMB and the larger agency CXO community to make better data-informed investment decisions. We operate the Technology Business Management, PMO, and manage the Federal Technology Investment Management Community of Practice that enables federal agencies to better understand the value of IT, improve cost transparency, and reduce the reporting burden by leading the government-wide TBM adoption effort. We provide technical assistance to agencies in their efforts to improve how well technology serves those with disabilities through our government-wide IT accessibility program, PMO. The HPC Summit today is a product of our IT Modernization Division. I'd like to thank Tom Santucci for his leadership in bringing together the great agenda and people you're going to hear from today. Tom's IT Modernization Division supports OMB, small and large CIO councils, small and large agency, and the CIO council priorities through guidance documents, playbooks, templates, and technical SME support related to IT modernization. OGP operates a free government-wide training program in these areas. We also support the federal IPv6 task force on IPv6 implementation. I want to thank everyone for attending today's session. I'm looking forward to the great topics and speakers we have planned for today. I'd like to introduce to you Kevin Kamsher, GSA's Chief Sustainability Officer. Kevin has created the framework for which GSA responds to the challenges of greenhouse gas emission reductions and of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act's mandate to move GSA's federal building inventory towards high-performance green buildings. I'm certainly privileged and honored to introduce Kevin, who I consider a mentor and friend, and excited to have him speak to us today. So I'll hand it now over to Kevin Kamsher.
Thank you, Daniel, and I really appreciate the introduction, especially the last little bit, which wasn't something that I wrote. I like that. And I appreciate it, and you're a great colleague, so thank you for the introduction. What I wanted to talk to you about and welcome you to the summit today is the connection between sustainability and computing, and all of the things that are associated with computing. As Gordon said earlier, the data aspect of everything that we do has become so ubiquitous and so assumed that we tend to forget the amount of work that goes into having the data available for us to do it. And that is thanks to all of you and all of your colleagues throughout the industry. And I don't think that we really understand how much it has affected everything that we do. If we even think, as I can, when I first started working in sustainability in 1984, we had no idea even really basic stuff like what was in our buildings, what was going on in the buildings, and what was causing health problems in the buildings. So that's where I got started, was looking at health in buildings, and I'm still involved in it because it's a never-ending and never-evolving industry, as is the computing industry as well. The president has set very ambitious goals for sustainability for the federal government. Executive Order 14057 is novel in what it's trying to do because it doesn't look for the short term. It's got goals stretching out to 2050, and that is what we need to achieve in order to protect the planet for our children, our grandchildren, and their children's children too. The executive order demands that the federal government achieve 100% carbon pollution-free electricity by 2030 and matched 24/7 after that. 100% zero-emission vehicles by 2035 and 100% light-duty vehicles electric by, or zero-emission vehicles by 2027. Net zero emissions from procurement, perhaps the most audacious goal of them all, by 2050, which will mean a much greater integration of information, data, sharing among industries between the federal government who's buying and between buyers throughout the world. And the side effect of that, I believe, will be a radical increase in understanding about supply chains and how the supply chains work, an area that every company knows a little bit about its own supply chain, but who has a really good understanding of industry-wide supply chains, I would posit nobody. And let us try and get there through data, through understanding, and through collaboration. And finally, net zero operations in the federal government by 2050. Daunting goals, but we can get there together, I believe. I think it's worth remembering, too, that when I first got involved in data center modernization and data center efficiency, the statistic that we had was data centers in the United States consumed the same amount of energy as the entire federal government. Now, 15 years later, data centers in the United States consume 3 times the energy of the entire federal government, and that's including military aircraft and ocean-going vessels and all of the military bases in the country, and then all of the operations of NOAA and the science agencies and everyone else in the federal government 3 times. It is worth paying attention to. It is worth doing something about. And I'm happy to say that GSA is trying to help and has a great new publication, which I'm going to highlight in just a second because Connor's promised to put up the slide for me in a minute. But I think it's also worth remembering that we have opportunities to use data in ways that probably we're not thinking of right now. We don't know how many people are in buildings in the United States. We know from doing very intensive manual surveys that most of the office buildings in the United States, and this is pre-COVID, so this is not a post-COVID phenomenon. Pre-COVID, were 50% empty all of the time, 50% empty. If you think about that, and you think about all of the carbon and all of the energy and all of the waste that engenders from excess building. 20 years ago, I said we didn't need another new office building in the United States for the next 50 years. I still say that because we have plenty. And now what's happened with COVID is we've understood just how severe that issue is. When we started looking at buildings and saying, what can we do if we increase the number of people in buildings? And of course, I knew that the number of people in buildings weren't that great anyway, so it was probably pretty easy. But we found is that you can double the number of people in the building, and your energy consumption in that building doesn't go up at all, except for one factor. And that one factor is the connected computing devices, because they go up pretty much in lockstep with the number of people and the number of things that they bring in and plug in. We have not gotten very sophisticated about the management of those devices in terms of their energy consumption, but the industry has gotten very sophisticated about making the devices more energy efficient all the way through the supply chain. And that's changing dramatically across the way. So I thank all of you for all of those efforts. And also remember that efficiency in devices comes with an interesting little side benefit. So if you take a server that's pretty much 100% used, and by the way, that's not the typical server in the United States, because the typical server in the United States, last time I looked, was about 18% of capacity in terms of actual use. But let's say you've got a server that's optimized, it's working really well, and you upgrade it twice. Well, now you've got a much better, more efficient, more powerful server, and it's no longer optimized. And yet a lot of people figure that all they have to do is move from one to another. I'm indebted to another meeting that we had this week with the Digital Alliance to sort of point that out to me, that the upgrades can result in lower overall efficiency if you're not careful. So with that, let's bring up the slide because this publication is awesome. It's based on work that has been ongoing for a long time at Lawrence Berkeley National Labs. And we've been using the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab playbook. This is a lot of how the energy efficiency of federal data centers has improved significantly. But this new publication called the Energy Act of 2020 IT Sustainability Best Practice Guide is really terrific, not only because it makes things really abundantly clear, but it's got resources throughout. And this is just a summary of the high-level concepts in there. What I particularly like is the ground source heat pump, hydroelectric, tidal, geothermal, biomass through on-site generation, all of these things, as the Department of Energy says, and all of the above solution are there. When we did our resilience studies in Kansas City, and we looked at a data center, we were using a data center with one of our colleagues' agencies, and we did a backcasting exercise. And so we said, all right, here we are, it's 2010, and now we're going to be 50 years in the future, 2060. What do we wish we knew? What did we wish we had done differently? And what was not abundantly obvious to the people designing the data center was in 2060, it's very unlikely that there will be sufficient water in the Kansas area to be able to cool the data center using current operations. So what do we do differently? How do we prepare for that? This is what this guide helps us do, and this is what you as a collective group need to help us do for buildings, because you know how to create efficiency within the building. We know how to create efficiency of the building, but between the two, they have to work together. And so this is a great guide for that. I am very proud to be part of the agency who put that together, even though I didn't write one single word of it. And I commend it to you. So thank you for the slides, and let's conclude by saying that It is through collective effort and collective understanding that we will make a difference. And we must make a difference because we have no choice if we want the world to exist as we know it today and be comfortable for our children and our grandchildren. And since I have a new grandchild, I'm really interested in making sure that that's true. So thank you very much for allowing me to introduce this session. Thanks to Gordon, Tom, and Dan for their nice words at the very beginning. And I wish you an extremely great conference today. And I wish I could listen to more of it than I will, but I've got to be in and out. So thank you very much. And by the way, happy Earth Week.
Great, Kevin. Thank you so much for your opening remarks. It's been very inspirational. So I have the honor, and greetings everyone before I start. My name is Robert Sears. I am the Director of Enterprise Networking within NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I have the pleasure and privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Andre Mendez, Chief Information Officer for the Department of Commerce, who I personally consider a mentor and a visionary. And I would like to turn it over to Andre if you are ready to go.
Yes, Robert. Good afternoon, or actually good morning still. I'm going to share my screen and hopefully this works out really well. There you go. Hopefully you can see it. Is that correct?
Looks good.
Yep. Very good. Okay. Now let me make sure that I've moved to it. And okay, so thank you for taking the time. I'm going to go through this real fast because I only have 20 minutes and my presentation was normally for 25, 30. So I'll go through it real fast and so get ready and let's roll. I mean, the State of the Union is absolutely incredible. It continues to move fast at a dizzying asymptotic evolution. It's absolutely incredible. Right. And I've been in the industry for 41 years, and I have only seen it accelerate. And I expect that will continue to be the pattern going forward. It is all being fueled by unlimited, cheap CPU storage and bandwidth. I mean, the performance that we get there today at the prices that we get today are just unfathomable for anybody that has been in this industry for a long time. But we're reaching a set of very interesting thresholds. And one of them, of course, is the crucial AI self-learning threshold that brings to the table all kinds of interesting crossroads that we will have to go through. And as you can see reflected in some of the discourse today in terms of this pause potentially, because people are coming to the realization that this is something very serious that needs to be handled with caution, while at the same time, hopefully with some optimism as well. But the impact is not just only in IT, not just only in AI, but across the entire set of industries and disciplines, including one that is very near and dear to my heart, which is in the biological realm, where we are effectively moving from a Darwinian biological evolution that is slow by nature, but that has represented, tremendous results to the table, as is represented by all of us as Homo sapiens sapiens, where we are potentially getting into an environment where we're getting into an accelerated and directed non-Darwinian evolution, and that brings about incredible challenges as well. Disciplines like genomics, proteomics, glycosylation, and epigenetics are now being driven at tremendous speed in terms of our understanding by virtue of all of that capacity. Effectively, what we have today is a science fiction future that we're living today. It certainly would have been science fiction for our grandparents and even our parents, and to a certain degree, some folks in our generation. And so it will continue to accelerate. Brings up all kinds of interesting realities in terms of ethics and responsibility, because the power that is generated and the impact that is generated by the tools that are at hand is quite awesome. It is quite awesome in both all of its possibilities for good and also its possibilities for evil. And so here we are. It is all coming true faster and faster and faster and faster. Just to give you an idea, we have made more progress in the last 10 years than the previous 100. And of course, in the previous 100, we've made more progress than since the inception of mankind. And so that gives you an idea of how this all is accelerating, because what that means is over the next 10 years, the progress will completely obliterate everything that we are familiar with today. So this is all driven by absolutely ruthless paradigms that have started a long time ago at the beginning of computing and continue to evolve. And as they evolve in their interrelationship, so does the modeling, the modeling for our computing paradigms. So if you look at this chart from 1970 or so, 1960 to 2020, and with a logarithmic scale, on the x-axis, on the y-axis, what you see is that what we used to call affectionately MIPS, or millions of instructions per second, right, has gone on a very, very predictable path. Moore's law really talks about it in terms of density of circuits in a chip. But what has happened is, this has continuing along a path that is somewhat predictable, but incredibly exponential in nature. Now, when we look at storage, it actually evolved at a later stage, and so it created an environment where all the computing needed to be centralized, all the storage needed to be centralized. And of course, because bandwidth started at an even later stage in significant capability, we had effectively the inception of the mainframes. The CPU and storage were located, the bandwidth was basically non-existent. Eventually, we started seeing some modems coming into the equation, but we had the mainframe world, right? When the modems came into the equation, we started seeing the ability to provide a shared environment, which I consider the first cloud environment, right? Where you dial in and have time sharing to run your application in a remote computer, right? As this progressed towards the 1980s and then towards the middle 80s, we saw the rise of client-server environments, because all of a sudden the CPUs in the microcomputers were more powerful. We could have storage in the microcomputers, and we started seeing the appearance of LANs, right, with very small and very slow speeds, like LANtastic at 1.2 megabits per second, then Ethernet. And then token ring, in the conjunction with the mainframes, which at the time was a tremendous development. As this continued to rise through the 1990s, we saw the emergence of the internet, initially sort of as a communications mechanism. And then as it continued, we saw the ability to actually create cloud environments, because the bandwidth was moving so quickly that enabled via IP the ability to access remote capabilities as if you were next to them. And so what brings up in the next environment, we shall see. But my guess will be that is entirely driven by massive computational storage and bandwidth capabilities, either right next to an individual or eventually potentially inside an individual, which is an interesting paradigm where all of a sudden we have wet interfaces between technological capability and biological capability, augmenting things like our visual cortex, our storage in our brains, and then potentially even our processing capability. An unbelievable future that is made possible by miniaturization of tremendous capability. And so here we are, and the paradigms continue to change, okay? So, one of my favorite topics, because this is my background, is in the genetic arena and biological arena, because I see a lot of parallels between biological evolution and technological evolution. I was lucky enough that in 2001, I was working with Lee Hood, who was the inventor of the DNA sequencer, and we were doing some collaboration with Craig Venter at Celera and with Informax, looking at the human genome, at the first draft of the human genome. And we were using, or they were using, this was Celera, they were using alpha chip compact servers, which some of you have been in the industry long enough, you'll remember that name. It was purchased by HP at a later date. And the alpha chips, which at the time were the end-all be-all in terms of performance. With all of that equipment, it took hundreds of millions of dollars in 10 years for them to do a human genome first draft. So move to 2019, right? And programs like 23andMe, which I'm sure some of you have done, Ancestry and other such genetic analysis are now running, de facto, right, on commodity cloud servers. You spit in a tube, you pay $99, and 3 weeks later, you get full ancestry and thousands of known markers from your own genome which was absolutely unthinkable, a couple of decades ago, right? Now, some of what we learned from it is interesting, albeit very personal. But what we see in terms of capability for future discovery is absolutely incredible. In my case, what I found out is that I'm a mutt and that I have everything from Moroccan to the Middle East and all the way to Svalbard. So obviously we got around, my ancestors got around quite a lot. Before quantum, before we even get into the quantum realm, right? We have this list called the top 500 supercomputers, which of course with the subject at hand in this conference, all of you are familiar with. Twice a year, this organization lists the top 500 supercomputers in the world. And in 2001, the leader was IBM ASCII White at 7,226 gigaflops, which at the time was just unthinkable performance. When you think about a gigaflop being a billion floating point operations per second, right? And you look at 7,226 of those, you're talking about a lot of capability, right? But that was 2001. By 2019, the top 500 supercomputer leader was the IBM Summit. And now we can no longer measure it in gigaflops. We were measuring it in petaflops, 148 petaflops, which was effectively 148 million gigaflops. And just that number is just so unthinkable that it gives you pause. But it didn't stop there. It just continues to evolve, right? If a petaflop is a million gigaflops, you can imagine what that represents. But so in 2022 November, top 50 supercomputer leader is the HPE Frontier, which gets into a new realm, in the exaflop arena. And it marched in at 1.1 exaflops. And that is 1.1 billion gigaflops. And if you can understand the magnitude of that number, you are way ahead of me because I have lost track of this sometime in 2013 or so. And of course, an exaflop is a quintillion floating point operations per second, which means that during the 10 seconds that it took me to read that, it could perform 10 quintillion floating point operations. It is beyond the realm of the understandable. And of course, Aurora and El Capitan, which is a great name for a supercomputer, expect to reach 2 exaflops by the end of 2023. And Intel already mentioned that because they have experience with the Ponte Vecchio chipset, they experience higher performance than they thought. Can you imagine a vendor that actually delivers more than they thought at first? They're expecting to get somewhere in the realm of 7 exaflops by 2027, which again is completely unthinkable, right? And so, this is even before quantum. Quantum, of course, is a different set of measures and a different way of computational capability, but it also brings to the table just amazing technology. What you will see up here in the corner is the Peacock detector from NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It stands for Performance Enhanced Array Counting Quanta, right? And it's 13 microns across. So it's about 13 times the size of the coronavirus as a curiosity. It is composed, it contains 32 niobium nitride nanowires, which are those little wires that you see up at the top there, right? And each one of them is 10,000 times thinner than a human hair. It gives you some idea of the scale at which we're operating. But here's the thing. It can measure photon hits in 100 trillionths of a second, which means that from a networking standpoint, the ability to move photons through a network it is dependent on the ability to actually measure it as it goes from one place to another and as it hits. And so doing that at hundreds of trillions of a second, means that there's an enormous amount of throughput that can be put on this particular platform, right? When? Well, this is in the laboratory now, but as we know in this industry, the time from the laboratory to real life continues to shorten. So I expect it will be around the corner. And just as a curiosity, for those of you who've been around long enough, there was a tremendous development in the IBM world when they introduced 16 megabit token ring, which is minuscule. It's not even minuscule. It's nanoscule when compared with what we're talking about here. And that itself was huge. It was like a tremendous revolution in terms of the ability to establish a LAN and intercomputer relationships. So and we get into a different realm, the artificial intelligence, right? Well, I think that this principle applies. Things aren't until they are, and then you better run because they move at tremendous speed. At this point, it looks like the learning appears asymptotic. Chat GPT-4, multimodal, few shot and zero shot type of capability. Systems like Bard, Bing, Chinese systems, and so on and so forth. The race is absolutely on. And this has substantial implications from a geopolitical standpoint, a macroeconomic standpoint, the future of civilization itself. The possibilities are almost endless and difficult to comprehend for mere mortals like ourselves. Endlessly good or endlessly bad, and anything in between. Which brings up an interesting question. When you combine some of this with some of the biological arena, it brings up a question as fundamental as, do we as Homo sapiens sapiens have the right to be the acme of evolution? And that answer might be answered by something other than ourselves, right? What if we, instead of being the acme, we actually become intelligence's nadir? And what are the implications for that? Prudence would dictate a pause. But that's an interesting proposition, because will other countries agree? And if you do a pause when everybody else is moving ahead at light speed, what you are doing is unilaterally disarming in what is a very, very important component of the geopolitical circumstance and the macroeconomic circumstance, right? We have to remember that empires rise and empires fall, and mostly it's self-inflicted. So we have to be very careful as we move forward to make sure that we have a certain degree of control so that this does not run off the rails, right? Now, the interesting thing is, in the biological arena, which is, my sort of my alma mater from a discipline standpoint, so to speak, we are looking at a potential nirvana with incredible developments that truly can improve the human condition. Now, epigenetics, you've heard of genetics, of course, and the genome, right? But epigenetics is really where the rubber meets the road, because the genome has to be expressed through proteins, to processes like glycosylation and protein folding. And that is impacted not only by your genome, but also by your environment, right? And what we've been able to do so far is actually to solve single gene diseases, for example. And there is no doubt that multiple gene diseases are next. And at this point, I'm talking about hereditary diseases. So you look at a situation like Fanconi's anemia, where, if a child is born with Fanconi's anemia, the likelihood that it will see its third birthday is almost nil, right? About 10 years ago, so this, you can imagine the progress is made since then, they found a way to do a pre-implantation diagnosis of a fertilized ovum, and actually remove some of the genetic material and replace it that caused Fanconi's anemia. And effectively, that resolved the problem. You implanted that, and the child grew up with no symptoms whatsoever of Fanconi's anemia, effectively eradicating in the Western world the occurrence of that disease, except in very rare cases, right? What is next? Well, there will be another one that we're going to be able to tackle with technologies such as CRISPR. So what is CRISPR? Well, it stands for clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. But actually what it means, quite honestly, in layman's terms is this, is the ability to go into a DNA, a genome, and actually replace a very specific part of it with a new sequence of bases, of DNA bases. And what that means is that you can increase some capabilities, you can remove some diseases, you can solve problems that existed because there was some abnormality in the expression in the gene sequence. And so that can be addressed, which can lead to something like DNA optimization, right? About eidetic memory, people that can remember everything that has ever happened to them, the clothes they wore on what day, and so on and so forth. Obviously, with databases like 23andMe and Ancestry and so on and so forth, there are literally millions, sometimes billions of people who have contributed their DNA. You combine AI with analytics tools, and then you combine that with CRISPR, and you can find yourself in a situation where you know exactly what you need to do in order to create eidetic memory for everybody, or fast twitch muscles for everybody or higher IQ for everybody. And what are the implications of that? Just tremendous implications. What do we, if we optimize for best case in every area? What we have is effectively the creation of superhumans, right? That have the, all of the capabilities that we find in different individuals interspersed, but now combined into one individual. The possibilities are mind-boggling, right? Customized DNA, gene therapy, you name it. Now, in the gene therapy arena, let me show you an interesting example, right? In terms of curing blindness, there's a condition called Leber congenital amaurosis 2. It's a mutation that lessens or eliminates the expression of the RPE65 protein, right? And because of that, the individual develops an inability to detect light, which effectively turns into blindness over time, sometimes right off the bat when there is a profound elimination of the RPE65. Right? Now, fortunately, the eye is the most exposed part of the brain. You can actually penetrate into the eye without involving the overwhelming majority of the brain. And interestingly enough, the retinal tissue is insulated from the immune system so that it allows you to do some manipulation without it being rejected, right? Enter a medication called Luxturna. And by the way, I'm not endorsing this in any way, shape, or form. It's just an example, right? Where there is a healthy copy of the mutated gene. It can be injected between the retina and the epithelium, and it effectively restores vision partially, albeit temporarily. But then when you talk about needing a permanent fix for that, enter CRISPR, and you can actually create an environment where you're fixing the DNA itself, and as a result, that condition is eliminated forever. There are trials underway with advanced patients that are already blind. And interestingly enough, they're doing it in one eye. If they're blind, I'm not quite sure why they do it on both eyes, but I think that they want to keep a control until the situation is proven, right? So in the midst of all of this, right, what's a CIO to do? Because we have all of the things that IT has to deal with on a regular basis, right? This rapid constant evolution is extremely, extremely demanding, right? We have to maintain today and build tomorrow. And I will tell you that, we all know this, mission criticality and ultra rapid evolution sometimes clash, right? And so we need to be very careful that we keep the clocks running. Things will only get faster, which means this is going to continue to be a challenge. So we have to implement what are proven evolutionary lessons. We have to standardize and modularize everything. We have to create abstraction layers so that we can concentrate on the faster positive mutations at the value layer. And in terms of IT systems, what is that? Well, that's the applications and the human interfaces that actually allow us to fulfill the mission of our agencies or departments or any organization out there, right? You must consolidate, virtualize, co-locate, and cloud. And this has been going on for a long time. Cloud computing is absolutely a short-term evolution essential. And you have to get rid of commodity functions so that you can focus on the application layer and deliver the value to your agency or department at that point, right? You must focus on your organization's mission. None of these departments and agencies were created to run computers, to run networks, to run storage systems. So to the degree that you can eliminate from your environment those by going to the cloud and by outsourcing all of the commodity functions, you're going to be able to dedicate much more of your resources to the application layer where the value is. With rare exceptions, in-house systems are absolutely anachronistic. Effectively, what you want to do is move from this, where you have an enormous amount of resources being spent all over the place, and taking oxygen away from mission-specific applications, into an environment where these are the main target for all of your resources, while everything else is diminished by virtue of you creating abstraction layers and either outsourcing it, clouding it, or taking advantage of software as a service, of application as a service, or infrastructure as a service. Okay? So enter the last realm that I'm going to talk about, and that is the realm of cybersecurity. We actually have had an enormous amount of evolution in this. I mean, the cybersecurity people used to be the people that made sure that you couldn't have 3-character passwords and that you had to change them every so often. They were quite an annoyance. Well, they've gone from that to being unbelievable warriors in the preservation of our systems, from protecting individual systems at the beginning of times with government, large corporations having mainframes, to protecting organizations where the government and most organizations now are dependent on a computer and a computer system, to protecting countries by virtue of critical infrastructure and supply chains, to protecting civilizations in terms of monetary systems, healthcare, even conflict, right? War is being more and more driven by IT. But with the introduction of things like CRISPR, with the introduction of artificial intelligence, with the introduction of genetic modifications, you are effectively protecting humanity, right? In terms of DNA, artificial intelligence, global conflict, pandemics, and even atomics. Cybersecurity becomes the end-all be-all to make sure that whatever is happening in a controlled fashion and without the interference of people who would think us to do us harm. Okay, and I think that that's all I have for you because I don't have any more time. So questions as time allows, but I'll leave it to Robert Sears to decide on that particular question.
Thank you. Wow, that was a great presentation. I sure wish I had the energy that you have. Speaking of energy, that's the focus of our next panel. And we've got a great moderator for you. And if you don't know Pete Saronis, let me hit you with it. He's another high energy guy. And he worked for the government for about 25 years, started off at the Pentagon, worked his way around, and became an SES, worthless. Started, doing the CTO of NOAA. Then he became the CTO of the Energy Department. Still wasn't good enough. Pete decided to leave government, become his own entrepreneur. He now is the CEO of Dotson Bridges, where he does some entrepreneur work, really works with the government a lot. He connects the dots, as you say. And I will turn it over to Pete, who's going to talk energy to us. So, Pete, it's all yours.
You're the man, Lee. It's great to see you and be a part of this. Just a quick clarification to my friends at NOAA. I wasn't CTO at NOAA. It was Department of Education because I wish I would have worked at NOAA at one point, but that was a great run as well, where I grew up, as I say. But yeah, I'm 56, everybody. I'm excited to be here, year 2. Shout out to all the speakers. And before I introduce our colleagues who can hopefully jump on screen here, Tina, Eric, and Took, I want to thank Gordon's and Dan's and Kevin's and Robert's and, of course, Andre's stories and snippets. They dropped a lot of terminology and buzzwords from, how climate change and HPC are critical. Gordon talked about thinking differently in the explosion of data. Tom, of course, and Dan addressing the collaborative nature. Executive Order 14057. Thank you, Kevin. I know that's a passion of yours. Robert, you didn't say much because you did an intro to the wonderful Andre, but I know in getting to know Robert, the guy's brilliant and has so many stories about climate and weather. And then, of course, Andre, thank you. The science fiction future of today resonates. The state of the IT union. I loved how you tied together this very complex topic. So thank you again. I'm excited. Again, I had a good run in government and I've been blessed to stay in this energy sector. And the focus today is on an element of energy, nuclear energy. If you noticed in our title, we have 3 amazing thought leaders, and I will not read their bios, but I'm going to introduce name and their affiliation and maybe 1 or 2 little snippets I found. But we're going to storytell, engage, and riff off one another because what we hope to convey is, yeah, there's a nuclear story, just like there is with many other challenges we face from climate, from food and agriculture and so forth. But the faster the compute power, and Andre taught a lot about flops and exa versus peta. Please, you got to do some homework there. We're going to hit on a number of things and even reference some resources for you, like the NIST 800-223. I know this is being recorded, so you can catch these later. The National Strategic Computing Reserve Blueprint, of course, the infrastructure, the law, the Inflation Reduction and Chips and Science Act. There's so much you can correlate HPC to R&D, and you will absolutely hear today on that subset in this nuclear realm. So thank you for allowing me to suck a little air out of the beginning, but just to set some context. So with that, we're joined today by Eric Whiting, Director, Advanced Scientific Computing Division at the Idaho National Laboratory. Love Eric Whiting, Master of Science and Bachelor of Science from Brigham Young University, where they make great quarterbacks or produce great quarterbacks. So great to see you, Eric. We have Ms. Tuk Wong from the NNSA by way of the defense programs and is the Director of the Office of Advanced Simulation and Computing and Institutional Research and Development. Say that 5 times. Amazing individual. I hope you Google these folks. And then Miss Tina DeClerc coming at us from the West Coast, the National Energy Research Scientific Computing Center, which is a US DOE Office of Science user facility. And it sort of runs in that realm with the Energy Sciences Network, ESNet, and the Computational Research Division. With that, I will now pass the baton. We'll start with Eric, if that's okay, just looking on the screen here. Eric, a little bit about you, set your context, why you're so excited about, HPC and the passion you have been bringing for decades.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. It's good to be here on this panel. And again, another shout out to Andre. I love the introduction and the energy relative to the exciting things that are happening. Idaho National Laboratory is DOE's lead nuclear energy lab. We've been doing nuclear reactors for more than 70 years. My role at INL is scientific computing. There's a lot of good work. We do a lot of good. Science is founded based on theory and experiment and modeling simulation. The modeling simulation work enables the next generation of nuclear reactors. I've been at the laboratory for about 18 years, and I've helped deploy the last 6 supercomputers at the laboratory. Prior to that, I worked in semiconductor and sonar systems. That one of the things I love about INL's mission and vision is changing the world's energy future, securing our infrastructure. And one of the things that's just over the last 3 or 4 years, there's a ton of enthusiasm and energy related to the next generation of nuclear energy systems. I think there's more than 10 systems, 10 different designs and systems that are currently being developed and deployed. Some of them new technologies, some of them some of them more proven technologies. And there's just a lot of excitement there. How does that tie into kind of the nuclear energy? I believe has an opportunity to tie into the IT needs of our nation. There's a lot of data. There's a lot of data centers and energy needs in data centers. If you look across the United States, Northern Virginia and other places, there's wonderful opportunities to leverage nuclear as part of the clean energy efficiency and sustainability of these centers. There's been some in the news that have already proposed utilizing a nuclear energy, a small modular reactor, to power the data center and to generate clean hydrogen to power the backup facilities. Anyway, Pete, that's a brief introduction. I'm excited. I love computing. It lets us do things we couldn't do before. And I think nuclear energy is an important part of the picture moving forward.
I appreciate that. And again, I always like to kind of learn as I'm hearing, and you hit on terms we will use. If not today, please, folks, Eric hit on next generation nuclear reactors, small modular reactors, the words modeling and simulation, very important and associated with HPC. And then he mentioned securing our infrastructure. If I could say one thing today, and I think Andre hit on it, we've done more in 10 years than we have in the past 100. There are 16 critical sectors in our country that we depend on each and every day in terms of food and energy and transportation. So we will hit on some of that, and that's an underlying theme. Thank you, Eric. We look forward to learning a little bit more about some of the cool HPC activity and the cool nicknames that you have out there at INL for 3 of them. Let's go to Tuk Wong. I'm seeing Tuk second. Tuk, look, I mentioned who you are, where you work. Johns Hopkins University and Virginia Tech. I love it. I'm a Johns Hopkins master's grad. I love talking with you in preparation for this because of the passion, obviously, you have, but the role in the mission. People hear DOE, they hear NNSA, then they hear defense programs, and they hear stockpile stewardship. Can you talk a little bit about, yes, your journey, but that passion that you have and a little bit of a teaser as to what you do each and every day at that wonderful institution you work?
Thank you, Pete. I just have to give a shout out to Eric. I love computing too. Andre mentioned the ASCII white machine, which was #1 machine in 2001. That was the third HPC system that the ASCII program, the predecessor to my current program. ASCII started in 1996. I was fortunate enough to have started my DOE career, professional career with ASCII in 1996. And the program has, it's still going. We are in our 27th year. I started my DOE career in 1992, right out of Virginia Tech. I was lucky enough to just have landed the jobs with the tech transfer microelectronics and photonics portfolio, which then became sort of like the the starting point for the ASCII program that was officially stood up in FY 1996. As the start of the stockpile stewardship within DOE after the cessation of the underground tests. Since 96, ASCII and now ASE program, we work with industry, with universities, with our international collaborators on the R&D, advanced R&D of the future systems, of the software, of the algorithms, of the solvers, user tools. All of these are essential components for running our weapon simulation codes on these big supercomputers. So what I do daily is, participating in these, summits, meeting with my other, agency collaborators, meeting with industry. I actually am still in Princeton at the end of the HPC user forum yesterday, the last couple of days, right? So I started my job in 1996, and even though I'm near early retirement in a few years, I am really energized with almost the new paradigm of combining HPC with AI, with data analytics. So there is a new scientific discovery world that is just getting off the ground. And this is where I am going to build more bridges, more relationships with the US university community so that we can bring in younger graduate students, undergrad students to think about these big multidisciplinary research activities that we have going on within our program, at the DOE national labs, at other agencies. So I'm really excited.
Thank you, Took. And again, folks who are participating today, you heard some pretty cool words there. I mean, Took, people here, especially in industry, collaboration, meeting, getting together. I encourage, that fostering and cultivating, having been in the government. There's bridges we can build. And I know Mr. Tom Santucci always likes to ask what could be done on both sides more effectively to have those conversations that matter. So really appreciate that, the emphasis on tech transfer and what will emanate. And then the AI, HPC plus data analytics. Anybody who sells into the government, again, if you read just a few of the recent, fiscal year 24 budget requests to HPC 101, you're going to see that the underpinning of so much of our R&D and so much of the innovation and transformation, as Andre pointed out, depends on these incredible compute platforms that are the size of basketball courts, if you haven't seen one. So thank you, Took. All right, let's go to Miss Tina. Tina DeClercq, West Coaster. Loved getting to know Tina recently. I know it's early over there. We talked a little bit about the NERSC, as I think it's pronounced, but also, Tina, the massive scale of thinking about, what is a supercomputer in HPC. That's something that I hope we can convey to folks and why you are at the epicenter, you, the Berkeley Lab Office of Science. But talk a little bit again about, the mission and why you're so passionate and purposeful around this space.
Thank you. I am very excited about the mission of NERSC. We are considered the mission computing facility for the Department of Energy Office of Science. And what that means is that we support the science of pretty much all of the different areas. And so we have more than 8,000 users on our system. We run more than 800 different codes, and we cover all areas that are, we're only doing unclassified research. So we cover anything with the physics, fusion, chemistry, materials science, and nuclear physics. I mean, it's just basically anything that the Department of Energy Office of Science wants to run on our systems, they run there. So it is really exciting to see how much science happens on our system. We have more than 2,000 publications every year that identify NERSC as a resource that they've used. And for instance, one of the things that I find really exciting is, I'm not sure if you're aware, but when Edison created the light bulb, he tried over 6,000 different materials for a filament, and it took 2 years to do all of that. Right now, we can look at different materials for batteries and run through a whole bunch of different scenarios on the computer, and then get down to 2 or 3 that you might want to actually experiment on. So you can go through a lot more quickly because of the capabilities of these supercomputers. And I mean, the lab does a lot of work on battery science because of all of the work now to move to electric cars and everything else. So, we're looking at how do you make the batteries last longer? How do you make them charge faster? And how can we use, fewer resources in the creation, make them lighter, all kinds of work in that area. So that's one of the interesting areas. We also do work in biochemistry and like turning on and off a heart drugs molecular switch. So it's just really interesting to hear about all the science that happens on these systems.
Wonderful. And again, folks who are tuned in, if you're getting a taste, nuclear is important and it means different things to different people. Obviously, in the National Nuclear Security Administration, nuclear security took hit on some of that. I'm going to again remind everybody, had me look at the 25 years of accomplishments at ASC, which is an acronym. Please take a look at that if you want to truly be excited about what our country is doing, in the United States and with other entities. But Tina, thank you. You hit on that. And again, compute facility. We're going to pivot back now to Eric, and let's dive into a little bit of, you use the phrase a small modular reactor. Sometimes people hear, nuclear power and reactors, and, for good reason, people go, not in my backyard. But some of the exciting work you're currently working, we talked about, there's 70 years at INL, people can read about it. But right now, today, over the next 2 or 3 months, what's some exciting innovation emanating from the Idaho National Lab and your work specifically? Yeah,
well, thanks, Pete. There's in terms of reactor kind of technology and sizing, there's a couple terms in play here. I guess I'd like to start with kind of there's roughly 100 nuclear reactor facilities that are operating across the United States right now. Those are typically gigawatt scale, 1,000 megawatts. The small modular reactor is just a little bit a notch down from that, roughly 300 megawatts, but it's buildable. You can add modules. Kind of some of the design, you add modules at about 70 megawatts at a time, up to maybe 10 modules operating at one time. There's another scale that I'd like to talk about that's relevant to some of our computing work, and that's the microreactor scale. Microreactor scale, let me just bound it by, let's say, 5 to 50 megawatts. It's kind of a smaller size nuclear reactor. The exciting thing, Pete, about the microreactor and the small modular reactor is the ability to build those in a central location, ship them by rail car or by truck, deploy them, and operate them securely and safely in a with less operates securely and safely in a remote location or distributed location, and make use of them that way. The scales are interesting, but I guess the important part is for the purpose of this discussion, the important part is the way computing is helping enable kind of the new materials, the new processes, and ensuring that we get it all right. I like Tina's discussion about materials. There's kind of a saying that, you know, nuclear energy is all, you know, it's three priorities. It's materials, materials, and materials. It's getting the similar to the example that Tina made. There can be in the invention of the light bulb, there were a lot of iterations and a lot of trial and error. The same thing with the new materials that are enabling these nuclear reactors. We can do searches with, like you mentioned, with artificial intelligence, with data, with high performance computing, and through using those resources, we can minimize the number of trials and testing and come to a solution much quicker, kind of as described by Tina.
Yeah, Eric, I love that. And again, please, questions coming in, put them in there. And I'm going to say to my two colleagues, Tina and Took, I love to iterate with you, but if you want to say something before I ask you a question, like, Pete, I want to comment on what Eric said or what have you, please just, you know, jump right in. I want to give a little bit of what Eric said in terms of anybody, or add to, you know, the nuclear reactor or the small modular, you know, computing is enabling processes, efficiencies, and logistics that we are just improving upon. Took, you mentioned that with data analytics and HPC and AI, and that's again what we're learning with this faster compute. And you use the word scale. Man, did I love that, Eric. I think of it when people can think about the scale. It's not like what we had wasn't great. It was state of the art. But we're constantly moving to, and faster compute and R&D will help us cure cancer, will help us find a more safer drinking water, cleaner air. And so go, I hope our audience understands that computing, the faster it is and the efficiencies that we're creating so that they are more scalable and can be built, shipped, deployed, and operated quicker means we can save lives. So thank you for that, Eric.
Hey, Pete, can I just interrupt and add one thing too? I think
you bet.
You know, going back to Andre's chart, as the computing capability goes up, as the networking capability goes up, as storage goes up, the models that we employ on the supercomputers, they can be of much higher resolution and higher fidelity and much higher accuracy than they were. You know, computing's been used for many years to do a lot of really cool science, but a lot of time that computing was a little bit coarse and a little bit rough. Now with these new machines, we can achieve fidelity that we could not achieve ever before. It's exciting.
Great word. Took, let me give you a little bit of the platform to address this nuclear weapons space, you know, the weapons life cycle, and, you know, how it's enabling us to go from days where we were testing above ground, below ground, and now simulating and modeling. So take it from there and talk a little bit about the exciting work you're currently working on.
Oh, yes, thanks, Pete. I can say a few words, not all. But if the audience has been tracking what my NNSA administrator, Ms. Jill Ruby, has been saying in the various public fora and in her Hill testimonies, NNSA, the nuclear weapons program right now, is working on the largest ever mission of 5 modernization weapons program. And guess what? You know, we don't have the workforce at our laboratories, sites, and plants that worked on these systems a decade, 2 decades ago. So this is where modern technologies, this is where experimental science, this is modeling, simulation, digital engineering, digital twin. So that's also a buzzword happening right now. But all of these are modern tools that my program and other peer programs in NNSA we are trying to build more of, or just build new capabilities so that we can meet the mission that we've been given. And we have a new weapon system, the W93. This is where the new material science will be needed, the discovery, right? So and the challenges from our adversaries, they have been so China, for example, they have been very much public about how they want to use high performance computing and AI to support their military priorities, right? We are still in a catch-up mode, right, for that, right? And you can guess what we do is what they are doing also, and more of, right? Because of the larger population, larger expertise, scientific and expertise workforce base that they have, right? So this is where this is the time, and also just doing this during this administration with the new mission workload that we have, I'm working harder to connect to other agencies, to work with my vendor partners, HP, AMD, who are building our El Capitan system, the first NNSA exascale system that's coming in next year. Right, so really, we just need to modernize our scientific and technology base, but with bot sim and computing.
Wonderful, Took. And again, to you, digital twins, modern tools, material science is coming up, folks. Material science, you'll hear rare earth elements maybe from Dr. Cradle a little bit later today. Everything starts with something, and then we can use these incredible platforms. And coming back to Tina, Tina, I didn't really do the justice of the organization. I felt when I talked about just what NERSC is, but anybody who, again, is maybe looking for some layman speak in the tech world, systems departments, building infrastructure, computational, infrastructure services, operational technology, a big discussion in the world of OT and IT integrations and systems. The NERSC does it all. And so with that, Tina, why don't we go to you with there's this vast subject matter expertise, but let's give the audience some of that, what's in the near term or on that roadmap that excites you.
With the we are just right now deploying a new system, and I will say that I'm responsible for making sure these systems run. So as I was talking to you before, I'm kind of an engineer, and I am always excited about the technology itself. We are bringing in, new processors. We have new interconnects, which are really what makes supercomputers super, because you want that ability for all of the nodes to talk to each other very quickly in order to be able to have jobs that run across the whole system effectively. And so we really work closely with vendors in order to move those technologies from being one, the first of its kind, to something that can be deployed throughout other areas. And so right now we are working with HPE very closely on our Slingshot network and getting the system up and running. But I also want to talk about the technology of the processors and doing parallel computing. This is an area I want to really shout out. We have a program we call NESAP, and with that we work very closely with our scientific partners to help them make their codes more efficient, because we want to make the best use of these systems. Something that came up earlier is that we don't use all of the compute power. And so we work very closely with our scientific partners to help them look at their codes, make it more efficient, be able to parallelize it more effectively, so that we can make the best use of these systems when we use them. We actually have been using in the 90 percentile of our systems most of the time to do the science that we do. So I find that really exciting that we are able to make that good of use of these systems and make them effective to get all of the science done.
I love it. And folks, the NESAP, N-E-S-A-P, and I'm going to ask if my colleagues are comfortable with the Q&A and chat, maybe throw when you're not speaking an acronym or a link, that would be awesome. But the collaboration there, Eric, there's a question in about nuclear fusion fission. If you don't mind, you can speak to it here as we pivot. I know we have about 14 minutes and we like to save a little bit of time at the end for your vision, which is where we'll get to. But again, our guests, please write the questions in as these distinguished colleagues can answer possibly on the fly. If not, we'll get back to you later. I love the parallel computing. I love the mention of NESAP, and I really love how a computer or anything we use in today's day and age, from our iPhones to my own car, I still learn something after 2 years what my car can do. And I think that the capabilities that supercomputing can provide and things like more efficient coding, I shout out to you, Tina, for addressing that, because it still takes, as Took said, a workforce, a modern workforce, and their retention to take advantage, I feel, as a taxpayer in this country and someone who's a big fan of the R&D community, that they're getting to work every day and doing what they love and figuring out how to best take advantage of the supercompute platforms as we evolve to exascale. So thank you for each of you in that segment. Eric, I'm going to bring it back to you. This is kind of the free form. You talked a little bit about, what you're currently working on, and there's so much we can discuss. But when I still come back to the Idaho National Laboratory, why don't you talk a little bit about maybe this collaboration component? So many people watching this today, if you were in person, would be handing you a business card and saying, "Hey, I want to meet with you. I want to talk about." What are the things that you really care about hearing from industry, whether it's government, academia, that you can say is critical to your ideation and inspiration? Because I think again, it's not done in a vacuum. What can government industry be doing better to help advance this HPC agenda?
Okay, excellent question, Pete. That's something I love talking about. The building I sit in, the building I work in, it's we actually call it the Collaborative Computing Center. And it kind of speaks to the ease of collaborating on code and sharing code. There's a lot of open source codes that help us achieve our mission. It's easy to collaborate across distance to universities and industry. Similar to Tina, we have a broad user community with lots of broad, different kinds of needs, different kinds of codes we run, and people are able to come to our facility and work with us, but they don't have to come here. We can work remote. About half of our users are from industry and university and partnering with us in a similar way. And I just want to be, because of the audience of this meeting today, I want to recognize and thank and acknowledge the role of the government, in the US government, in helping with innovation, even going back 50 years. The innovation that led to transistors, integrated circuits, computers, and how that is taking this technology to the masses. Can I use the term, Pete? Can I use the term democratization, where we went from mainframes to PC. And once we had PCs, it was more accessible by the masses. And then the next big bump, what I believe was the internet, connecting people even better with the internet. And then now we've democratized computing all the way down to the phone, where, well, your car, you mentioned your car, your phone, they're all little computers, and we're able to use this awesome technology that came about as a collaboration, just like Took said, between industry and government and research, making that happen. And I guess that the piece maybe I'd like to end with on this democratization is, I'm very passionate about taking HPC the last mile to the homes, to the users, to the needs. And what I mean by that is not putting a supercomputer in everybody's garage. What I'm talking about is making the supercomputer usable and simple to use, and simplifying the access so that the tools are understandable and usable. And I believe that we as HPC practitioners have made a lot of strides there, from the traditional kind of all command line, just a very few, elite few that could use it, to now the thousands, like like Tina mentioned, the 8,000 on NERSC, the 1,500 on my machine, the I think it will cascade to where more and more people can use it. And that excites me to improve processes, to improve life.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it. Very tweetable moments there, my friend. Took, how about some comments on that and that same question?
Right. So I was going to say, Department of Energy, NSF, and DoD were the three agencies that were identified as lead agency in the National Strategic Computing Initiative. Other agencies like NOAA, NASA, NIST were identified as followers, i.e. to benefit from the advanced computing, exascale computing, R&D technologies that the three NSCI lead agencies were funded to do. I would say that follow-on kind of program hasn't really materialized. So right now, my program, my counterpart in DOE Office of Science, we are working hard with NASA, NOAA, any other agencies who want to learn from us the mistakes, the successes that we've experienced the last few years, porting our codes to the GPU-based HPC systems, porting our codes to the NVIDIA GPUs, to the AMD GPUs, etc. So not entirely going down to the masses, the regular people on the street, but just we need to work with other agencies. The other agencies need the administration's support to get the budget into their HPC programs, into their mission programs, so that they can modernize their codes to run on the more modern HPC architectures. And in fact, the GAO had an audit recently saying, yeah, the NSCI was executed well by some agencies, but other agencies didn't get the necessary budget support to do really that huge uplift to move their codes from past older computing architectures to the newer ones. So this is where I'm going to put it out there to other agencies. Look me up if you need help importing your codes to GPUs. And guess what? Well, hopefully quantum is not going to come at me in the next few years, but that might be a few years out. So we need to continue to evolve together, the agencies working together.
That's wonderful. Open government defined, transparency, collaboration, and participation. Love it. Took. Lisa, Tina, forgive me. I saw the word Lisa and I'm like, Tina, what do you have to say about this? I mean, obviously you're in the business of collaboration and doing all this, bringing people together. What could we be doing better, more effectively?
I actually find it's been really interesting because as we get younger people on our systems, they're demanding more modern access to the systems. So I'm going to echo what Eric said about, bringing in new tools, and we're even using newer tools now, more cloud-like tools to manage our systems, which give you a lot more capabilities in regard to failover opportunities and things like that, so that we can keep the systems running better. But we are basically trying to eliminate those SSH type access, which is, where you have to log into the systems and have more web-based access. And those are the tools that are being demanded by our newer users. So it's becoming a much more cloud-like environment. They want it to be a lot more open. The challenge with some of that is around security, because we're used to securing our systems for those direct accesses. And when you take that wall, move it further out, we have to find new ways of securing the system as well to make sure that we know what's going on and that people aren't using these systems in ways that we don't want them to.
I love it. And I have to say, as we move into, I know we have 3 minutes and I promise that we will end as close as we can, Gordon and Tom, to 11:30. I'm going to tee up each of you and we're going to go Eric, Took, and Tina, parting shot. leave something with the audience that you think will be important for them, so that today when they leave, they walk home and tell their friends and family, guess what I learned today? But something that you feel is critical in our discussion and for the rest of this agenda. I will start by saying, folks, this was tremendous. This was enlightening, informational, as well as just educational. I hope our audience understands. We saw some questions in there. We can deep dive and spend hours on this, but this was hopefully a taste of today, of the very resources, the people, the compute resources that are in a constant state of evolution. So please look up the individuals. You heard Took and Eric and Tina just express willing to collaborate, talk, know where their working groups and workshops happening. You have to eat, sleep, and drink this, because they are, if you care enough to know how you can help move that needle. So thank you to each of you. And why don't we go to Eric? Parting shot, Pete's parting shot, as I like to say. Leave something with the audience, my friend.
Oh, I'd say I love the mission of the Department of Energy. I love the computing work we do. We are changing the world with computing, and I think all of us as a large group involved in IT and things, we do have an important mission, and we're going to change the world. And modeling simulation is core to that. So keep up the good work. Y'all are doing great.
You're awesome, Eric. Mission, key word, means a lot of things to many people, but that is what we're trying to do, is serve the mission. Took.
All right. Totally echo with what Eric said. I would say there is a huge overlap between what HPC programs and the IT programs, the CIOs at the agencies. I'm actually working very close with my NNSA CIO's office, Jamie Wolf, because right now we are trying to raise the boat of other NNSA sites who have not traditionally been involved with HPC, but I want to offer my program's HPC services to the other sites. So guess what? I need the network to, pipes from the, one site to the other site to be, high performing. I need the data storage capabilities. I need the access policies to work well for the scientists, for the researchers across the various sites, right? To be able to communicate and share data and pass data back and forth. This is where, HPC and the agency CIOs will need to understand each other's needs, each other's issues, and just work very closely to resolve all of these policy and technical barriers. So I'm very glad this community is actually hosting an HPC summit, Jay.
And more to come. It won't be one and done, Took. Thank you for your passion. I love it. I feel it. Tina, take us home.
I would like to encourage those younger people to go into STEM. I hope they get some excitement out of this, learning what the science we do, or about the computing. I mean, any area, it is really so much interesting work going on. And I really hope to get that excitement out to people so that they engage in the STEM areas.
Love it. One of my favorite acronyms, STEM. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Took. Gordon, back to you, my friend.
Our next speaker is a returning featured speaker in this, what seems to have become an annual GSA ITI Summit, Jim Connaughton. For those of you who are not familiar with Jim, he has an extensive career in both the public and private sector as a leader in sustainability, in energy, in technology, across too many different areas, too many companies, too many organizations to list. He was the administrator of the Council on Environmental Quality for the Bush administration, and since then has done all sorts of other fascinating things. Jim, I wanted to turn it over to you for some opening remarks, but as I do, I note that we had a really fascinating series of points already made right in the theme of what you and I were talking about, which is that HPC by itself has so many implications for sustainability. It has so many implications for security, for energy. A lot of that's already come up in the conversation. So I thought we would start there just with your thoughts on that.
Great. Thanks, Gordon. And real pleasure to be back with this group, and really excited by the expansion of the conversation. Like we talk about HPC expanding, the players that are focusing on it is expanding, which is critical. What I want to do just in a few minutes is talk about, is to hit some of these, go macro on some of these themes, why HPC matters, why democratization of HPC matters, why time matters, and why getting I call it the plumbing right matters. So just some quick themes, and then hopefully we can do a little more time on Q&A. Why does HPC matter? For most of human existence, it's been a search for water to sustain life, all right? Water and food to sustain life. But waters matter. If we don't have water, no civilization. Then only very recently in human existence, it's been energy to enhance our life. So really, if you think about our period of humanity and intelligent humanity, it's energy that's enhanced our lives to allow us to get to the point where we are today. And it's only very recently in human existence that data and information has entered our lives, and that's enriched our lives. And so I just want to be sure, we think of the arc and this logarithmic arc that Andre described. Well, humanity has been on a logarithmic arc, and this data enrichment is key. And why is that important? So, and why is then the enrichment that HPC provides important? One, because information closes the education gap. Education closes the wealth and human welfare gap when it comes to health and resources, commerce. And when you have a wealthy, healthy commercial society that can look forward to stable and productive future for themselves and for their children, it literally produces the peace reward. Societies are at their most peaceful and most stable when they're taking advantage of a fully enriched society. And we know this empirically because you can see where it works around the world today and where it doesn't work around the world today. That's how important this conversation is. So, which means it's important to democratize HPC. And so I love the conversation what's happening in the labs. That's very important. The tip of the spear and the advances, and we talk about quantum and those things. The immediate step in front of us is democratization of this next generation of HPC that's available to us today. It's no different than going from CRTs to flat panel monitors. How do we go from today's conventional chips and servers to the next generation that's already here for us? But how do we make that available to everyone everywhere? So that's how you address this first macro point that I made. And so how do we unleash the development and deployment of the infrastructure and resources to make that happen, such that within a 5-year cycle, like every other innovation deployment cycle, we can, HPC is just computing, right? I mean, our objective collectively needs to be 5 years from now, when we talk about HPC computing, the H is gone and the P is gone. It's everybody's enjoying access everywhere to high performance computing. We should aspire to that because that is how we've done the most good for human welfare in many other sectors. It's always a 5-year innovation cycle and a 5-year deployment cycle. When we're on a 5-year deployment cycle, it's really necessary. And why? Time matters. Time really matters now today more than it did even 2 years ago. We have deepening global insecurity from a geopolitical setting. And so the imperative to get a more connected world, a more educated world, a more interactive world, a more commercially engaged world is how we deter the stresses that we face today. And alternatively, and you heard from one of our speakers, there's the inverse of that, which is there's a race going on, and the ability to partner into the world and be productive partners with current allies and create new allies depends on us helping them achieve the same kind of life that we enjoy here in the OECD countries, and especially here in America. So time matters just from a security perspective itself. Time also matters deeply from a human welfare perspective, because we saw just with computing and all the associated other things that occurred with global trade in the last 20 years, we saw hundreds of millions of people come out of poverty. I mean, the sort of well-regulated capitalism and free trade and the availability of access to technology, modular commercial systems has lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty and saved tens, if not hundreds of millions of lives. I mean, we've never been able to achieve that on the human scale in the history of humanity. And yet we've lived through it and we don't reflect on that well enough. And then finally, environmentally, why does time matter? Every year we delay in abating a ton of greenhouse gases means it's 2, then 3, then 4, then 5 years of cumulative greenhouse gas emissions. So if we have technologies that can dramatically help us abate not just our greenhouse gas footprint, but our air pollution footprint, but the greenhouse gas one is a cumulative pollution problem. So there's a time value to carbon abatement that we don't appreciate. And so getting, and really, this high performance computing is the engine of sustainability to accomplish these scalable objectives we're looking for. Without an HPC interconnected world, we will not achieve these objectives of net zero by 2050. It cannot be done. Okay, and so we have to know that that sits at the base of everything else that has to happen to achieve net zero. All right, so time matters, and therefore the plumbing matters. The plumbing really matters, and we are wildly behind on the plumbing piece. And let me explain that. 3 components. 1, critical materials, massive risk. Massive risk. We've been heads in the sand, and it's not silicon sand. It's not sand for silicon. We have our heads in the sand that we have been overly dependent on autocracies, failed states, and weak and sometimes enemy economies for the critical componentry that makes all of this work. Okay, and in the OECD, we are not only denying our own development of our own mineral resource development, we're actually making it harder. So it's harder today than it ever was to develop critical materials in the OECD world, and so we have to change that. And if we don't change that, all of this talk that we're having is moot. Okay, so this is a huge issue that hasn't been on anyone's agenda, and it needs to be on everyone's agenda. Secondly, is the means of production, not the fab plants. It's the work of ITI and all of its government partners on the means of converting the raw materials into replicable, scalable, commercially available tech. That's our other piece of our crown jewels. So we don't have any jewels at all when it comes to critical materials. We need to get them. We have the jewels of the means of production here and in Europe and Japan, and we need to protect that and expand it and grow it and create global partnerships for it. And then finally, it's the infrastructure. HPC, the great thing is we can get multiple scales more compute out of it, but it runs hotter under the laws of thermodynamics, and we need better infrastructure to deal with it. And so data centers, which is my particular background these days that I'm working on, we have to get the data center infrastructure right. So it needs to be sustainable, and right now it's laughably unsustainable. And by getting the data center infrastructure right and making it sustainable, it will enable the HPC that makes everything else sustainable. So this is a a quadrupling dividend kind of opportunity for us. And then when it comes to the digital infrastructure, there's 4 components to it. The data center and supporting infrastructure, 4 components. Energy use, which has been a burden, but it can be an opportunity. So energy per se is not bad. It's being used really effectively and efficiently. And right now it's not, and it should be. So we need higher density, higher performing racks in these data centers so we can drive that electron usage that much further. It's the single biggest efficiency opportunity we face as humanity. LED lighting was the first, 70%. We can get a 70% improvement in data centers conventionally today with technology such as the one my company does, but the opportunity is multiples of energy efficiency. And you never get to do that. And HPC can drive multiples of energy efficiency into the sector, which is unbelievably great. We can eliminate the consumption of water in the infrastructure. That's technically proven today. No data center built starting tomorrow should consume a single drop of water. And yet today they compete with local communities for drinking water. And that's just a travesty. And then refrigerants. They all rely on refrigerants that are potent greenhouse gases, but much more potent than carbon. And yet that's utterly unnecessary. You can cool a data center without a single ounce of refrigerant. So we should just stop. And then finally, locations. Data centers are typically built in commercial districts, competing with cities for real estate and other infrastructure. We need to move the data centers over to the working side of town, convert the brownfields to the greenfields, and give those communities real high-paying jobs that are generating environmental opportunity rather than environmental harm, which is what they're currently facing. So we have this huge social opportunity by getting all of this right. So that's my spiel. It's really exciting. HPC is at the core of the future. And that's why I loved what we heard from Andre, from Eric, from Toke and the others. But let's really understand the 8 billion people at the back end of what we're trying to accomplish and how we can accomplish more for all of them.
Jim, thanks. That was great. I think you packed about 4 PhD dissertations worth of thinking into 12 minutes. So well done. For those of you who have not had the privilege of hearing Jim before, he's clearly one of the most insightful thinkers in this intersection of all these technology and policy issues. I would encourage you to take the opportunity to put questions into the chat, into the Q&A. I'm going to take the privilege of the moderator to ask the first question and then follow up on some of the discussion, both Jim from our prior panelists and from this discussion on the point of democratization. Are agencies doing enough, right? What are they doing today to support that? Because traditionally, as was discussed in the previous panel, HPC has been a very niche realm. It's been a very specialized thing. You had to have very specialized skills. Are they doing enough today to make that transition?
No. And so to expand on the no, we have seen a very important shift in the agencies that's been politically complex, of not just being in the development, front-end development end of things, to becoming a deployment engine, both through effective policy to enable private commercial deployment, but just as importantly for the government itself to dramatically deploy. And we are dramatically under deploying on the government level. Data center consolidation is great, but if you consolidate from one crappy data center into another crappy data center, that's not necessarily the right outcome, okay? And that's why I loved Andre's point is we need to create a virtuous loop like we did with computing, where we're constantly upgrading the infrastructure to the next highest performing thing and letting it, making that work economically. So that's on the government side. And then on the non-government side, think about it. If you take the infrastructure bill plus the CHIPS Act, plus the energy pieces of the Inflation Reduction Act, that's $2 trillion of government incentive, $3 trillion of private sector money. That's a $5 trillion opportunity, all of which has to have a digital component. All this new infrastructure, all this new CHIPS work, CHIPS Act work, all this new clean energy work has to have a digital component that has to be driven by HPC, okay? But we will attain none of that if we don't get the government out of the way and allowing all of this to get built. And right now, almost none of it can get built because of the permitting obstacles to getting otherwise environmentally compliant construction accomplished. And so again, it's not your domain, anybody on this call, but you should make it your domain to say why, if a project complies with 100% of the law and is going to drive massive environmental improvement, why do we make them go through a permitting process? Why don't we just inspect and enforce those who don't comply, and let's get all of this built? The faster we build it, the faster it interconnects, the more justifiable the economics of HPC are, and then we can deliver all these benefits. But right now, as we see it here today, do not believe anything you read. All the money's there, but the projects will not and cannot happen because of a government. Just it's an old way of thinking among federal, state, and local government. We need everyone to leap to a new way of thinking, which is let's get to yes. What is about yes you don't understand?
Yeah, great points. Let me go back to the crappy data center comment and note that Tom would love that you said that, because of course it's his mission to try to close crappy government data centers, which unfortunately many of us are far too familiar with the challenges that exist there. There's a great question that's come in, Jim, in the chat about, as we go down this road of democratizing, there is an increased risk of threat actors gaining access to technology in ways that they might not otherwise have been able to do. So how do we manage the risk there?
Yeah, so unfortunately, because of this geopolitical shift that we're going to be living with for a while yet, which is really unfortunate, we have to be even more diligent about threat actors. But we don't accomplish that by crossing our arms and falling back on our heels. We only accomplish that actually by pressing forward. And then the point being, HPC itself is going to enable our ability to better protect and better detect and better mitigate itself. HPC-driven systems, smart grid, smart transportation, smart city, telemedicine, even education, those driven systems are going to allow us to weed out bad noise and bad signals from the equation. And so the only way to deal with the threat is to press ahead, in my view. And we already know from experience, not pressing ahead has left us more vulnerable, in my view, than pressing ahead. And then we have to partner with allied nations who share our values. And sadly, we can't partner with everybody now. I was hoping we could. We can't. But through good old-fashioned market and security competition, if we can expand our reach into like-minded countries and democratize more of this capability, not just the high-end stuff, but the stuff available to everybody, then we can begin to mitigate the world situation where we've got friendly competition going on now. Because at the end of the day, societies survive when their people thrive. And the more we can show thriving populations through our systems of delivery, the more others want to see it too.
Yeah, so there are obviously some competing views about how inward we should be looking in order to make investments that I think are somewhat anathema to the tech industry's view, which very much is, as you note, and as I said at the beginning, we have to drive innovation to address global competitiveness. Beyond the sort of the immediate issues around the challenges of compliance and the hindrance, the burden that those are placing, what's the one other thing that agencies should be doing? What else should government be doing to get down the path of democratizing and to moving technology forward?
Yeah, so to me, it's all about procurement. The agency now, in my particular space, which is data center infrastructure, the commercial sector and the public sector is lagging. Okay, it's just lagging. These are incremental shifts, not big shifts. Not taking the chance on new approaches. Even though it's basic mechanical engineering, right? It's basic electrical engineering. This is stuff that shouldn't shock anybody. Just not stepping ahead on deployments and suffering from pilotitis. Pilotitis is the kiss of death. Okay, so we have I know all the pilot projects in the country. Okay, and there's a few dozen of them. And the problem is once you've announced a pilot project, you're done for the next 5 to 10 years. Okay. And so that's the way government works. And we need to stop that. We need to have real diligence with real people doing real things at scale that can be replicated much faster. And that's not occurring. And as I said, we're in a 5 to 10 year window of security, real security risk, but we're also in a really deep 5 to 10 year window on accelerating our pathway and emissions abatement. So if every time somebody announces a pilot, run, kill it. We got to get to scalable investment and growth and expansion.
Yeah, it certainly seems like, and by the way, procurement is speaking right to the heart of the things that we try to do at ITI. As a former federal employee myself, I know all too well the challenges there. But there is this, again, sort of tension, and I'm curious about your thoughts, and then we'll have to wrap up, between the urgency of doing those things and just the technical challenges, right? And the mindset of people in the world, in the technical world, as well. We're going to try small things and then we're going to build them out. And how do we? And we've built procurement processes in government, in the Department of Defense, and elsewhere that think like that. So how do we change the conversation?
We need to move at the speed of commerce. And again, I liked some of the commentary we heard earlier, which is turning over a lot of the commodity function to the private sector. The private sector is really good about taking risks and quickly junking things that don't work and then expanding things that do work. That's much harder for the government, but then the government needs a more flexible approach to its procurement that allows for that, that to occur. And so the quicker we get to that cycle, the better off we are. And then what the government can do, the government's validating these new tech platforms, and we're going to new material science areas. Hopefully, HPC is going to get us out of a lot of the critical materials into stuff that is, if you will, not critical because it's widely available. So how do we accelerate the time to those solutions and then get them ubiquitously deployed? And so, I would really, but it should all be about deployment. I think we've done way too much navel gazing, way too much wringing of hands to get everything perfect. Do not let the perfect be the enemy of the extremely good. And that's maybe the other theme I would leave everybody with, because the race is on and we should be the leader of the pack.
Well said, and couldn't agree more. I'm going to unfortunately have to wrap things up for this part of the conversation, Jim. I would love for us to have the opportunity to continue. For those of you who are not familiar, Jim's current company, Nautilus Data Technologies, they do awesome stuff. You should certainly check it out when you have the opportunity. And Rob, I think it's over to you now.
Thank you. So I guess a little bit of a palate cleanser here. So we've been talking a lot about the big compute and the all the deliverables that come out of these high performance computing machines, but there's also networks that need to be built to accommodate the researchers, the scientists, the users that are distributed across the country, even sometimes the world. to access these infrastructures, these compute infrastructures, and they're not your regular networks. They're not, you just plug it into the internet and away it goes. You need high performance networks that are tuned to do the deliverable of these big data and moving things around. So up next, we have Hans Ottelman, who is a network architect for the International Network Group at Indiana University, someone we've known fairly well for a while. He's also the chair for SciNet, which is the network for the International Supercomputing Conference that happens every year. And that under his watch, they're going to build the most powerful network in the world for about 2 weeks. So I'm going to turn it over to Hans, and he will tell you all about SciNet.
Thank you very much, Rob. So yeah, thanks, Rob. And thanks for the invitation to speak today. My name is Hans. And as he said, I am a network architect at IU. And I have the distinct pleasure, or maybe terror, of leading the group that's going to build this crazy network we call SciNet, the world's fastest temporary network, we like to call it. And along the way, we educate the next generation of network engineers and experiment with some cutting edge technology. Let's see. There we go. So it is actually a very long name. It's the International Conference for High Performance Computing, Networking, Storage, and Analysis. Luckily, we just call it SC. For fun, I asked ChatGPT to do my homework for me and give me a brief synopsis of what SC is, and I think it did a pretty good job. It's been around since 1998. And just real quick, last year we were almost 12,000 attendees. It was in Dallas, Texas. So I should say every year the conference moves and provides even more challenges for us as we try to build the world's fastest network into a new convention center every year. You'll notice that in SC20 we were completely virtual. Last year we were bouncing back and had kind of a hybrid. And then, of course, or in 21, excuse me. And then in 22, we were almost to 12,000 attendees. Last year, we did have 361 different exhibitors on the show floor. There are also, the show floor is not just all SC is. There's 200 or more this year, I believe, technical sessions, workshops, birds of a feather sessions, and the entire SC conference, or 99% of the SC conference series, is put on by volunteers. And last year, there were a total of 735 of them. So real quick, what is SciNet? As Rob and I said, it is, we like to say, the world's fastest network. Sometimes we say it's the most advanced. But we actually, build two different networks. When you go to any normal convention, I'll call it a normal convention center or a conference, you might be using the convention center wireless network, their wired network for rooms, for accessing the internet, doing whatever. And the SC conference series, SciNet actually buys out the network contract at these convention centers, and we provide all of the wired and wireless internet access, all the commodity access for all of our attendees and exhibitors. And on top of that, we build a research network that supports a lot of the research that our exhibitors on the show floor and that SciNet itself is doing every year. And there's a good shot of what we build on our stage every year. So real quick, we like to say it takes 1 year to design, although I was asked to do this year 2 years ago. So I've actually been, when this is all said and done, been working on this year for about 3 now. 1 month to build. It does. We're actually on site for about 3.5 weeks. We operate it, fully operate it like any other network for about 4 to 5 days. And then we tear it all down and send it home in a day. Last year on the show floor, we actually saw almost 30 network research experiments that I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. SciNet itself was 175 volunteers from 78 different organizations from around the world. And that includes labs, universities, contributors, vendors, all sorts of different people. And one thing I should say, not only are we all volunteer organization, but every piece of gear we use, or I'd say 99% of the gear that we use to build this network, is loaned to us by our contributors. And last year we saw over $70 million in hardware, software, and services deployed on the show floor. And that's all of those racks are filled with that equipment. Last year we saw 5 terabits per second of wide area network capacity coming into the convention center, and That's why we like to call ourselves the world's fastest network. So I hope to beat that this year. We'll see, but last year was pretty impressive. Before that, we'd only hit a little over 4 terabits per second. So 5 was a pretty big milestone for us. You know, talking about doing the wireless access for the entire convention center, we deployed over 450 access points. Last year, we actually had Wi-Fi 6E on the show floor, as well as V6 access for all of our wireless customers. We deployed and laid 35 miles of fiber optic cable and had almost 3,500 patches to support all of this. So that's kind of what 175 people do. But what we gotta remember is that we have to build an entire network operations center to run this network for 4 days. So it starts with the architecture and how we're going to combine all of this stuff and interoperate it. You know, we have a communications arm that goes out and talks about what we do. Our contributor relations folks are very important. They actually work with our contributors to make sure they're recognized, and also that we inventory everything they give us and ship it back to them at the end of the show. As you can imagine, it gets a little disorganized there as we're trying to tear out in, honestly, less than a day. So our inventory process has to be on point. We are running a full NOC, so we have DevOps services, DNS, DHCP, management, monitoring. We have a help desk and a ticketing system. The network security team is very important. The minute the SC, the SINET network comes up, we start getting attacked. So our network security team is a group of crack individuals that get on that right away. But also, we have to deal with power from the convention center to power all this gear, in the middle. So it's not just all this network coming in, but we also have to worry about a lot of power too to drive all of this and keep it cool as well, which is sometimes very difficult in the middle of the convention center. And then, of course, we have our students that come in and help us, and we try to train them up along with us. And, physical security also, but it's just some of what our 175 people do. And this is our architecture diagram from last year, and you can kind of see the split between the two networks. On the left here is actually what is running our research network for the show floor, and then on the right is the more production side of our network that provides all those production services. But you can see, and I think I talk about it in a minute, but we have donations, contributors all over the map, right? So it's a huge interoperability experiment, if you would. Hey, look, I have a whole slide on that. Perfect. So these are just some of the contributing hardware and software vendors, and not only are they contributing hardware, but they bring their systems engineers and network engineers along to help us set all of this up, interconnect it all. And so this is something we can give back to our volunteers, and they can take home and part of our education as we work to get all of this interoperability testing as we bring up this network. So real quick, just I wanted to talk about the 5 terabits per second we brought in last year. We had almost 10 400 gig connections. We were very lucky in Dallas that Dallas is on the list. We go back to Dallas quite often. So we were able to work with the city government and the convention center itself to install our own fiber network between the closest point of presence or data center and the convention center. So that's there in perpetuity. And it's really nice when we go back to Dallas because that's there, and that allows us to do all sorts of extra experiments with different fiber optic technologies. And then real quick, just something showing where our bandwidth came in. There was a lot, Seattle and LA, this is just kind of the continental look, but we did have a lot of international connectivity, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But as you can see, this is just kind of a quick look at where our bandwidth came in over the last year. And real quick, I did want to talk about this, and I'll show a picture of it. This changed. This was a huge technology boom for us, something that changed. This is a completely optical switch. So it sits, and if you look at if you remember back to the network architecture diagram, it sits right in the middle of our entire network and allows us to do testing. We plug everything in, test it, send it to production. If we need to, we can test it some more if something fails without ever having to unplug anything. So we can do it remotely. we can set all this up pretty quickly. And this really has changed how we do things, as we don't have to be standing in front of the racks during the show or before the show even, working on plugging and unplugging and cleaning fiber. Real quick, I want to talk about the network research exhibition that we do every year. This is where, and actually I'll scroll here. So last year we had 29 different experiments, and I'll touch on some things like AI enabled DTNs. So we're looking at that also, on a networking side of things, new network routing protocols, new file transfer protocols to get your, high energy physics or whatever back and forth as quickly as possible. I think, in my day job, my job is to, make science move as fast as possible. So, and this is what we do at SC as well. So there's just some of the different experiments we saw on the show floor. And real fun at the end of the week, of our operational week, we actually have all the experiments turn everything on at once, just to see how much utilization we can get out to the world or back. And last year we saw nearly 5 terabits per second of data just basically cannoning out of our network. And I wanted to talk about the 600 gigabits per second that we brought from Tokyo. The group that did this actually won our Spirit of Innovation recognition last year. And you can see that the folks in Tokyo actually had 6 different experiments they did with various max bandwidths, one of them being 400 gig per second, or 2 of them, excuse me, from NICT. So that takes a massive coordination effort, as you can imagine, to get, to make sure those links are available for the experimentation traffic, and we move production traffic actually away from a lot of these links that we use with our partners to allow the full bandwidth between Japan and the show floor, in particular for this experiment. INDIS, this is another thing we do as part of our education outreach, innovating the network for data intensive sciences. Our NRE people that I talked about, actually, we have a panel discussion. Last year, we had a couple of distinguished speakers and 6 different papers on the futures of network technology, including, of course, Andrew Monga from ESNet talking about quantum communications. So I realize I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go even faster than I have been. Real quick, I just wanted to kind of show this is what happened. So we actually are on site for almost 4 weeks, building this network from scratch. And sometimes we have the luxury of space, like on the left there, and sometimes we're stuck in just a small conference center room trying to set our things up. So this is, the staging is where we come in, unpack inventory, rack and stack everything, get it all working, sometimes upgrade the code, and start testing. Every one of our long haul circuits and every circuit we have to the show floor has to be 0% packet loss. There's no room for errors at all. So we spend a lot of this time testing. And then setup week is kind of interesting because we don't get the show floor, right? The convention center is being used for something else. In the middle of setup week, we actually take all the work we did, move it from our staging location, lift it up onto the show floor as they're building the show floor around us for the convention the next week, and plug it all back together and start testing. And at this time, we also bring up our help desk because our researchers are on site as well, and they want to start, making sure their links are up as well to their institutions or whatever they're testing to. So show week, I mentioned this before, we do actually run, we treat this like a real network. So we have a network operations center, full managing monitoring, just like we would any other network. We have a help desk, etc. And then, of course, just a couple of shots of our help desk. And here's our NOC. Actually, this is from SC18. This is, somehow I don't have very many good pictures of our NOC, but this is the people behind the stage working away at keeping things going. And then tear down, I talked about this. We pull everything down in less than a day and send it all home. And so a few challenges, and I've heard this today already, right? Supply chains are a huge problem right now. All of our hardware is donated. So if our vendors and contributors can't get a hold of that hardware, we can have some real problems. And of course, we're an all volunteer team, and with, I think we were fine. Last year we had 175, and this year I have over 150 people on my team. So we've been fine. but sometimes funding models can change for people, and that can cause issues. And of course, it's an extremely tight timeline. We build this entire thing in 2.5, 3 weeks. So real quick, SC23, it's coming up in Denver. That's my favorite bear in the world. And this is kind of what our show floor is going to look like. We actually sold out the original show floor already. And you can see they've down here in the lower right quadrant, they've actually opened up a new exhibit hall. So it's going to be, this year will be big. My big ideas, bring more research and experimentation to SciNet, capture more results and educate our people more, and even providing some continuing professional education credits to our volunteers, training that next generation like we talked about, and IPv6 automation. We're looking at some quantum stuff this year, and 800G as well. Real quick, that's the precursor to what the network diagram will look like that you saw earlier. This is our very early March drawing of what we have so far. And with that, I think I will end there because I think I'm about out of time.
So we've got on one side of the next conversation, Greg Singleton. Greg is the head of artificial intelligence, the chief AI officer for the Department of Health and Human Services. And he'll be having a conversation with Nidhi Chappell. Nidhi is the head of high performance computing for Microsoft Azure. So Greg and Nidhi, over to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Gordon. And just a little logistics note, I do have some construction going on outside. If it's disruptive, Gordon, send me a note in the chat and I'll be sure to be more diligent about the mute. But anyways.
We can send somebody to take care of the construction for you if you'd prefer.
Just keep someone away from the fiber internet line. That's all I care.
Done.
So thank you to ITI, GSA, NOAA for inviting us to have this discussion today. I mean, and really just thank you to Tom, Gordon, Dan, Kevin. Good to see a lot of old friends. Pete Saronis, great to see you. I promise Pete has not lost any energy since I last saw him several years ago. So just great to see the discussion. And as someone who used to work at DOE, just excited to see all the great work going on at the labs and the high performance computing. But that's not why we're here. We're here to talk to Nidhi Chappell. So I'm Greg Singleton, Chief AI Officer for Health and Human Services, and I'm joined here by Nidhi Chappell. And Nidhi, I don't want to embarrass you, but when they asked me to have this discussion with you for lunch, I was like, that's really cool. And I'm like, this is quite the honor. And it's an intersection of your leadership, Microsoft's foundational role in critical missions, and kind of where we are at this inflection point in technology that just has me excited for this discussion and that we get to share with all these folks today. I think we have about 30 minutes. So we'll cover cloud, high performance computing, probably go from bricks to concepts. We will definitely touch on AI, might discuss ChatGPT, and I don't know if we'll have a moment for a question or two at the end. But in any case, Nidhi, let's start with you. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us about your role at Microsoft? Because this is just really fascinating.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. So as you mentioned, my name is Nidhi Chappell. The honor is actually all mine to be able to come in this forum and really talk to all these audience here. So Greg, as you mentioned, so I lead our product team that focuses on all of our offerings for HPC, high performance computing, and AI. So simply put, my team is responsible for making sure that when a customer is looking for the next leading edge technology for their high performance or AI workload, we actually have the best in the industry available for them at any scale, right? So that's really what my team does. We end up working quite closely with our customers, but most importantly, also very closely with the industry vendors, like, all sorts of industry vendors, to make sure that we are experimenting with new technology that is coming on board, and then we are bringing the best from the existing vendors like Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, and others that we are experimenting with. So that's really my role here.
Excellent. And so with that introduction, I'd like to hear more about Microsoft's role in the cloud. And I apologize because I feel like a lot of times we refer to cloud as the concept. And from a marketing perspective, that makes sense. It's just this thing, it's there, it does services. But I like to visualize things. And I'm wondering what the best way is that you can help me visualize the Azure cloud. I mean, Andre Mendez this morning, he said, the cloud's there. It's unlimited cheap storage, unlimited compute, unlimited bandwidth. And I felt anxious for you. I was like, no, it's not unlimited. They're responsible for building this. So, you know, in terms of sites, data centers, you know, and compute, yeah, I don't know exactly what the right question is, but in rough numbers, help me think about the scale and share of Microsoft's Azure presence in the cloud.
Yeah, so let me take you, if you allow me, let me take you on a little bit of a journey on first, even just like, you know, how Azure got into HPC, because, you know, when people think about Microsoft, it's an enterprise company, you know, people don't really think about Microsoft and high performance computing, supercomputing, or any of these workloads that we are all familiar with. And this is where I give huge kudos to the company. And this is prior to my time, you know, where Microsoft actually, they struggled with it in the beginning. The definition of HPC was Windows HPC, which many of us know, the not so wrong in some regard. But, you know, pretty quickly, Microsoft realized that for a viable supercomputing offering, you needed to actually have some purpose-built infrastructure investments, purpose-built orchestration level investments, and really bring a solution to the market that any other supercomputing system center was actually providing to the customer. And this is where I think we started to make investments, both from a product point of view. So we actually have purpose-built infrastructure. So we actually don't, you know, a lot of our peers would go off and like, you know, take the general purpose workloads, the CPUs, and like, you know, just convince you that you can run everything on cheap commodity hardware. And sometimes you can, but our approach from the very beginning was for these really complex workloads. By the way, we took a similar approach in SAP as well. So I manage the SAP side too. We took a similar approach to say, no, for certain workloads, actually for very complex workloads like high performance computing, and then later on for AI as well, we ended up like almost starting ground up to go and say, how do we build infrastructure that, you know, as an end customer, you would say, yeah, this is exactly the infrastructure I'm used to having in a supercomputing center or on my on-premises on something. So our goal really is, at the end of the day, end user should not have to compromise on what they're looking for. They should be able to get the performance at large scale. Now, to give you some statistics on how far we have come, right? The other place where we used to focus quite a bit is scale. Like, you know, we are constantly pushing the envelope of like how large a job you can do in the cloud. 80,000 core, 90,000 cores, like, you know, and I know for a lot of our customers, that's like, oh, well, that's kind of mid-range of what I do. There's like much larger jobs that I do. But as our customers come on board, we enable them with like having a single job that spans hundreds of thousands of cores sometimes, right? So our goal really is to go after this really complex, really single job that's running across many tens of thousands of cores. Now, in that space, we have customers that are running jobs, 90, 100, you know, on 20,000 cores kind of a thing. In terms of our footprint, it's hard to explain the footprint, but Microsoft itself, Azure itself, has around 60 data centers worldwide, right? Where the way we think about our HPC or AI footprint is a little bit more customer driven. So we'll end up working with a customer to go and say, you know, what regions you prefer. We want to make sure that you have, you can have infrastructure in there. So it's a little bit more customized in some regard to that. The other thing I would just also go and say is that customers don't really come to us for just HPC. They want to have some visualization on top of that. They want to then augment that with GPUs. So what we like to build in general is that full stack solution for the entire workflow. Say, you know, you have some simulation, then you're visualizing those results, then you want to augment it with AI. How do we actually give you the full end-to-end? and you said, help us visualize, I would go back and say, if you ever get into one of our data centers, you'll probably think it looks very similar to any really high-end supercomputing centers. There's not a whole lot of difference in that regard. Just, maybe there's here and there a little bit of a difference, but that's really our goal, is ultimately the compute that you want should look very familiar to you.
Awesome, very, very helpful, and yeah, just help me visualize it. Thinking about from the customer side of thing, and I got to share a little bit of story, COVID related. So prior to my current role, I was leading many of the national COVID data systems. So in COVID, we found we needed to know how many patients we had across the nation in each hospital, how many ventilators we had available, how many beds, how many drugs, things of that sort. And so very quickly, we built up what became the largest public health data system that's ever existed. And it wasn't our intent, but we that's what we needed for the mission. And so we're getting reports from 6,000 hospitals a day. We're getting 500,000 data points a day, 200,000 records a month. Very, very quickly, terabytes of data, but also with multiple kind of scalable user access. So, we had 4,000 to 10,000 users across the nation at every county, every hospital, every, state office, from the White House all the way down to local county. And what's interesting to me about this is didn't really have to think too much about the infrastructure. And, the compute was, it's just kind of applications, just databases. Well, no, with that scale, with all those users, that is high performance computing. And so, I was hoping you can talk a little bit about kind of all the work that goes into the infrastructure in terms of security, privacy, logistics, resiliency management, all those challenges that you all take on in enabling the cloud, to the point where, again, we thought about the infrastructure, but we didn't have to think about it too closely because largely it was handled and managed. Yeah,
no, there's a lot to unfold in that question. Very good question, Greg. Couple of things I would say. One, COVID, unfortunately or fortunately, actually did accelerate people's aperture to look at cloud and really look at how they could do research, especially if you had to simulate different scenarios on cloud quickly because of the elastic compute that was made available, just similar to what you just said.
Cool. I was wondering that. That was going to be one of my questions. So very neat to hear that. Cool.
Yeah. We have a lot of published data on that. Universities, a lot of research organizations came to us very quickly to go and say, hey, I want to simulate how air flows, how germs flow, how ventilators would work. There was a lot of scenarios where people wanted to stitch together different simulations quickly. So and this is the beauty of cloud in some regard. And I'm starting to sound like a salesperson. I'm not, but there is an element of scalability. You can actually get compute. It's not infinite compute, but you can get compute generally that will actually grow with your job requirements. So we've not had any customer in the COVID time who we had to say, sorry, we can't run your simulation because we don't have compute. We were always ahead of the ball here a little bit on making sure that we could provide capability. So there is an element of elasticity. The second thing that you mentioned, it is kind of somewhat hidden into the question, is the variability of jobs. So, this is an interesting thing about what cloud does. We had customers that wanted to run a large job, a classic CFD kind of a job, or something that was, a MPI job that were running and tens of thousands of interconnected IB cluster, right? And there were customers who were like, no, I need smaller jobs and I just need to simulate them quickly. Can I add some GPUs to it? All these scenarios we can stitch together very quickly because we have these components, almost like Lego blocks to be built together. So that was a second thing that allows cloud the scalability, because you can actually stitch together different compute blocks, different storage blocks, and you're not fixed within a certain envelope, because we do have these infrastructure for a wide variety of use cases, like different type of database access, different type of storage solutions. And then the third thing that I do think people are starting to develop more of an appreciation for is the infra just works. Like you do not have to you don't have to think about the reliability, the scalability. That is my job. That is our job, really. So you don't have to worry about, oh, well, these nodes are failing. You can just give it back to us. We'll take care of it. You will give you new infrastructure and off you go. And increasingly, especially as people move into GPUs, the reliability that we are all used to on the CPU land or coming from Intel and stuff, it's a very different stability, reliability profile that you will then see in GPUs. GPUs are actually not as reliable, if you will. So a lot of our time is spent, making sure we are testing all these GPUs, making sure they are reliable, we are pruning out bad nodes, if you will, before we give it to our customers. So all of that background work of making sure the infrastructure is scalable, reliable, and performant, we take care of that. And it's a little bit of, again, not to sound too salesy, is I want the researchers to do the research, and I don't want compute to become an impediment on why they can't do the research. Like if we did our job well, you wouldn't even notice that we were there. You would not even notice that the infra was there or was not there. You just keep working on what you think is important for your mission and for your research. So that's really our goal, and that's the journey we are on.
So I love that notion of let the researchers do the research, the mission folks do the mission. That's actually a perfect transition. It's like we rehearsed this. You have an obvious passion for your work. At the end of the day, you're building, maintaining, and deploying infrastructure to enable meaningful missions. So I want to talk about some of those use cases and missions that you've seen. What are some missions, maybe one in the public sector and one in the private sector, use cases from customers that you're able to share that you go, wow, that's cool. And that's a customer story that inspires your work.
Yeah, I have a couple of examples, both from the public sector and the private sector. Let's start with, I'll give you an example that may resonate a lot with these customers, although the university is from UK. Some of these, I can't speak a lot of this because we have to get customer permission in some regard, but University of Bath, we actually have a public story out with them, where University of Bath, and again, this was smack in the middle of COVID timeframe, right? They actually have been working with us and they have completely transitioned onto Azure, again, because they have so many use cases, so many different type of research use cases that they didn't want to have like the lowest common denominator when they come to define their research infrastructure. They always came back to us and said, how do I make sure that I can have these scalable units? And we have been working with them. And in the public study, they actually mentioned that it accelerated their research, that sometimes the research that took them 3 years, now they can do it in 3 months, right? So it's, again, it just goes back to the power of cloud and elasticity that you can use from there. So that's one example from the university domain, if you will. The other example that I use quite often, again, we have public permission, is Vestas. Vestas is a wind farm. What they ended up doing was they came to us and said, hey, we do a lot of wind simulation, but we want to work with you and see how we can embed AI and figure out how we can be more efficient in like our wind farm simulation, like generating energy. And we ended up bringing actually Minds.ai, who's a partner in that. And we ended up bringing them a solution that augmented their HPC pipeline with these AI models that allowed them to actually make sure that the wind farms were facing the right directions so they could capture wind more correctly, right? So again, it ended up resulting in them being more efficient. They were trying to get to it. How they got to it was almost a little bit irrelevant to it, but the outcome was that they were far more efficient in capturing the wind energy and stuff. So these are just two examples. There's a lot of those that are out in public. We actually recently published another study where ANSYS, who's one of our ISP partner, actually had done this study of how germs flow through the air in a stadium. And it again goes to the power of, like, it's a very similar use case that a lot of the researchers were looking at. during the COVID timeframe, right? How do you make sure? This was another example of where they came to work with us. I worked with another university, and then we ended up putting together this model for them so they could simulate, this very complex flow of germs in a stadium, so people could understand what can be done now that we are in public places, and how do we take care of, our community using high performance computing. So those are some of the examples of use cases that people have used.
Excellent. Yeah, just the interest and attention paid to aerosols post-COVID, and just kind of that different awareness that we have is certainly a new environment for many of us. I want to talk about kind of the difference between on-premise missions and high-performance computing or cloud missions. For a potential user, how should we think about them differently in terms of, I'm thinking about doing something on-prem, or I'm thinking about doing something in the cloud? And, and is it I don't think it's the case where it's just, somebody else owns it. It's not just like, well, I own it or they own it. It's a little different from just, I'm paying rent. How do you see users changing their approach to be more effective with cloud compared to traditional own and manage model? How do they think about the cost? How do they think about the charges? How do they think about kind of those other logistic concerns that go into it?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I'm going to start off by saying that, not everything can move to cloud. I'm not here to say, hey, everybody start the data centers, move to cloud. I don't think that's the right approach at all, right? There are some workloads for a wide variety of reasons, whether it's data privacy, whether it's, things that you have optimized for things. There are certain workloads that will likely stay on premise, and the thing that I encourage people all the time is think about scenarios, workloads that you actually can benefit from elasticity of cloud, where you can benefit from the fast improvement in performance that cloud is able to deliver. Think about use cases where you can augment your use case with either AI or other accelerators that are there. For those use cases, you absolutely want to look at cloud, because what cloud provides is, we definitely bring the latest and greatest from Intel, from AMD, from NVIDIA every year and a half, right? So our performance ramp is very, very fast. Now, not every application is going to be able to benefit from that, but there's a lot of applications that are very sensitive to performance. Like, they'll consume, they're almost like this insatiable need for performance. So if you have use cases that are somewhat constrained by today's performance, or can benefit from those today, from the next performance leap, absolutely. I think cloud, in my mind, is a slam dunk answer in that case, because cloud moves to new technology very quickly. You have no commitment to stay on the old infrastructure. That is my problem, what I will do with the old infrastructure. You can go on the latest generation of Intel on your old contract. Like, you don't even have to worry about it. So if you have research, if you have use cases where you can really benefit from the performance, the scalability, absolutely cloud makes sense. But if you have workloads that where you are, you've been running the same code forever, it's very hand-tuned, it's optimized for the on-premise, it's not going to really grow. And all you're looking for is like, hey, how do I move from this ODM to this ODM? That's not necessarily the best thing to move into cloud, because really what you're looking for is like, how do I host this very cheaply? So the dividing line I generally say is, if your workload is scalable, it can benefit from high performance. Like, it's always looking for better performance, or you can do more scenarios that you were not able to do on-premise before. Cloud is a slam dunk answer. Now, when you move to cloud, one of the approaches I've shared with audiences, it's almost like you're landing in a brand new country and you're learning a brand new language. You have to be open to the constructs of grammar of this new language. It's not going to be your language. You're going to have to learn a little bit of how this new country and the new language, works. And we'll help you with this. Like, we are the Google translator in this case. We'll help you with understanding this new language, but you will have to be open to the idea of, hey, I used to populate my hybrid, all of my luster before because I had bought the luster. It was the data could sit in there. Now you're paying for it. So we recommend you don't do that. You bring it into your blob storage, and whatever data we need to move to luster, we will move to luster. So there are these, best known methods that we actually end up sharing with our customers quite often. And that helps with optimizing for these new scenarios. So another example I would go is customers want to do model training. You want to do a small training of a model? Okay, sure. You can take 10 GPUs. You want to scale it for thousands of GPUs? Absolutely. Run it in the cloud. As soon as you're done training, bring it back. You don't need to actually do anything to it, right? So anytime you have a job that can scale elastically, you have a research deadline, you need to have it. You can run a few extra scenarios to get a better product answer. Cloud is the answer there.
Awesome. Very, very helpful. I like the notion of the dividing lines and then kind of helping people kind of tailor their approach to kind of what makes sense for them in a new operating model. So the next question, and this, I'm curious about your perceptions of this as someone who's very much been in the cloud for a long time, and those of us that maybe have not been as heavily living, eating, and breathing it all day, every day. It strikes me that at least, I don't know, for me, a decade ago, I felt like cloud was just computing elsewhere. I'm just running somebody else's computer. And I wonder now, it seems more like a paradigm shift with that scalability, with that flexibility, with the ability to accelerate research. Something feels different to me. And largely, I definitely see this on the artificial intelligence side. The artificial intelligence is kind of a big thing. It makes my job quite interesting lately with the rapid user growth. But I, at least for me, I felt like the paradigm shifting nature of cloud kind of snuck up on me. And I wonder if is that just me? I mean, is that kind of was it for 10 years you guys felt like, oh yeah, we're just doing this, and how does it feel to you guys, I guess, and how does cloud infrastructure enable this new paradigm shift to occur?
Yeah, Greg, that's it. So I actually had the privilege to see both these sides because I was at Intel before I came to Azure, and I worked in the high performance computing team there and worked quite often with the ODM side. And cloud was this 1%, yeah, someday it'll be something, but who cares about kind of a thing. Most customers still, at least 5 years ago, it was an experimentation. It was a burst option, if you will, but it was really not a whole lot to it. I do think we have completely turned the corner on this one, and a couple of things have happened in that regard. One, I think till almost 5 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago, the offerings in the cloud were not as competitive. So I do think all of our cloud service provider community has invested a lot more into actually making it a viable solution. So that has definitely helped quite a bit, right? Because previously it was well, it's expensive, it's not quite what I wanted. So that shift, subtle from your point of view, obvious from our point of view, really helped, right? The second thing that also helped is, it's unfortunate a pandemic had to kind of bring this together, but
it keeps coming up.
Yeah, exactly. But it's pandemic opened up that aperture on many dimensions. One, again, when it first started, there was so much demand because we wanted to make sure that we could understand what had just hit us. So there was so much research going on that needed compute that couldn't be. The other thing people realized during pandemic was, hey, my promise is not in maintaining data centers. My promise is in actually providing the infrastructure capability to the end customer. And I think that mental shift slowly happened. And once the community started embracing cloud, we started seeing acceleration of new use cases. We started seeing people accelerate with augmenting it with AI, and that helped a lot too. So I think it's a combination of all these things, investments coming from cloud service providers, new use cases coming up because of COVID, AI acceptance, and then just generally, once you start to see like large jobs running in the cloud, you almost have a little bit more legitimacy to cloud, right? So now, like 5 years ago, I used to think of cloud as like, oh, that's the 1%. Now, it's almost like it's not a question of if you should transition to cloud or when you should transition. It's like, how would you load balance the two kind of a thing? So.
Fascinating, and really appreciate you not telling me that I'm totally wrong on that. So I like that. All right, we're getting close near the end of our time. I did want to ask really quickly, the AI stuff is kind of nuts. I mean, there's just really no other way to say it. The training loads, the deployment, everyone's kind of going after it. What do you see coming forward in the next, 2, 3, 5 years for high performance computing and cloud stuff? Just curious what you see in that arena.
Yeah, so I have actually the privilege of having front row seats in this AI revolution because I actually work on the OpenAI partnership. So we enable OpenAI, we build all the supercomputers that enable ChatGPT. So, in some regards, it's a real honor to be able to see this era like come to fruition. And I speak quite often about the use cases that are coming up from ChatGPT. When it first came out, which ChatGPT just came out end of November, so it's been like 4 or 5 months. It's ridiculous. Like none of us can think about pre-ChatGPT era. It's so interesting. But when it first came out, the use cases were all around chatbots. How do I augment my chatbot? But even in the last few months, that has shifted from now game developers are using it for QA. You have researchers taking those models and fine-tuning it with domain-specific knowledge. You have security companies starting to look at it and saying, how do I have better threat detections kind of things? So what I would go and say is, for high-performance computing use cases, I think the power of ChatGPT will allow us to detect anomalies, detect patterns, and really build it into high performance, into our workflows. How it will get used, I actually don't have any prediction because I feel like the rate at which this is moving, any prediction is going to be a false prediction. But I can tell you this for sure that a year from now, almost every HPC customer would have either implemented ChatGPT in some way or would have been thinking about it, experimenting with it, right? Whether it's in productization or not, there's a lot of factors that go into it, but it is something that as a community we'll have to embrace. And again, it says ChatGPT. It doesn't have to be the chat part of it. There is so many capabilities that are coming out of it that we all have to embrace it and see how, like at Microsoft, we call it co-pilot, how it can be a co-pilot, either in code generation or in any kind of things. And that is something that I do think this community will embrace and find really great use cases for.
Oh my gosh, Nidhi. I just thank you so much for the discussion today. I apologize to folks. I think we went 2 or 3 minutes over, but I was just enjoying myself so much and learning so much. And I hope folks got even just a little bit of what I got out of it. So I'm just so thankful to chat with you today, Nidhi, and so appreciative to the host for pulling this together for us. And I will turn it back over to our host. Thank you.
Great. Greg, Nidhi, thank you so much. This is a really great conversation. Now up next, something near and dear to my heart at the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration is our climate and weather panel. I'd like to introduce Frank Indiviglio, who will be the moderator. Frank is the Chief Technology Officer for NOAA, and not too far in the past, the Director or Deputy Director of High Performance Computing and Communications. So Frank, I'll turn it over to you and let you run this panel. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob, and thanks to everybody who's out there virtually and in person downstairs. Appreciate you having given me a chance to be a part of the today's event. Like Rob said, climate and weather is near and dear to my heart as well. and it touches us throughout our daily lives in more ways than we probably understand or realize. From the forecast that goes to your phone to when you make travel plans with, on an airplane or a boat, and all the way to your insurance, right? All these things are driven by weather and climate data. So we have three really great panelists today. I'm going to run through some introductions and get into some questions. So I'm really looking forward to this, and I will start with Dave. Dave, can you introduce yourself and give us kind of a high level of your HPC infrastructure?
Sure, thanks, Frank. Yeah, my name's David Michaud. So I work for NOAA's National Weather Service, and I'm the director for the Office of Central Processing there, amongst which we have operational high-performance computing in our portfolio. So within NOAA, we operate both research development and operational weather high-performance computing systems. So we have a combined capacity across both of those programs of around 42 petaflops of computing. And at this point, it's pretty equal, about a 1-to-1 ratio between the R&D and operational computing capacity that we have. The operational computing capability that we have comprises of 2 identical systems that we run across 2 geographically separate data centers. And each system has about a capacity of about 12 petaflops, or about 327,000 cores. In terms of unique characteristics, mainly the operational aspects of the system. So the availability requirements for operations, and that geographic separation and availability within the data centers, and then the ability to really shift that workload within 15 minutes to kind of keep a 99.9% operational use time. So that's, in a nutshell, the type of capabilities we have in NOAA.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. That's very interesting. I'll just go by order of how you appear on my screen. Rao, can you give us an intro and talk about a little bit about your HPC infrastructure?
Sure. I'm Rao Kodamarthi. I'm a senior scientist and a science director for Center for Climate Resilience and Decision Sciences at Argonne National Lab. Argonne National Lab is part of the Department of Energy labs. It's one of the 17 labs, and it's an open kind of a science lab, if you know the differences and care about them. Argonne and DOE laboratories have access to some of the most advanced computational resources. There is this thing called the Leadership Computing User Facility, called Leadership LCFs, which are funded by the Office of Science, the ASCR program at DOE, by the DOE, at Argonne, Oak Ridge, and the Berkeley labs. So these 3 are now provide leadership class computing platforms for users. So what do we mean by leadership computing class? So 2 of the centers are already at exascale. Both the Oak Ridge and Universities have exascale machines already running. By end of the summer, we hope Argonne gets into exascale, which a computer called Aurora. Right now, so all 3 systems are accelerated, the GPU accelerated machines. So they have mainly actually the workhorse of these machines is GPUs. So you are supposed to take advantage of the GPU platforms to make best use of them. Besides that, right now we have several petaflop, 30, 40 petaflop scale machines that is at Argonne, called Polaris, and several other machines that we can access throughout the DOE infrastructure. So I'll start.
Thank you. And again, super interesting to hear that stuff. So Gokhan, could you introduce yourself and tell us a little about how NCAR's infrastructures and HPC is laid out?
Sure. So good morning and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gökhan Danabashoğlu. I'm a senior scientist and the chief scientist for the Community Earth System Model, that's CESM, at the National Center for Atmospheric Research, NCAR, Boulder, Colorado. I'm an ocean and climate modeler. So my general interests include understanding of the role of the oceans in the Earth's climate system, computational modeling of the ocean and other components, but focusing on the ocean, including parameterization development for unresolved physics or in the model. And I'm also interested in understanding mechanisms prediction and impacts of intraannual to decadal timescale variability, particularly with a focus in the North Atlantic and in particular the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. You may have heard about that. So at NCAR, NCAR and CESM are primarily funded by the National Science Foundation. So we use our National Science Foundation funded computers, and our primary resource for that purpose is the supercomputers at the NCAR Wyoming Supercomputer Center, and that's located in Cheyenne, Wyoming. As we speak, we are actually in transition between two supercomputers. Our current supercomputer is called Cheyenne, since it's in Wyoming, I guess. And it is it has become operational back in January, roughly 2017. It is a 5.34 petaflop machine with about 145,000 cores. Our new machine is retro, and it is just becoming operational as we speak. It is a 19.87, so it's roughly 20 petaflop machine, and it has now close to 324,000 cores. So it is expected to deliver roughly 3.5 times the computational power of our existing computer. So on a core basis, it is also 1.3 times faster than our existing system. So one thing that's happening with the new machine is that it is getting 20% of its sustained computing capability from its GPU side. So it's a mixture of CPUs and GPUs. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gökhan. Then thanks everybody. So let's jump into it and talk about a little bit more at the science. So let's start with you, Rao. Can you explain how HPC supports the work you perform in developing model outputs useful for climate risk and resilience at community scales?
Yep, thank you. So this so we depend a lot on computers, as you can expect. So we are interested in developing climate model projections at scales that are relevant to decision makers. So we will try to work with community facilities, installations, local and at local scales, and also at installation scales like power utilities, telephone companies, people who are interested in what impact climate may have on their operations. So that's our kind of a key focus as part of the center work we are doing. We use a process known as something called a dynamic downscaling to project climate changes produced by global scale models to local scales. So the size we are right now aiming is around 4 kilometers per grid cell, which is about 25 times higher resolution than a typical climate model. So at this scale, we call something called it's a convection allowing permitting parameterization. So we are mostly about 60% done with that. So we are in the process of developing the ensembles. We then use these high resolution model projections to calculate climate risk and changes to climate risk into mid and end of the century. So what do we mean by climate risk? For example, we are mostly looking at hazards at the extreme. For example, things like once in 50-year floods and droughts. So what is it right now, and how does it change by mid-century at this really high resolution? We actually further downscale for floods up to 200 meters. So we are running almost like multiple regions in the country, 60 to 80 years of hydrological model simulations to get this really high resolution. The name of the game for us is to kind of produce enough data to look at essentially these kind of uncertainties in the projection, so we can build, when we project something, we can attach the uncertainty and kind of have confidence on what we are doing for pretty much at local scales. This is enormously computationally expensive, as you can imagine, and I use Argonne and sister labs to help us with these calculations. Right now, I have something called an Insight grant, which is one of the ways DOE distributes funding at these leadership computing facilities. It's probably more than about 150 million hours of computing time over the year. So that may not be enough for what I want to do, but it takes me a long way where I want to get. Thanks.
Thanks, Rao. So Gökhan, what is an Earth systems model, and why do you need a supercomputer to run them?
An Earth system model is a rather complex set of computer codes that solve sets of differential equations of fluid motion, thermodynamics, and chemistry, but primarily it's fluid dynamics, fluid motion. And they are used to simulate the past, present, and future behavior of the Earth's weather and climate, including the forecasts and predictions that were already mentioned. I'm not sure how familiar the audience is, but we discretize these equations, meaning on a sphere. We assume that the Earth is a sphere, and when we say we discretize them, we solve these equations, lots of equations, on each grid point after we discretize it. And just to give you an example of that, for example, nominally, we divide the Earth's surface in the horizontal, let's say, into 1 degree by 1 degree boxes. And they are roughly 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers at the equator. So that is, for each grid point, in that case, 100 kilometers apart, we solve these equations under various assumptions. And the reason I gave the 100-kilometer example, these are extremely complex models. In CESM, for example, we have 2.5 million lines of code. And we need to essentially rely on supercomputers to solve these equations. And just even 1 kilometer, 1 degree resolution with the vertical extent of both the atmosphere, ocean, and sea ice on land, we end up with 10 to 15 million grid points that we need to solve these equations. And we need to integrate them rather long on climate scales. I mean, some of them are as short as maybe a few centuries, but we can go all the way 1,000+ years. And many of the processes that are important for climate or Earth systems, such as clouds, these remain below the grid scale. I mean, we can't afford to run convective scale resolutions at climate time scales. So all of those need to be parameterized. And again, they are parameterized, meaning that we are representing the impacts of unresolved physics that we cannot resolve by the grid scale in terms of the resolved fields. So it creates really a huge, monstrous system that we need to deal with. Just to give you an idea, for 1 degree resolution that's typically used in IPCC assessments or coupled model intercomparison projects, our model uses about 3,500 hours per simulation year on roughly 13,000 cores. So you can imagine, you can scale how much computer time you would need essentially to run order 1,000-year simulations or even more. And for all of these reasons, we need supercomputers to run these simulations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we talked about downscaling and what a model looks like. So Dave, what types of models do you guys run, and who uses the information that's produced by them?
Yeah, what a great introduction to the Earth systems model there. So thank you. So now take that explanation and then now imagine trying to apply that for solving various problems that that society may have. You know, so we look at this from the perspective of okay, how can we get detail in some situations? So we're looking at various levels of resolution, depending on whether you want to get to storm scale or run at a global level, and that's useful information from a detail perspective. And then we also, you know, think about the complexities and the types of different physics that you want to introduce for the types of problems you're trying to solve. And then looking at the issue of uncertainty and how you run the models in that sort of mode and get probabilistic information. And then also the other challenge for us is assimilating data in a timely manner. So if you're running, for example, for the Weather Service on a routine cycle basis, you want to make sure that you get the most data into the models, and that's computationally intensive to get to an initial starting point. So kind of looking at the types of models that we have, you know, you're concerned with domain. So as Gökhan mentioned, you know, we do run global models at that level. So you get the entire Earth system and over across the entire globe. And then those create boundary conditions for regional scale models where you want more detail. And then the other types of models that we run are like more specialty types of models. So if you want models that track very specifically around the domain and track with a hurricane, we run hurricane models. We run models that take information from the atmospheric models and interact with the surface of the ocean and get wave heights and different things like that. Dispersion models, you may want to track volcanic ash or smoke. And even space weather models. We run space weather models that try to predict and look at coronal mass ejections or predicting solar winds that all really result in geomagnetic storms here on Earth. And so we have all these different types of models. There's approximately 24 types of models that we run on a routine basis, some of them every 6 hours, some of them every hour at these various resolutions. And then who uses these? You know, if you're getting your nightly news or your daily fix of weather on the websites, whether you're going to a private sector or a government entity, all this data really drives a multi-billion-dollar weather enterprise. And it all really starts at these operational supercomputers. So our data feeds our forecasters in the field for the Weather Service, feeds the general public, also feeds other federal agencies in their mission areas. And then also, we shouldn't forget, these are very important for information sharing and driving other operational meteorological centers internationally. So there's just a really quick snapshot.
Thanks, Dave. So you bring up a kind of an interesting facet of I think what we're all talking about, right? We're talking about operational versus research, and kind of what's the difference there? What are some key configuration differences and similarities, right? I would think they're a little bit different, and it kind of, if you could for a couple of minutes dive into that to kind of.
Yeah, sure. I think that's a really great question. Yeah, so within NOAA, you know, we, like I mentioned, we do run a stable of R&D systems and operational systems, and so we really strive to ensure that the architecture of those is as similar as possible, because we want to aid in the most rapid transition of research into operations. But on the R&D side, you know, you really want to try to capture some of the emerging technologies to see if you can take those into account in future operational versions. And so you want to keep things similar in that manner. But then the main difference really becomes in how these systems are operated, and really ensuring that they're operating in a highly reliable and very predictable manner for performance reasons. So, you know, on the operations side, we run 2 symmetric systems geographically separate on different power grids, you know, one side of the country versus the other. We have very strict configuration management. And in this particular case, we operate the contract slightly differently. So we look at more of a performance-based firm fixed price setup where it's an entire managed service. So we allow industry to give us the best value from facilities to compute to support, all as one integrated solution. Whereas on the R&D side, you know, you can afford a little bit more risk because you don't have quite the availability needs. So contractually, you might have your own data centers. You might have different variants of how you might acquire the compute. So really it comes down to those different sorts of considerations.
Appreciate that, and thank you. So we talked about models. We talked about, you know, operations versus R&D. Rao, what are one or two of the modeling or computational challenges that you hope to address with improving HPC availability?
Yeah. I depend on the global climate models that Gökhan mentioned. The idea here is to make them user-friendly, I guess. I don't want to push too hard on that, but make them somebody who is at the stakeholder end can actually take hold of the data, make some use of it. So typically when you're talking about climate risk, 2 questions come up, right? One is what the uncertainty is and how confident are you in this projection what you're making. So when you do these simulations right now, it is very expensive. For example, we do about 20 years in the mid-century. we may run 6 ensembles for different carbon emissions, 3 different climate models, and maybe up to 6 to 8. Very expensive, almost hard to do at the scale we are doing right now, because for 4 kilometers for the entire North American continent, we are getting close to 200 million grid cells. So that's a large calculation. So what I would like to do as computing increases is increase the size of ensembles we generate through estimating uncertainty. We need to go up by nearly 10-fold in number. I have 6, I want 60, maybe 600. So that is true for me, that is true for NOAA. All of us want more ensembles. And that's one of the major constraints on how we are doing these calculations right now is for the given amount of energy we spend, this is kind of where we are. So you want to be cheaper on the energy end of you don't want to spend so much power to produce one ensemble member and use so much resources to produce one. So I would like to go this number into the hundreds as opposed to tens right now. Increasing the fidelity of model projection by going to higher spatial resolution. For example, cloud resolving models that can be used for decadal scale simulation. We are kind of at the cusp of doing something like that. I can probably run a 1 kilometer model right now with the simulations, but it may be like for a year. Can I do it for 20 years? And how fast can I do that? So these are my 2 major upcoming dreams for increasing HPC availability. But all these things require that somehow we move some of the workload that makes a huge advantage of the GPU kind of systems that are coming on board. So how do we make the kind of a legacy models into distribute some of the computing load onto GPUs? How do you manage this workload? I think these are the major questions going forward for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. So Gokhan, what are HPC related challenges as demands on societally relevant actionable science increases?
Yeah, that's another good question, I think. So it is along the lines of what David and Rao already indicated. From the global climate modeling side also, we are seeing demands from the society, stakeholders, and decision makers for weather and climate information on increasingly smaller spatial scales. They would like to have regional and, if possible, local information. And the models that I indicated earlier with order 100 kilometer resolution, we cannot meet those demands for climate timescale. When I say climate timescale, I'm also including triennial to decadal timescale. So there is sort of a push towards kilometer scale resolutions that's already mentioned. And I neglected to mention that, I mean, these Earth system models contain, of course, all the components like atmosphere, ocean, land ice, sea ice, land itself, biogeochemistry, and runoff. So these are rather complex systems that we need to go to higher resolution. And higher resolution also contains not only computational challenges, but also physical challenges that we need to deal with, because as we get to higher and higher resolution, then we need to be careful with our parameter choices, parameterization choices, because then it becomes what we are resolving some physics, but we are not resolving others, and we need to have that balance. So, and ensembles are also important. You can go to higher resolution, ultra high resolution, but you may end up getting only enough computer time just to run one set. And as Rao indicated, that's not going to be enough. And you need to go as high resolution as possible. Just to give you an idea, so we have what I call high resolution CSM coupled system. And that is not, I mean, it's 1/4 degree resolution, it's atmosphere, and 1/10 of a degree in the ocean. It takes, depending upon how much output we would like the model to produce, to write out into files, 1 year of simulation takes about 50,000 to 200,000 CPU hours. So the cost is really enormous, and we can only afford at this point order 3 to 6 years per calendar day. So if you scale it to order 5 kilometer or 4 kilometer resolution in the coupled system, our retro system per year, the new machine has 2.8 billion hours of computer time. Assuming that we can use all of the 350,000 or 15,000 CPUs, the cores, which we cannot, we could only run 60 years per calendar year of that high resolution simulation. So clearly we need more than our traditional approaches to run these simulations. So it's really a huge challenge.
I appreciate that. And I think it's a good point. So kind of different, similar question, different angle of approach, right? So we have this complexity that we're dealing with, and we don't have enough compute to do that. And I think that's true for all of our organizations. So how do we, right? There's always emerging technologies, right? There's always things on the horizon. How do we take advantage of that? We have machine learning, AI, there's GPUs, which, you know, in other spaces are maybe more widely adopted, but how do we really take advantage of these things in nervous system modeling and make them kind of close the gap that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think Rao already sort of touched upon this a little bit. There is emerging technologies, as you said, or approaches. Machine learning and AI is one of them. And we have quite a few collaborations, particularly with the university community. The goal is one of our expensive parts in the coupled system are the parameterizations. So we can perhaps use machine learning and AI techniques to train those on existing model simulations to replace parameterizations. And they are going to be supposedly a lot cheaper. That can provide us an advantage. But we also think that those machine learning approaches are more they are easier to run on GPU cores because they don't require much communication. They can be running essentially based on trained data. So combination of AI and machine learning techniques that can run on GPU side of the system that's expected to essentially expedite or cut the computational cost quite a lot. But our own experience is indicating that it is easier to convert a legacy code that I think Rahul was sort of touching upon, to run on GPUs by just using some directives, MPI directives or whatever, OpenMP or OpenACC directives. Yes, in that case, you can run the model on the GPU side of the machine, but it may not necessarily, and in fact, it won't run efficiently. It will not take the full advantage of the GPU side. Then you have to recode the legacy codes in C++, in Julia, or some other fancy language, and that requires a lot of people time to recode them. So that's a major challenge. And the big challenge that we haven't actually touched upon yet is, yes, we can run these on these HPUs, HPC machines and all that stuff. The storage of the data that comes out, that come out of all these high resolution simulations is another nightmare, because that part is not really catching up with the CPU or GPU sort of availability, and then data distribution. Those are major challenges, at least from our side.
I appreciate that, and yeah, I think that's something that we'll have to deal with together, which is always a fun problem, right? Yeah. So since you ended on data, which I think we'll all, again, we'll all have to kind of deal with. So looking at a different way, right? Is there an opportunity in there, right? So AI, right, means data. So Rao, what role do you see for AI in an emerging HPC environment to meet the science challenges that we've all been talking about?
Yeah, I mean, so my dream of thousands of ensembles is based on my hope that AI is going to make it happen. You cannot do that in any, you need a nuclear power plant to run one of these computers to get that. So hopefully the GPUs are the energy efficient way of calculating. We lose some precision, but I think that's probably the calculation platform that will get us there. And also even getting to higher spatial scales, probably AI-based methods could be leveraged in some kind of hybrid model, like Gökhan just now explained, to get there. But I'm also would say that I will take the jump here. I also am a big believer in the database modeling that the private companies have started. Microsoft, NVIDIA, and I think there's one from Google, that they're trying to do completely a database model. Just forget the physics, who cares? It stresses out Gökhan, but I think that should not be ignored. I still don't know why the private companies are interested in climate modeling, but keep that question aside. We should figure out why are they, I don't want to think about why are they doing it, how are they doing it, right? And they have been able to have some success with this. And I think there are a couple of models that are doing well. And there are international efforts. There's this whole idea of a digital Earth. Actually, yesterday I was at a meeting about digital twins. So how do you ever get to a digital Earth? Not by using a PDE solver. A digital Earth will be as a real-time information system, has to use both data assimilation and models in real time, get real outputs. That's going to only happen if you use some kind of a emulator that is based on AI learned model, right? And mostly data-based. So we can do that for the next 12 hours, 16 hours. It seems like there's some considerable success, but what does it mean to do a climate model on an emulator? I don't know. These models, the AI models right now cannot time step. It fakes a time step because it doesn't know what a time step is. You just, the way you trained it, it can do in the future. So I think there are fundamental technological blocks there, but maybe they are easier to overcome than trying to solve with PDEs for 1,000 years on a current system. So I'm hopeful. I'm hoping that they solve all these problems, and I can use these fancy models in the near future. Yeah.
Cool. Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we've talked about how AI and emerging technologies kind of work, and maybe a little bit more on the research side. So Dave, from your perspective, kind of spanning the research and operations, how do these emerging technologies move through the research to operations cycle, right? There's got to be some kind of growing up on the research side, and how do they get deployed? How does that chain work from your perspective?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think Gökhan talked about some of the great challenges, and then then you stack upon that. Once you get into an operational environment, you have to really be sure that you have predictable performance of the system, that you have the right timing, the right scientific integrity of everything as it comes together, right? So introducing technology can introduce issues that you might not quite expect from time to time, with some of these systems. So you really have to do the scrub and really make sure things work. So what we do in terms of making that move, I mean, of course, each of those is kind of tested at a unit level, and then we keep integrating pieces upon pieces, and oftentimes you have these nonlinear effects where four things that might individually create an improvement might not interact nicely together in some of these systems. So really, as you're moving along, you have to make sure that you're testing in a fully integrated manner as you're approaching operations. And then once you get to that point where you think you have something good, we really do a lot of scrubbing. So some of the things that we do in making sure that everything's looking good is, make sure that we really do retrospective testing. So, whether the model's physically based or statistically or data based, it doesn't excuse us from, going back to various seasons, various high impact events, and really testing and doing some comparative analysis to ensure that we're getting the improvements that we think we're getting. Once we kind of pass that sort of sniff test, then there's quality checks with objective verification. So you do your normal types of verification that one would think, But then another important aspect to that is to really get these systems running in a parallel mode, and allowing the practitioners that understand how to execute the forecast process and generate operational forecasts, give them an opportunity to work with the data in real time and see what the subjective verification of the models look like. And so there's a process of doing that sort of thing. And at the same time, we also distribute that information that we anticipate on implementing out publicly, and allow people outside of our organization to comment and experiment with that data to get further subjective verification. Then if that's not enough, once you pass that sort of testing, we really do, from a systems perspective, scrubbing around the reliability of the performance of the system. So we'll do burn-in periods. In our case, we'll do like a 30-day burn-in period with some of these capabilities. If it's a really massive change to a new architecture, we have really strict benchmark applications and benchmarks that we have to pass to get those into acceptance. But once we get through that burn-in period, you know, we're looking for things like reproducibility and predictability in the performance. All that kind of culminates together into a business decision of whether it's the right thing to do or not. So a lot of work that you know, that was expressed by my colleagues here on the R&D side, and then when you get to the ops side, there's equal scrutiny from an integrity perspective to kind of get to the end result. So it does take a little bit of time, but I think it's really important given the mission that we all are trying to serve and perform.
I appreciate that. No, that's a good. Thanks for throwing that out there. That pretty interesting stuff. How everything moves through operations research. I still get amazed by it, even though I'm still pretty close to it. So we're getting a little short on time here. I just want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to kind of give the audience a takeaway or highlight something that you'd like for the audience. So I'll just kind of start. Rao, do you have any takeaways for everybody?
Yeah, I mean, I think the HPC is kind of going to be playing a critical role in as our country starts adapting to changing climate, which is happening. But as we start more adaptation and resiliency plans, I think climate modeling, downscaling, and all are dependent on HPC.
All right, thank you. Gokhan, anything to share with the audience before we?
Well, I mean, along similar lines, I think as we get in, as the demand increases for high-res modeling and more sort of localized information, with the fact that the actual chip speed is not necessarily increasing a lot, we need to really pursue emerging technologies running on the GPU side and machine learning, but that requires also investment into sort of coding what we have been doing all along, and that will require sort of commitment, financial commitment, sort of, I don't know whether it should be national or not. Those are big amounts of funding will be needed, I think.
Those are great points. Dave, any parting thoughts?
Yeah, and I'll build upon my colleagues here to kind of finish the value chain. So once you have all that sort of complexity worked out with dealing with the emerging technologies and so on, the integrity of the systems that we build are really important. So not only do the models get more complex, but I think the systems get more complex. So things like fault tolerance and dealing with those sorts of issues and making sure that we can have the reliability that the public really counts on in terms of kind of being able to set your watch to that forecast and knowing what's going on. It all kind of culminates across the board. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So I know we're now really short on time. So I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Dave, Rao, Gokhan. Thanks for being available and sharing your thoughts with us. I really appreciate it. As kind of the last sentence here, I think we've talked around the complexity in not only technology but people and the scientific rigor with the integrity stuff that Dave just talked about. So there's a lot of aspects to climate that make it a challenging HPC problem and a challenging problem for all of our missions, right? So I really appreciate the time, and thanks, and I'll turn it back over to Rob to keep the day moving. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a quick trip out to Colorado for some virtual water with the USGS people. I have on line with us Jeff Falgout and Janice Gordon. Janice is a computer scientist and the chief of USGS's Advanced Research Computing Program. That provides scientists with access to high-performance computing, training services, and large-scale data management platforms. Jeff Falgout is a development computer scientist with the USGS, and he serves as the technical lead for the USGS's Advanced Research Computing Program. And Jeff specializes in system design and large-scale performance computing and storage systems. So I'll turn it over to the Colorado group, and let's talk about some virtual water.
All right, thank you, Lee. Jeff is going to start sharing some slides here. First of all, thank you for inviting us to talk today. USGS is probably one of the tinier agencies here, and we're not really well known for HPC, but more for our science. So it's going to be fun to talk about how we use supercomputing to support our understanding of water. Next slide, Jeff. Okay, so because we have some unpublished science products that we're going to be talking about, we have to flash our disclaimer here. Please don't reference or use some of these items. So what we're going to talk about first, I'm going to review, for those who aren't familiar with USGS and what we do, a little bit about that, and then the different ways water affects our lives and how we use HPC to help understand water. And then Jeff is going to cover some HPC challenges and some specific science use cases. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so USGS, I'm not sure how many people are familiar with us. We're kind of an odd duck in the Department of the Interior, being that we are the only agency solely dedicated to science. We sit alongside things like National Park Service, Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, but we have no regulatory goals. We don't regulate anything. We essentially just provide the science and the data to decision makers surrounding earth science. We have 5 different mission areas. So the first one is core science systems. So that's kind of an odd term. People think, well, do you study rock cores? What does that mean? Well, essentially, it's all the data and fundamental research and tools that support the other mission areas. So things like the processing and distribution of Landsat data. Our group, so the HPC services, sit under core science systems because we essentially support all the other mission areas in USGS. And folks may know us more for natural hazards, so earthquakes, volcanoes, but we do a lot of other things. We have an ecosystems mission area, energy and minerals, hazards I mentioned, and our largest mission area is actually the water resources mission area. And we're going to be focusing on a lot of those research projects today. All right, next slide, please. But each mission area in USGS actually contributes to water science in some way. So water in our lives. So too much is bad, too little is bad. So we try to understand how this all relates by studying different things. So from floods to hurricanes, receding glaciers, how permafrost melts and changing temperatures could influence landslides and tsunamis in Alaska, habitat loss for polar bears and walrus due to sea ice, and then things like drought and wildfires are all related to water. And then also the ecosystems mission area studies the effects of climate change on invasive species. So as temperatures warm, invasive species come into areas that are not welcome and take over habitat for native species. So all of these things relate and contribute to our understanding of water. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so USGS last year published this new water cycle diagram to be used for educational purposes. And what's unique about this is, for the first time, human water use is considered part of the overall water cycle. So you have things like industrial water use, irrigation, municipal water use, and everything in between, and all of the natural processes that we think about in the water cycle, like precipitation, snowpack, glaciers, ice, reservoirs, evapotranspiration, things like soil moisture and groundwater. So Jeff is going to touch on some of the specific science use cases surrounding many of these areas, but USGS Earth Science touches all areas of the water cycle. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the title of our talk, what do we mean by virtual water? We're really saying that all the digital products that enable our understanding of the Earth's water systems. So modeling and simulation, forecasting codes, data and information products, analysis and visualization tools. So all of these things we use to simulate and understand water in our environment. And the key point here is that high performance computing is a critical scientific instrument for water research and really all earth science research. But essentially in this talk, we're going to show how it's critical for our virtual water. Okay, next slide, Jeff. Okay, so I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about USGS high performance computing program. So we have 4 pillars of focus. The first is machine access. So we provide researchers access to some small in-house high performance computing systems. And we're also looking at complementing that with larger external partner resources, and also investigating how cloud resources can complement our in-house resources in an effective and not too costly way. And then one of the things we focus on the most is user support. So we really want to be able to enable high performance computing use for all of our researchers, whether or not they've ever logged into a machine, whether they know what a queue is. So we offer quarterly training workshops, everything from HPC 101 to specialized topics like deep learning. And then, being that we are a very small fish in a big sea, a small budget, we try to cultivate partnerships, and as Jeff says, stand on the shoulders of giants. Probably the rest of the panelists and folks on the phone, we try to learn from and contribute where we can and be a part of the community. And then also focus on computer science research in an applied way. So we try to look at the latest technologies, methods, keep an eye on the pulse of what's going on in order to take the best of what we see that would be useful for our researchers. Okay, next slide. Okay, and our philosophy has always been HPC for everyone. So we really want to lower the barrier to entry, democratize HPC as much as we can for our researchers, because we found when we first started this program about 10 years ago that, you had the big guys, NSF machines, DOE, where you had to have an allocation, you had to know the scaling of your code, apply. But we have researchers on the ground trying to run models on their desktops and laptops. So how do you get someone from a Windows machine to a high performance computing system? So we tried to fill this gap and have this friendly research environment where a place for researchers to get started. We offer a lot of hand-holding, support, training, consulting, so folks can do their day-to-day work. And essentially learn enough that they can scale their science in new ways, and eventually with the hope that they can outgrow our in-house resources and apply for allocations on bigger machines. And then also one thing that has been very nice is having that ability for a flexible queue and reservation. So one example is in, I think it was 2018, the Kilauea eruption, when lava is flowing towards neighborhoods. We had scientists on the ground, and they called up, and they needed a reservation on the machine to do their lava flow models, which was great. And then they ran into a problem. Well, their models were slow because they hadn't really focused enough on parallelization. So that's where our consulting comes in. And we had one of our computer scientists parallelize the code and took the lava flow model from 27-hour runtime to 30 seconds, which is a lot better when you're in the middle of an emergency. So we're really hoping to educate and train as many researchers as we can. All right, next slide, Jeff. All right, so yeah, my main point here is HPC is all about the science for us. In this case, water science. So I will turn it over to Jeff to talk about some of our science use cases.
All right. So this slide is a little bit of foreshadowing. The deluge of water sometimes is not a good thing. Janice alluded to some of the science research that we do and use high performance computing to support that research. I'll start at a localized level here. Oftentimes, a little bit too much water is not the best thing for you. So we go down into and support research into localized areas such as a small landslide, I shouldn't say small, but a landslide in the area of southern Alaska, where if that section of land actually subsided, there would lead to it, the belief was that they would lead to a tsunami within the area. And could that affect such communities as Whittier, Alaska? The idea is to make sure that if there is slip in the ground, that everybody's safe, if they need to actually provide a warning to the community. When there's not enough water, those in the West, especially the Rocky Mountain West and California, are certainly intimately familiar with these situations. Drought over the last decade or 2 decades have led to an increase in wildfire. And one of the things Department of Interior particularly, and of course the US government is trying to understand is what is the risk, particularly around the wildland-urban interface. How many homes are at risk for wildfires? What is that risk and how is that risk changing over time? And we've been able to at least generate some maps and some information based on both simulation and data analysis through things like Landsat imagery. So not only is it simulation, but it's also data analytics that helps influence where we're going with understanding risk. Of course, water, where is it? Sometimes we know where it is, but we're not sure what the quality of that water is underneath. We use things like fixed wing aircraft and rotary aircraft to look below the surface of the Earth, all the way down to 300 meters. This is amazing to me, but they can, essentially the aircraft will carry a large giant electromagnet over the ground over an area of interest, send pulses through that ground, collect the information from those pulses, and then use Bayesian inferencing, which is simply fancy math, to understand what is underneath the ground and what confidence level they believe it is. So in the case where they may know where water is, what kind of water is that, without drilling expensive and intrusive things like boreholes, which take a long time, we can actually cover a wide area underneath that. And then we want to understand what's in the water or what's on the ice, especially with respect to wildlife management and conservation. Walrus are an important component to native Alaskans, and we want to make sure that the policies cover things that are appropriate use. Flying aircraft over the coast of Alaska is expensive, time consuming, and also disturbs the animal when they're up on the beach resting, or if they're on the ice resting. Nice, cheap ways to do that is to take images of these walrus using things like game cameras, but reviewing these images is time consuming and labor intensive if you don't have some sort of automated way to do that. We've capitalized on the use of deep learning and investigating, going through all these images and getting some sort of probability of walrus presence, and then aiming for how many walrus are available. So that's ongoing work using up and coming technology, but still, again, for the purpose of hear them. In this case, using bullfrog sounds, what can we get from, what information can we claim from them? So we look at sounds, we pass the sounds through a deep learning engine, try to define what species are available, and then build probability models based on them. Another deep learning approach. So, and then now can we bring this up to a higher scale, a regional scale? What can we look at a state level and understand where the water is going? How much is evaporating? How much of that evaporation is influenced based on temperature, based on solar radiation, based on wind? We do that through something like weather research forecasting model out of NCAR, which you guys just heard about earlier. And can we do that at a high resolution through 2-kilometer grid? Certainly, and that's something we've done here for the state of Florida. And then can we back that out to a national level and understand and build representative data sets and historical data sets, and then use those as hindcasting and look forward to forecasting? In cooperation with National NCAR, National Center for Atmospheric Research and USGS, we've attempted to do just that through refinements in models, using WRF, using other groundwater models and hydrologic models. We have, in combination with NCAR, built the historical data set from 1980 to 2020, covering almost 41 years at a 4-kilometer resolution. It incorporates mesoscale atmospheric processes, incorporates finer scale, and understand ecological and hydrological simulations, and to understand what's happening at the national level. This is a unique data set, again, produced through the WRF weather model out of NCAR, plus some USGS lower level near surface groundwater models. And again, the 41 years. If you're interested in wondering what this data set looks like, we have a link there through our data repository, and you can have access to the entire data set. Again, this is an iteration of a previously generated data set that tried to do the same thing, but this time with higher resolution. So as the previous panel talked about earlier, they want more compute, but then if they get more compute, they're going to have higher resolution models, which needs more compute. So it's a never ending cycle. This is that actually happening right here. This model, coupled with the NOAA, the NOAA multi-parameterization, that's a hard word, land surface model, has helped generated this CONUS 404 data set. On the compute side, these two models, combined with the shallow groundwater model, took us 11 months of continuous computation from January 2021 to December 2021. We computed a water quarter, in a sense, essentially 3 months worth of a water year or water day. Each one of those water quarters took about 34 hours of runtime. And then we combined each of those 3 or 4 days worth or 34 hours worth of runs to build that simulation year, the water year. Each quarter water run ran on 62 nodes or 62 servers, in a sense, about 5,000 CPU cores, and generating several terabytes of data. So the higher resolution model runs ultimately includes higher resolution output. We did a lot of things to help increase this runtime, but essentially it is what it was at the current technology that was within USGS confines. Talked about burst buffer and high-speed network. The storage capabilities certainly are an important piece of this project. Not only do you have to deal with the finalized and production output, but also the intermediate data that's involved in building this data set. So at a certain point, this data set ballooned to about 40 petabytes in size for historical data. In our final release, it was just shy of a petabyte, about 861 terabytes, which is certainly available today. And that's after compression by storage media, which is stored on tape. We also have additional copies of this data because it is critically important right now, both in NCAR and in a commercial cloud. So if you kind of assume or concatenate all those together, we're about 5 petabytes of data from one project. The data deluge is certainly here. And I refer back to that prior slide about the floods taking over the bridge. That's exactly what it feels like sometimes. In the next phase of this project, to do it again, this time instead of a hindcast, which is ensuring that the model is actually accurate, we're looking at a forecast now for the next 40 years. So we're going to double this consumption of space and storage capabilities. And even if you can compute the data, you can store the data, you still got to get it out to stakeholders. So we heard from SciNet earlier that research is critically important to us. We heard all about the critical work from DOE, from Tuck's group, from Eric's group, from NOAA's. All of these networking and file delivery capabilities are critical to the work we do because we need the results to get out to the end user and the decision makers. So the three pillars of where we need are critical to this project are certainly right here in our face today. So I do want to say again that all of this work is built upon the shoulders of giants. All of the work that manufacturers, the chip makers, the software developers, DOE labs, as the new machines come online, Frank and Dave's group, all culminate into the work that we deliver to the American people and essentially to globally, so that all of that work comes together. And it certainly, as a deployment agency, is greatly appreciated by us. We also are not immune to those broader HPC challenges that everybody's talked about earlier. A couple of things we have noted, though, on our journey down this road is that we made a critical mistake early on, and that we didn't work hard enough to actually define that research computing is a scientific instrument, and completely underestimated the perception and attitude that it's a computer, so it should be managed as an enterprise server. Certainly not the case, and we ended up doing a lot of re-education on that component, and we still fight that battle today. The data deluge is real, and at least from my personal perspective, we have certainly underestimated how bad it is and how big it is, and I think it's getting worse with the rise of AI and deep learning, and then the need to bring that data back online. It's only the data problem is actually is certainly critical. User training and support. I think we tend to forget about what we do with career scientists. We educate people as they come in, we educate new users, but then we forget about any sort of technical change or any sort of new enhancements that we made or anything else. We tend to focus on staff, incoming staff and students. So I think we can't forget about the career scientists and the career user, essentially. Again, we're not immune to recruiting computer scientists, research software engineers, cyber infrastructure engineers. Everybody else needs the same people we also need. And then again, I want to reiterate that we also have the challenges of facilities and power. Rising computational capabilities also at the moment is increasing the power consumption requirements, cooling requirements. So we are also beneficiaries of that research that everybody else is undergoing in that area. So with that said, we want to thank everybody, and we have a few minutes for questions.
Hey, Jeff, so what I'm hearing is there's just not enough computer scientists and engineers out there. So I need to tell all these high school kids, hey, when you go to college, study, go computer science, right?
We in our efforts for recruiting, we joke that we've lost out the battle to NCAR, to NOAA, to DOE, recruiting college students. They've discovered the idea of recruiting high school students. I think Janice and I joke about going for middle school and probably elementary school students and maybe even kindergartners. We got to start them that early. Yeah, there's the demand is there. The need is certainly understated. There's just not enough people.
What are some specific issues that arise from treating HPC as IT, and how did it impact research capabilities?
Yeah, excellent question. I mean, I can start and then Jeff can finish, but with all of the data center consolidation efforts and minimizing the equipment we're supposed to buy and move to the cloud, we've really had to try to strike a balance and say, well, this is a little different than some of the other things like web servers and things like that. These are really scientific tools. So getting that understanding with our ACIO's office was very important, and getting across that we're actually helping with consolidation efforts. We're not buying servers for individual science centers. We're putting together enterprise scientific computing. So once we had that aligned, that solved a lot of problems. Instead of just, stop buying hardware, move it all to the cloud, which for a lot of things doesn't make sense for us cost-wise, et cetera. So that was one challenge. Jeff, do you have anything to add?
I'll even go down as basic as demanding a virus scan on a 15 petabyte file system certainly isn't going to work. Or if I don't know how other agencies do their networking, but U.S. Department of Interior has what's called a trusted internet connection, and demanding all data transit that TIC, yet the TIC is undersized for the data flows that we need to have, without understanding that there needs to be a way to kind of meet in the middle. There was an allusion to that idea. I think it was from Tuck that mentioned CIOs and research computing professionals need to get together. That's certainly the case there. Understanding that both sides of the story. Even from the component of, access also, the security credentials that we need as a federal agency to get users on board has oftentimes resulted in an unsolvable hurdle, whether it's just the HSPD 12 cards that we all as federal employees have, yet each agency doesn't recognize the others. Seems kind of silly, but we do run situations. So yeah, we have lots, but those are, examples off the top of our head. And we certainly need to work together.
Janice, Jeff, thank you so much for your time. We might have a few more questions that we'll email you so we can post your answers. Thank you very much for your time, and great having you from Colorado.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
so
you.
The next thing we have is emerging technologies, and it is my honor to allow me to introduce the moderator for the Emerging Technologies panel. We've gotten to know Ron Butra as we work with the government-wide IPv6 transition. Many of you know him as the former CTO of NOAA, working with Rob. He's also the former CTO of Department of Justice. He's now the Leadership High Performance Computing Vertical Director at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, and that all fits on one business card. Ron, the floor is yours, my man.
Lee, great to see you. Welcome, everyone. I have to tell everyone it's been a great set of presentations today. I've learned a lot, and I've got to see a lot of great use cases. So let me invite my panelists to turn on their cameras, and we're going to jump in real quick. But realistically, there was a great quote I heard the other day, and given all of the conversations that you've heard today, it's true. From health, energy, weather to space exploration, supercomputers enable the science that captures our imagination. So we've got a great set of panelists. Bill, hopefully you've got your camera on too. I don't see you yet. But why don't I kick off? Let's do some introductions. Dr. Signe Cradle, why don't you kick off?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. By the way, for everyone, what I've asked the panelists to do is, can you introduce yourself and why is HPC important?
Okay, yeah, so thanks, Ron, and hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be talking to everybody today. This is one of my favorite topics right now. My name is Signe Cradle, and I currently serve as an acting senior fellow for computational sciences and engineering at the National Energy Technology Laboratory. For those of you who haven't heard about NETL, we're part of the Department of Energy. It's one of the DOE's 17 national labs, and we're the only national lab that is government owned and government operated. The other 16 are contractor operated. So that means we're federal employees. And then we're also the only lab that is dedicated to carbon management research. So just overall, by way of introduction, I have a non-traditional path to high performance computing. I actually have a mechanical engineering background. And recently I've served as a technology manager or like a portfolio lead for research portfolios that kind of touch on sensors and controls, but also simulation-based engineering. And on the sensors and controls aspect of things, we've looked at research like hybrid systems, things like gas turbines and fuel cell hybrids with carbon capture, and kind of looking at methods to integrate those systems and actually develop new algorithms to control it and things like that. We've also done like hardware in the loop testing, kind of our cyber physical simulations as well. And then on the simulation-based engineering side, we do process optimization through a code base called IDEAS, and we do computational fluid dynamics through a code base called MFIX. So, these tool sets and the modeling and the sensor control, that's kind of like, again, my background, and it allows us to, we're doing mainly application-specific things where we aggregate a lot of data, whether we're doing it through experiments ourselves or simulations or even pulling data from other sources. And, just at a high level, I'm interested in things like, can we do virtual sensing? Can we, as we're creating this data, is it secure and things like that? So, so my background is basically, digital technologies, infrastructure, systems, and kind of specific to high performance computing. These days, I act as an advisor to activities at NETL, like our supercomputer refresh and things like that. So why is high performance computing important? I mean, I'll just say that, to me, it allows for rapid design, evaluation, and optimization of complex energy systems. And it allows us to scale things up very rapidly such that we can dramatically reduce the development time, such that we can, mature technologies quickly and deploy them so that we can, again, meet our decarbonization goals. So that's me in a nutshell. And again, happy to be here and I look forward to the discussion.
What a great background. Thank you very much for joining us. So, Ms. Duncan, muted.
Ron, thank you for having me here. Sorry, I was diligently being muted. And you got to let me have a pass on the jet lag on that one. So I'm the CIO for the Department of Energy. I feel like a lot, I risk being repetitive to what one of our esteemed lab experts who actually works in supercomputing has to say, because, I sort of feel like I just watch it all go by. It's pretty amazing what we're doing at DOE around supercomputing. So I'm going to tell you a little bit at a higher level about the general state of supercomputing at DOE and why it's so important to us. So first of all, I've got to start by saying DOE, as of the last survey, which is last year, has 4 of the top 10 fastest supercomputers in the world. Frontier is #1. It's also the 2nd greenest supercomputer in the world. It's our newest supercomputer, our newest large supercomputer. And of course, that's why it's at the top of the list. Summit, which is also at Oak Ridge National Lab with Frontier, comes in at 4. Sierra at Lawrence Livermore at 5, and Perlmutter at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab at 7. I have had the unique honor of signing Perlmutter. I couldn't quite understand why they let me sign it, but they did. So, why does DOE make such a huge investment in supercomputing? We call DOE, not very modestly, the engine of innovation for the US government and for much of the world. And supercomputing is important to us because it allows us to achieve advances in a variety of fields that simply would no longer be possible without supercomputing. I mean, we're now at the point of exascale computing with Frontier. And that's a 1 with 18 zeros for those of you who haven't sort of comprehended that. And I'm not sure how you comprehend 1 with 18 zeros behind it either. But, needless to say, it's a huge supercomputer, very fast and very capable of solving problems that we could not otherwise solve. So things like Earth system and climate models, looking at nanoscience and understanding the materials at a deep level. It's going to help us with our future efforts in fusion reactions and fusion power plants. As you know, Lawrence Livermore last year was able to generate a fusion reaction that provided more energy than it used, which is a first. but there's a long way to go to commercialization of fusion reactions and fusion energy. And obviously, it helps us understand the universe better, to study and simulate and model the universe. And in an area that may not be obvious to everybody, is it helps us maintain a nuclear deterrent. You know, we are many years now into a nuclear test ban. We can't test weapons. We don't ever want to use a weapon again, but we need to model them to ensure that the weapons that we're building and maintaining in the stockpile will actually work, should we ever need them. And also because if we don't know that they work, they're not much of a deterrent. So those are some really some simple key areas that are important to us, and why we invest so much in supercomputing.
Thank you, Anne. And glad you can come here. I know you're in other parts of the world at the moment. So a longtime friend and someone who serves an inspirational mission, Bill Thigpen.
Hi, Ron. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here today. I am lucky enough to work for an agency that's going to the moon and going to Mars. And so it's a real exciting area, and high-end computing plays a very important role in that. My journey to high-end computing began in the early 80s. I was actually writing operating systems for parallel computers for some DoD sites. And so that was exciting early on. And in the late 1990s, I moved to NASA and have been involved in high-end computing since for NASA. My job title is I'm the manager of the High-End Computing Capability Project. It's a portfolio that provides high-end computing to all the mission directorates within the agency. And so our user base spans people designing, that design the SLS, the launch vehicle that's going to take us to the moon, designed Orion. A lot of the work that we do is for the Science Mission Directorate. And so we're dealing with Earth science, heliophysics, studying the sun, astrophysics, studying everything from the beginning of the Big Bang to current, looking at colliding black holes, planetary science, as we look at moving to these new planets. And, the birth of supercomputing at NASA really was aeronautics and CFD and modeling aircraft. And so we've always been heavily involved with aeronautics research. And, lately we've actually been linking up with our wind tunnels. And so, the process that historically has gone on with wind tunnel research or experimental fluid dynamics is they put the model in the wind tunnel, they run some tests, and then months later, they start evaluating the data. Well, we've been able to set up connections between the wind tunnels and the supercomputing facility so that as the test is running, the data is being transmitted to the supercomputing facility. We're processing that data, and the engineers can view that data within hours of the test occurring. And so it's really fundamentally changing the way things are working. In 2004, NASA decided that high-end computing was an essential tool for the agency to meet its objectives. And so that was when we installed the Columbia supercomputer, which was a large supercomputer at that time. But in 2006, that was formalized into this HECC project. And so, as we look forward, we continue to see high-end computing as essential for advancing science and engineering. Often when I talk about our program, NASA is not interested in a fast computer or the largest computer, although it's kind of cool when you build something like that. What NASA is really concerned with is what science and engineering can be facilitated. And so I look forward to this discussion today. Thank you.
Bill, great to have you. Thank you. And Mark Valsich, so a longtime friend and enabler for the missions out here. So Mark, can you do an introduction?
Sure, Ron. Good morning. It's a pleasure, or as I say, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with our participants today, with Sydney, Ann, and Bill. I'm humbled to be part of this panel. And I've been with Intel for about 24 years, currently manage Intel's business with and relationships with the U.S. federal civilian government, including the Department of Energy and NASA. And Intel creates world-changing technology, improves the life of every person on the planet. Intel put the silicon in Silicon Valley. For more than 50 years, Intel and our people have had a profound influence on the world, driving business and society and government missions forward by creating radical innovation that revolutionizes the way we live. So today we really apply our reach and scale and resources to enable our customers to capitalize more fully on the power of digital technology inspired by Moore's Law. Gordon Moore, rest in peace, just passed away, and Intel continues to advance his vision and the law that he had observed 50 years ago to advance the design and manufacturing of semiconductors to help address our customers' greatest challenge. So Intel's HPC portfolio helps end users and system builders and solution providers and developers achieve outstanding results for demanding workloads and complex problems that they solve, several of which Ann and Bill and Sydney had highlighted. We provide the full range of HPC technologies and tools to help build ideal HPC architecture systems and applications, from the Los Alamos Crossroads supercomputer to the Argonne National Lab HPC platform. And that is led with a software-first strategy, an open choice and trusted software strategy that embraces open ecosystems with open platforms and open source software. Programming HPC applications with open source software allows for portability across processor families, whether it be a CPU, a GPU, a field programmable gate array, or other potential accelerators. In addition, open source software actually allows portability to different manufacturing processors. So the opportunity to take advantage of new technology from alternate manufacturers without having to do all the heavy lifting of rewriting the code. I think probably one of the most important things on top of the design of the technology is where that technology is manufactured. And today, the world actually needs more geographically resilient supply chains. So a bet on Intel is actually a hedge against geopolitical instability in the world. And I'll just close by saying that since the CHIPS Act was passed, Intel has committed to investing more than $43.5 billion, billion, in U.S. manufacturing operations that will actually help us strengthen the global supply chain. So again, look forward to our discussion today with this outstanding panel.
Thank you, Mark. One thing I have to say is that clearly the cutting edge of technology drives a lot of the tech we see in the day-to-day. But before we sort of jump in, and obviously that's going to be a theme in an emerging tech talk, but before we jump into that, I think we have to hit a baseline of why would people need a supercomputer? So Sydney, I was hoping that you could lead this off, and we'll run through the panelists real quick, and then I've got a couple questions that are coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer from, the NETL perspective, most definitely. I mean, in a way in which we use supercomputing. So so within NETL, we're in the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, and, the bulk of our R&D is related to decarbonization, right? So, we want to remove carbon dioxide and other kind of greenhouse gas emissions, from the atmosphere. So, and we also want to minimize the impacts of fossil fuels so we can work toward net zero emissions. And actually, our goals are kind of aggressive, right? We're trying to reduce greenhouse gas pollution, by 50% by 2030. We want a carbon neutral power sector by 2035, and then a carbon neutral full economy by 2050. So all of that's the backdrop of, again, there's a little bit of urgency, right? There's everything, there's nowness happening, right, around these efforts. And we're sitting in 2023. If we're trying to, meet those 2030, 2035 goals, we need to, basically, deploy technologies, quickly and also accelerate that maturation. So when you ask, why do we need a supercomputer? If we're component systems, they don't operate in a vacuum. They're very highly complex, interactions that are happening all the time. We would want to be able to kind of model them, simulate them, and also do that, fundamental analysis, right? One scenario versus another, to kind of scope out, kind of game out, like if we're going to make a decision left versus right, and what technologies will we even deploy, right? So, so if to us, supercomputer, it allows us to, again, see these complex things, but get the information quickly so we can make those decisions. And that's why we're using them overall. And then, I have some examples, but I mean, just high level, things like computational fluid dynamics, where we're scaling things up. We're trying to design these systems, make sure they're optimized as well. We're changing, parameter sets and things like that, whether it be operating temperatures, different feedstocks, so on and so forth, so that we can, do things like maybe generate hydrogen or actually, do things to change, the way our economy works, right? So to me, it allows us also, so you're accelerating technology development, but you're also, the way in which you're doing that through modeling and simulation is you're de-risking those technologies as well, right? So as you're able to build confidence in these technologies, you are able to deploy them more quickly. And yeah, so that would be my answer. That's the reasons why, right? Again, we want to be aggressive and we're trying to accelerate technology development overall.
Thank you, Sydney. Bill, do you want to take the same question? Why would people need a supercomputer?
To me, when I'm looking at it, I really look at three different areas. The first is what I like to kind of characterize as capability type of computing. And this is when a supercomputer allows you to do something that you could not do before. I mean, literally, it was just impossible. You couldn't do it. An example of that in our past, was we were in the process of deploying the first 1024 processor single system image computer. Before that time, it did not exist. And there was a group at Langley that was getting ready to put a system on top of a rocket and put it into orbit, and it was supposed to come back down. But there wasn't a system that they could run their simulation on to give them an answer on how this was going to perform. And so we got that 1024 up, and they said, hey, since you have it up, could we run this simulation? And we said, yes, you can. And they ran it over the weekend, and what they found out was that it would have burned up on the way back in. And so by having that system, they were now able, to save that expense, right? And that was not occurred. And so that happens all the time, whether or not it's better climate modeling that is enabled by computers, or being able to look at sort of fundamental things within the universe. So that's capability computing. The next is capacity computing, and this sort of hits in our sweet spot in the engineering side. And so in these cases, engineers are looking at at building a database that fully describes the options that are possible when designing something like an aircraft. And so, what happens if the sweep of the wing is different? How does that affect lift? All of those questions, they have to run a lot of jobs on a continuing basis. And so in order to do that, you need large systems. Typically, so I should say on the capability type of systems, we typically see jobs run for months at, like 60,000 plus cores. For the capacity type of computing, we tend to see people running for days to weeks in the 4,000 core type range. But there's a lot more of them. And so they need to do that. But a third area, which is very important to NASA and actually was key in formulating this program, is time critical computing. So there's a lot of computing that if you can't get an answer in a certain period of time, it's completely worthless. Think about like doing a 5-day hurricane forecast. if you're doing a 5-day hurricane forecast and it takes you 3 days to do it, it obviously is worthless, right? And in reality, your hurricane forecasts have hours to run, you know, to fit into that cycle where they look at it. In 2004, when they had the Columbia accident, the fastest supercomputer at NASA would take over 30 days to run a reentry simulation, which is longer than, you know, the shuttle would have been up, right? And so one of the driving factors behind building the Columbia supercomputer was being able to run those simulations in hours instead of running those simulations in a month. And so between those three areas, it sort of covers what NASA is doing in high-end computing. Okay.
Bill, that's fantastic. Mark, you're going to go next, but I'm going to add in a comment. So I love the fact that our modern video conferencing tools gives us a lot of ways for people to chat and ask questions, and yet you all in the audience still text me. So there was a great comment about one of the things you said, Bill, on the single system image.
Yes.
And I will say, I'm gonna draw it out, but I want to get to Mark because the questions are coming in fast. So clearly there's a transfer of that technology. So the types of things that you've seen, we see large system images on the enterprise side today for database systems, for mission critical applications and large analytics systems. I don't know if you have anything else to say about that, Bill, but I wanted to tell everyone that while everyone doesn't realize it, there is this transfer that we're seeing into the enterprise. Bill, anything else, or otherwise I'm going to jump over to Mark.
No, I don't think there's anything else on that. I think you covered it well. You bet.
Mark?
Yeah, so great use cases and examples by both Bill and Sydney. And actually, a lot of the work, one of the examples that I wanted to touch on was what happened this morning. It was a launch of the SpaceX Starship, right? And if it wasn't for all of the work that government and industry did to develop Fun3D, that wouldn't be possible, right? The ability to get to Mars and the moon, as Bill said, requires high performance computing and supercomputing. It's extremely important. In addition to that, there are expanded opportunities, not only in government, which typically leads the world in investing and building and deploying these supercomputings, but that has a trickle-down effect for the rest of society and for our economy. One example is Novellus. They're a leading developer of sustainable aluminum solutions, and they took advantage of supercomputing in order to design stronger and lighter aluminum products faster than they would have been able to before, right? And that's a result of leveraging these supercomputing technologies that are in these advanced clusters that have now become available to the masses in scale, right? By manufacturing from Intel and HP and other manufacturers. So, you know, the impact isn't just on these large planetary and life-dependent missions that the government's running, but also an impact to the rest of our industrial society around the world.
Awesome. Thank you, Mark. Anne?
Thanks, Ron. So a lot's already been said here, so I will try and I'm going to dig into a couple specific areas. So first of all, you know, there are two fundamental areas at DOE, and this is not the only space where you use supercomputing, but the biggest areas are modeling and simulation and analyzing large data sets. And that's not different from what everybody else is talking about for the most part. So a couple examples that I haven't, I think haven't already mentioned. So climate modeling, the complexity of climate models continues to grow. And if you look at the modeling that we do at DOE, the modeling that EPA does, that NOAA does, that others do, you know, there's this incredibly rich set of data that encompasses decades of data collection, in some cases even more than that. And that level of data feeds some really amazing simulation models that are able to help us understand both short-term actions in the climate and long-term actions in the climate. So those are incredibly important for us to be able to look out at the future and understand how we're going to behave in the future. Similarly, DOE labs have developed models of the electrical grid. So we all know that there have been situations where we've had cascading effects in the grid, and we've lost power in large chunks of the country. We think about the early 2000s. We think about what happened in Texas more recently. These things are not unknown to us, and the models we built help us to better understand the grid, to manage the grid, and to help people respond in situations where we have the potential for cascading failures. So those are a couple examples. And Ron, I'm gonna cheat a little bit and just mention a couple other things that aren't the question you asked me. And I'm gonna admit that instead of acting just like I'm still answering your question. We actually did on Monday, we just did a climate change summit, and this is Earth Week, right? The Earth Day is tomorrow, if I've got my dates right. I'm several hours ahead of you, but still not midnight here. So this is modeling is a topic that's going to help us tremendously. And I think looking back at the conversations that were held at the ACT-IAC event last Monday, this is probably a great opportunity for people to see some more about how we're climate modeling. Similarly, I will look forward and plug that in a couple of weeks, DOE is having our conference where we're going to be talking about many things, including modeling the grid and critical infrastructure. So these are hugely important topics that are enabling all of the basic research we do at DOE, as well as many of our operational activities like managing the grid. So not a lot different from what everyone else had to say, but really, truly very important to us in DOE as an enterprise.
Perfect, Dan. So just so you all know, we're getting a lot of questions, so I'm going to start asking everyone some singular questions. We only have a couple more minutes. I'm going to give everybody a little bit of your last comments towards the end. So Bill, first, let me come back to you. Supercomputers can be expensive. Can HPC save money for an agency?
Yeah, so I believe just flat out that supercomputing is a way for organizations to save money. And if you want to see the proof of that, look at all the companies that are buying supercomputers to do their job, right? None of them are doing it to spend money. None of them are doing it to be, the fastest computer. They're doing it because it saves money. Okay, so if you look at the things that NASA does, right? If we didn't have supercomputers, the number of tests, the number of physical tests that we would have to run to build a new rocket or to build a new aircraft, to build anything would be orders of magnitude more than what we need to do with using supercomputers to narrow down that data set, right? So when you're building something new and you can use supercomputers, you can not only narrow down the number of physical tests you can do, but you can also do tests that you cannot do physically. Yeah. So think of a rocket and think of as it launches and your stages start to separate. One of the things that you're concerned with when your stages separate is reconnection, right? So the stage separate and then it goes and bumps it again. How do you do that in a physical test? And the answer is you can't, right? But you can do it on the computer. The question is, can your models be of a high enough fidelity that the decision makers can take that information as real, right? And so, I'm not saying that you should spend an infinite amount of money, but I know that supercomputing within NASA has saved more money in single instances than the entire program has cost since its inception. And so it is, earlier in today's meeting, they were talking about the differences between standard IT and supercomputing. Well, this is it really in a nutshell. Supercomputing is an experimental instrument that saves the agency money, or saves the agencies money, by reducing the number of physical tests they have to do to get to a solution that works. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Fantastic, Bill. Mark, so how does a mission determine the best technology and the HPC for what they should be using?
Great question, Ron. I appreciate that. And I'm going to use an example from Jim Lujan, the Los Alamos HPC Platforms Program Director down at Los Alamos National Lab. And Jim has a video available online, and he talks about their mission, right? The focus on stockpile stewardship, modeling and simulation, what we're talking about here, epidemiology, planetary defense. I mean, if there's ever a mega super use case, then planetary defense, I would be surprised, right? And then climate modeling as well. But what Jim and the Los Alamos team did is they took a structured problem-solving approach to improving time to missions, looking at their existing environment, their software, their hardware. And what they found was that the bottlenecks identified for most applications were not focused on compute. They were restricted by memory. And therefore, it helped inform Intel's product roadmap. And what we've now delivered to the marketplace is Xeon Max, a high bandwidth memory CPU, not even needing DDR memory or working in conjunction with DDR memory. And what that's resulted in for Jim and the Los Alamos team is a 4x improvement in performance, right? So a savings in cost for them and an improvement in time to missions in terms of their ability to deliver better and faster. And there's just so many other examples of cost savings. I mean, if we look at Department of Energy's exascale computing project up in Argonne, Logan Ward, the assistant scientist, talks about what they're doing to search for new materials to solve battery storage, right? As we electrify this country and the need for batteries increases, the cost for the materials to produce those batteries and the geopolitical risk of getting those materials needs to be mitigated. And that's something that high performance computing is able to do right up at the Argonne lab. So I could talk a lot more, Ron. This stuff really excites me, but I'll turn it over to one of my colleagues.
Sydney, I'm going to come back to you. So I've got an interesting question that came in. How do people learn more about supercomputing and their related technologies?
Oh, that's a good question. And this one's close to my heart because I know I'm a very big believer in continuous learning, right? We don't stop learning at any point in time. So I would say this. So the first thing I would say, Anne, she mentioned some of the DOE supercomputers earlier today, and kind of where they rank in terms of the most powerful supercomputers in the world, right? DOE we've produced a lot of education materials and resources around those. So if anybody wants to learn about those, you could definitely just reach out to the POCs directly, right, to request more information. And there's a lot of information on those systems online. Everything that we do is, taxpayer funded. So it's, everything is generally open to the public. And in general, we are trying to, collaborate, bring more people in, have these as user facilities and things like that. So don't hesitate to reach out and kind of learn about DOE kind of assets. And then from there, I would say, there's the self-study things, right? So, if you like just kind of reading about current events, right? And I wish I had more time for it myself, actually, but who has the time? But but I would just say news outlets, right? The aggregators that pull in things, social media, websites. So I know HPC Wire is a good resource. The top500.org is a good resource. And I think even Inside HPC is a good resource as well. And I don't know if anybody is on social media, but you can also follow those accounts, and it's a good kind of passive way to stay informed as well. And then if you, for those, that's casual, folks that just want to be abreast of like current events. But if you, for those who want to pursue it like for like a career or a job or, you know, actually to do research, right? So I recommend just attending conferences and workshops, right, that are specifically related to the things you're interested in within supercomputing. And, you know, so that way you can kind of learn at the feet of the experts, so to speak. And then, you know, again, back to self-study, like if you, there are online courses as well. So I know, and these aren't endorsements, these are just examples. So you can, you know, there's many, I'm going to name a few, but there's many different types of these things. But, you know, like Udacity, Coursera, and things like that, you know, they cover topics that are relevant to supercomputing that might be of interest to you, you know, whether you're interested in parallel computing, things like that. And then the last thing I'll say is, you know, also, it's almost like that think locally, right? You know, use your existing network. So, you know, within your organization, you know, there is an IT guy or girl, right, at your office. And if you're, you know, they have provisioned computing resources, you know, within your own organization. So, you know, if you want to tag up with them and just ask them questions about, like, you know, what decisions did they make, you know, regarding like cloud services versus on-premises services, or, you know, what networking and computing capability did they deploy, you know, overall, right? You know, and that's a good way to just get started. I'll put it that way. And, you know, I'm sure every IT person would love to, you know, tell you everything you ever wanted to know about networking and computing. So, you know, I feel like it'll be a treat for them, but, you know, once they get started, they may not stop. So fair warning to everybody. But to me, use your local resources. And to me, that's a good entry point to get familiar with, again, you know, things that are like networking stack, you know, high performance computing, you know, like you can start to get your reps in, and then from there you can just go wherever your interests take you, right? So yeah, so that's kind of, you know, some options, you know, for people, whether it be casual, you know, I'm interested in this thing, all the way up to like, I want this to be my career. I think it'd be, you know, and everything in between.
So I see Gordon coming on screen, so we're about to get the hook. Let me just do a couple thank yous for everyone. So first off, to the panelists, this is, I could not be more honored to be here and moderating all of you. There are a tremendous amount of questions that are coming in. Just for everyone, to give you all a little flavor, we're not going to let them answer it, but hopefully maybe in the follow-ups. We had some follow-ups on the sustainability from that Ann Duncan brought up early on the Green 500, and the importance of seeing green sustainable machines on the high end, and how that will reach back down to everyone else. People were asking about how quantum computing is going to relate to supercomputing. And I've gotten a bunch of things about how people will, if they've got initial analytics or small HPC, when do they come to everyone else? So the comment I'll make to everyone is first, for ITI and to GSA, thank you very much for hosting this. And as part of the Innovation Council and the CIO Council, thank you very much for helping to support these types of initiatives. And for everyone, the thing I'll leave you with is think about these scientific agencies. They're really rich with talent. As you are thinking about how to get into or scale up your codes into high performance computing, leverage this talent, be inspired by the great work and the missions they have. Look at your industry partners, people like Mark, people like me, anyone you need to. Really proud, really glad to be here and be part of this conversation. Gordon, back to you.
Thanks, Ron. And just so everybody else knows, I would never give any of you all the hook. I really appreciate the conversation. It was great. And thank you for your support and sponsorship from the CIO Council, and Sydney, Mark, William, thank you guys as well. Ron, if it was just the two of us, then I might give you the hook. But with everybody else here, you're in good company. Another great discussion, a great panel. I really appreciated all the perspective. Just one sneak peek for the rest of the day. There's been a number of questions about the intersection of quantum and HPC. We intentionally made the decision that we weren't going to get too much into quantum because that would be a session in its own right. But one of the later sessions here, we will have some discussion, some presentation about quantum. So stand by for that. And for now, it's my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Wyatt Gorman. Wyatt is HPC Solutions Manager for Google. And Wyatt's going to give us a bit of a tech talk. So Wyatt, over to you.
Thanks so much, Gordon. And thanks everyone for your time today. I really appreciate it. It's probably shortly after lunch or you know, the perfect time for you to start nodding off and thinking about a nap. So hopefully we can keep you energized and give you some interest.
Wyatt, I think you hit mute when you projected the screen.
Yeah, I see that. I apologize for that. So I need to pause audio share, and then I should be able to resume share with
Yep, you're good.
with my microphone still working. Wonderful. Okay, so hopefully we're all set now. There's always got to be a hiccup. Perfect. So thank you all again. My name is Wyatt Gorman. I'm the High Performance Computing Solutions Manager at Google Cloud. I've been with Google for about 5 years. I'm based in the New York office. I'm in the New York office now, actually. And I just want to take about 20 minutes with you today to talk through our vision for cloud high performance computing, the way that we think about going about achieving our goals for making it easy for customers to use HPC on our platform, the strategy we take in doing that. I'm going to talk a little bit about the cloud HPC infrastructure that we have available and some of the specific things about it that are different from other cloud providers and from the rest of the infrastructure that we provide. Then I'll talk about our HPC software and partners and the solutions that we make available to make it really easy for you to run high performance computing workloads on Google Cloud. And throughout the talk, I'll be mentioning some great customer stories. So just please hold your questions till the end, given the time, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have throughout the talk. So to jump right in, the way that we think about high performance computing in Google Cloud is sort of fourfold. We break it down into 4 main categories, especially when we think about the strategy that we're taking in order to make it really easy for customers to run HPC on Google Cloud and make Google Cloud the first place you think of. So the first of those categories is fast and affordable. This is the basic level of making sure that our infrastructure and the platform that we build is performant for high performance computing workloads, and that we understand the nuances of that challenge, that we build those infrastructure components to work well and be flexible for HPC, to be available in batch VM types, things like the ability to queue out resources so that we both understand and can guarantee your availability and your requirements for capacity when you need it. And then being able to ensure that your MPI workloads or your OpenMP workloads or all of the specific libraries and tools that you use work well with all of the infrastructure and the platform that we build. That speaks also to easy and compatible. That's our second category. And this is really about making sure that the platform that we build is not only performant and that you can get the performance you expect out of it, but that it's also simple and easy to use, and that it's available for customers who may not have a great deal of experience either with cloud or with high performance computing workloads. We see more and more every day, individual researchers, principal investigators, and others coming to us where they may not necessarily be expert computer scientists or HPC admins, right? So making sure that there are turnkey HPC environments available for them. We'll talk a little bit about that with our Cloud HPC Toolkit blueprints. And making sure that the leading applications and the schedulers and storage and all of the sort of tools and software that they're familiar with and may use already or rely on in one way or another is available within Google Cloud, and maybe even has some hybrid capabilities or things that we develop with those partners and with the open source community. That speaks to partner preferred. So that's our third column. That is where we really focus on making sure that when partners are asked by their customers, who they should go with, who the customers should look at for cloud, and who has the best support for their applications or their tools, that Google is the one they prefer. So we work very closely with a pretty broad but still focused set of application ISV partners, as well as what we call system software vendors, so schedulers and storage partners, OEMs, and others within the open source community and within the commercial ecosystem, to make sure that all of those solutions are running well and take advantage of all of the interesting features that we have within Google Cloud for HPC workloads and batch workloads, as well as the machine learning and quantum computing workloads. And then finally is best of Google. That's the fourth column, where we want to make sure that all of the industry expertise, the teams that we have both within Google Cloud and within Alphabet more broadly are brought to bear to help educate customers on best practices, the way that we do things within Google, the way that we've found it works best to make use of our platform, as well as making sure that a lot of the tools that we make available, or the methods that we have are compatible with some of our machine learning and data analytics tools. Things like making sure that your scheduling data from your cluster scheduler is brought into something like BigQuery, so that you can analyze resource usage and cost and user statistics and all of these sorts of things. Hybrid and multi-cloud via Anthos and Kubernetes just speaks to sort of the shift, slow but certain shift within HPC towards multi-cloud and towards Kubernetes and containerized workloads. And we'll talk about a couple of use cases where HPC customers are starting to take advantage of Kubernetes in production. And then, just making sure that the rest of our platform, especially things like our worldwide cloud network, which we'll talk about briefly, are available and are integrated with our HPC tools, and that you're able to make the best of the Google platform as a whole. So how have we actually gone about doing this? Well, over the last several years, we've made a fairly big investment in HPC in particular, not just, in addition to the broader Google Cloud platform and ecosystem. And so you can see, we've really come a long way from back in 2017 when we onboarded, K80s and our first GPUs were K80s. And we're really just starting out with our integrations with folks like Slurm and Altair for PBS Cloud and things like that. Most recently, we've done a lot of work to make things like IBM Spectrum Scale and Spectrum LSF available, a lot of work with NVIDIA around many of their frameworks, and then making sure that some of the more cloud native or closer to the application developer tools like life sciences workflow managers like Nextflow work well with some of our HPC tools like Batch. And in this case, work natively together. So we'll talk a little bit more about some of those integrations and capabilities. And then you can see some of our success stories. We'll talk about a few of these during the talk. So if you look at what all of that has actually come to form, this is what that looks like. This is Google Cloud's HPC platform. And it's kind of sliced and diced so that you can see it a little bit more easily in terms of the different layers in yellow there. So on the bottom, we have infrastructure, that's compute, network, and storage, which I'm going to spend a few slides going through next. And in that, we make sure that we're compatible with GCE, which is our compute engine for VMs, as well as GKE, Kubernetes engine. We support all of our GPUs, which I'll talk about, things like TPUs as well. TPUs are schedulable through Slurm, if you're not familiar. So if you have folks who are, running machine learning workloads or large-scale distributed training, or are just playing around with JAX or TensorFlow and want the power of TPUs, that's something you can schedule through Slurm. And many of our large AI ML customers are doing that today. And if you're keeping up with our press releases, you'll know who I'm alluding to there. Networking, we have a number of features I'll talk about in terms of HPC specific network features. A few of them are highlighted there. And then storage, we have a wide variety of storage options, object, file, block, and parallel file system as well. In terms of development, that middle yellow layer there, that's where tools like our HPC VM images and our Cloud HPC Toolkit come in, as well as the support you will find for all of your favorite libraries like OpenMPI and MP and all of the different flavors of MPI as applicable. And then operations on the top in yellow there is really where your users will likely interface. That's either through a job scheduler, as they're probably used to, or through a GUI front end like our HPC front end that they can access through a browser, or through a more cloud native scheduling tool like our Batch service. So let's go layer by layer, a little bit deeper. And first we'll talk about the infrastructure, and then we'll get into some of the deployment and operation tools and how you can actually deploy HPC in Google Cloud. So first, in terms of HPC infrastructure, I'm just going to go through compute, network, and storage quickly. VM families, we have a wide variety of VM families here. You can see a number of them there: E2, N1, N2D, N2, T2D, et cetera. On the left is our general purpose VM types. These are VMs that are either built for cost efficiency or for a wide variety of feature types or scale out workloads. Most of the time, we don't recommend those for our HPC users because they're not necessarily the best performing. If there's a use case where performance isn't absolutely necessary and cost is the driving factor, then you might look at something like an N2D. But on the right is our workload optimized set of VMs. And so compute optimized on the left, the C series, is really the CPU focused machine types. These come in Intel and AMD flavors, and I'll give you an example of what we can achieve with the C2D family. Memory optimized is high memory VM types. We're talking terabytes of memory in a single VM. Accelerator optimized holds our A100 GPUs, and then G series are our inference and graphics optimized VMs, and that's our latest and greatest L4 NVIDIA GPU. So within the workload optimized, we do a lot of different things from the general purpose VMs to make sure that they are truly performance optimized and optimal for HPC workloads. Things like exposing the NUMA layout of the actual guest operating system running on the host operating system, so that you understand, the operating system understands how it's actually laid out, if it's spread across sockets and so on, and actually avoids doing that on those specific VMs so that you're not stranding anything. Also does a lot of different things around placement policies and different networking improvements and tunings of the actual hardware, the CPUs and so on, and choosing just the right SKU. So there's a lot of different things that we do to make sure that our workload optimized VMs are truly HPC optimal. And you can see that in one of our latest VM types, the C2D. This is an AMD EPYC 3rd gen processor, supports up to 112 vCPUs and almost 900 gigabytes of memory. And when paired with some HPC workloads and compared against the same similar generation, the Rome EPYC processor in a general purpose VM type where they don't have those optimizations, you can quite clearly see the improvements that those specific optimizations that I mentioned make. So in OpenFOAM, for example, there's a 66% performance improvement over this general purpose VM. And so, customers who are just using a lot of CPU power have seen the benefits of not only the HPC optimized VM types, but also just the scale of the platform that we offer and the integrations with software like Slurm and others, which I'll talk about a little bit more later. Harvard Medical School was building a virtual drug screening platform called Virtual Flow. It runs on Slurm, and basically they were about to publish it on GitHub in February of 2020 when the pandemic hit, and they pivoted and changed their plans of running and looking for the next aspirin to trying to find a treatment for SARS-CoV-2. And they were able to, in 5 days, run 75 million vCPU hours using about 80,000 physical cores, and actually were able to find a number of promising results that they published online. We were lucky enough to win the HPC Wire Reader's Choice Award in 2020, along with Harvard Medical School for this. And it just goes to show the kind of capability that people are able to achieve, with any cloud, being able to spin up a large amount of resources very, very quickly and get some work done in a situation of urgency, right, like this was. Along with CPUs, we of course have GPUs, everything from the K80s all the way through our latest and greatest L4s and A100s. And with A100s, we actually have twice the amount that you can get per VM of any other cloud provider or hardware provider for that matter. 16 A100 GPUs in a single VM, which is awesome for large scale distributed ML training or distributed GPU jobs. The kind of things that our customers are able to achieve with this is probably best exemplified with the IceCube Neutrino Observatory story. Probably should be a model for everyone. They found they were limited by the 6 million GPU core hours that the Open Science Grid provided them, compared to about 1,800 CPU core hours. And they wanted to speed up their applications using GPUs in a practical way, in a way that would be scalable in the future. And so they turned to Google Kubernetes Engine and spun up 3 different types of GPUs, because they were all meet the demand, and ultimately achieved a 4.5 times job throughput increase using A100s, which are available on GKE. So they were able to basically burst out from their Open Science Grid into Google Kubernetes Engine, and get access to the kind of GPU resources that they wouldn't be able to access otherwise. Looking at storage, we have a number of storage options here. You can see, our classic Google Cloud Storage is our exascale object storage. And, this is a system where some of our large HPC customers who have really replatformed and oftentimes rewritten libraries so that their users wouldn't be necessarily as impacted, but have redesigned their workflow to use object storage and Google Cloud Storage. They've been able to pull tens of terabits per second of I/O out of Google Cloud Storage into a few thousand VMs. So it's a really very powerful storage system, and it's definitely something to consider if you're looking for a very large high performance storage system. We of course have local block devices, persistent disk and local SSD, as well as file store storage, NetApp and Dell for filers, and then a number of partner file system offerings for parallel file systems as well, with DDN, IBM Spectrum Scale, and then Intel Deos most recently. And you may be wondering how to move data around between these storage systems, and you're on-prem, and we have a solution for that. It's called the Storage Transfer Service. It's a containerized agent-based service that basically allows you to run a container agent attached to any storage that you want and transfer storage seamlessly and automatically or manually between those POSIX or object storage file systems. So it's a really great solution for this complex problem of moving data around. And it's something that we're integrating and have integrated with things like the Slurm burst buffer capabilities. We're able to do awesome things as well with just the scale of the platform. So with DDN, we were able to set what is still the top luster system benchmark on the IO 500 list. And you can deploy that same system through the Google Cloud Marketplace. And some customers have gotten pretty close as well. And then in terms of networking, when we think of networking, we think of our global network first. It actually, is one of the largest, if not the largest, cloud network available, publicly owned network as well. It supports up to 40% of the world's internet traffic at any given time. And that kind of network is really important for large-scale scientific projects like the Vera C. Rubin Observatory, formerly known as the LSST project, where they're collecting about 20 terabytes of astronomical data per night, and then transiting that up from the mountaintop in Chile, where the telescope is located, through the Google Cloud Network up to US Central 1, processing and then distributing that data around the world for researchers to use. So, obviously global networks are really important, but HPC cares more about, local HPC VM networking. And in that area, we have up to 100 gigabit networking available, pretty low latency, about 10 microseconds on average. We can get that down to 7.5 in most cases, but 10 is a good safe average for us to say. And there are a lot of optimizations that we've done to get to that point, most of which are encapsulated within the Google HPC VM image. And they include, new kernel modules and things like jumbo frames and a number of optimizations and tunings. And you can see some of the results, WRF running 52% faster than, the standard Linux kernel NIC driver. And we've been able to demonstrate that we can scale that network and our infrastructure in general really, really well out over multiple nodes, reaching over 90% parallel efficiency with a workload like Swiss Plasma Center's tokamak simulations, where they get near perfect scaling up to 32 nodes. And there are a number of ways you can, make sure that this is cost effective. Of course, we have something unique called custom machine types, where you can break out of a predefined instance profile and choose exactly the amount of RAM that you want, CPU and RAM ratio. And, that lets people save a lot of money. Of course, we have discounting and then spot VMs where we have the highest discount available of any spot VM offering in the market. And then in terms of software and partners, really, there are a few key ways of running HPC on Google Cloud. One is DIY, going out and getting an operating system image, which we have available for you as the HPC VM image, right? Going and creating networks and deciding on your storage option, which we reviewed, deciding on your scheduler, which there are a number of options for, loading up your applications and so on, right? And so this is a bit of a complex process, and we actually saw that we could simplify this a lot for customers. This is absolutely something that a lot of power users still do, but we built the Cloud HPC toolkit to simplify the process significantly for customers. And this is something where you basically build a blueprint. This is a YAML blueprint. It can be, a few tens of lines of YAML code to deploy the actual blueprint. And that can define, it's very simple. It's just, create a network, use that network to create a NFS storage system, use that network and that NFS storage system in the Slurm scheduler that you're going to use with these partitions. And oh, by the way, I want an HPC monitoring dashboard, right, to automatically be built. And that blueprint and the Cloud HPC toolkit goes out and imports the modules that you pull. So say you specify a Slurm cluster, it'll go and pull the modules for the Slurm code out of GitHub or locally if you provide local modules, and it'll go and build that environment for you very, very easily and run it on the infrastructure for you automatically. So it's really, like I said, it's a very straightforward thing in terms of what it takes to build a VM or a HPC cluster, from scratch for either an admin or an individual user. And this is something where you can build that blueprint, which refers to and imports the modules, and hand somebody the deployment folder, hand an end user or a team or a researcher the deployment folder, and say, this is your golden deployment folder that you can then use to deploy your environment whenever you need in the future, according to the budgeting and the limits that we've set up, for example. Or you can take that deployment folder and save it as your scientific experimental environment and package that with some data for retention for the future. So the point of the toolkit is really, like I said, it simplifies the whole process, and you could write 59 lines of YAML to deploy 3 file systems and a Slurm cluster and an HPC monitoring dashboard, and that actually expands out to what you'd have to write without the toolkit, about 2,000 lines of Terraform code, or about 13,500 lines of actual deployable code that would actually be deployed. And so it really simplifies the process for everyone. We've built examples, all sorts of examples within the Cloud HPC toolkit, all different blueprints for different workloads. Bromax is a good example of one that we just did recently. It's 400 lines of YAML, which includes all of the code to download and install SPAC and install the Bromax code and install and builds example jobs and so on, and actually build remote desktop visualization instances with VMD to visualize the molecular dynamics. So it's very, very simple to get started, and you can see the blueprint that I'm referring to in the QR code there, and you can watch a video that goes over the whole process for you very quickly in just a few minutes to understand it. So it's a really powerful Cloud HPC toolkit, and we really have seen a lot of success with it with our customers. It's what a lot of our large scale, like I said, HPC and MLAI customers are using today to deploy large GPU and TPU and CPU clusters. If you're looking for something really, really simple, all the way on the right on the 3 ways of doing HPC, there was an option for our batch service as well. And this is a really simple cloud native managed scheduler. If you're looking to run simple things like genomics pipelines, it has native integration with Nextflow. And we'll have integrations with more genomics pipelines and multi-omics pipeline tools soon. It's a really easy way to get started for very simple tasks. It's not necessarily as powerful or as capable as something like a Slurm scheduler, but it's gained a lot of traction, and it's actually replacing our classic Google Cloud Life Sciences API, which is used by folks like the NIH and the Broad and many, many others to run genomics and multi-omics and other life sciences pipelines. So with that, I'll open it up for questions. Hopefully I'm right on time, and we'll give you a couple minutes for questions. And
yeah, we've got just a couple minutes left, Wyatt, before the next panel, and there's at least one question which is about Google Cloud support for IPv6, but I'm going to assert the moderator's right to instead of that, I'm going to ask a different question, because I think the last few slides where you were talking about the toolkit and the path to adopting HPC is really important. We've heard quite a bit today already about the importance of democratization of HPC, and I think that the tools that you're talking about there are really an important path down that road. The question I've got, though, is where or how do you suggest to new HPC adopters, not that technical toolkit, but what's the business toolkit? You know, how do they start thinking about a problem in a way that they get to the realization of, oh, I need this toolkit. I need to start taking advantage of this capability, be it Google in the cloud or one of our other participants today with an on-premise solution.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. I'd say, you know, it's a challenge that we get a lot. You know, a lot of folks come to us just looking to spin up, you know, a few hundred A100 GPUs or something like that, right? And it very quickly for a lot of people becomes clear that it's not just a matter of spinning up the resources, but then it's a matter of managing them long term. You know, even if that term is for a few hours or something like that. And not only managing them, but logging details from them, managing the budget of them, the utilization and all of these sorts of things. And very quickly, people come to realize that the tools that the toolkit and a scheduler like Slurm or HT Condor or LSF or any of the many ones, I don't want to harp on Slurm, but any of the many ones that we support brings that. Those are the advantages that those tools bring to the table, right? That the toolkit can automatically and will automatically collect all of the logs, collect NVIDIA SMI logs, collect all of the utilization and display that in a dashboard very, very easily for you if you want, right? And so with a customer, I don't want to mention the name, but there was a press release very recently, a large generative AI customer that some folks may have used through a certain chat application. They came to us and they basically had a large fleet of GPUs and TPUs that they were managing very manually. And by just introducing the toolkit and scheduling tools and all of these sort of ease of use and simplicity tools, that really brought a lot of the burden of administration and management and really basically freed up a full FTE, full-time person to focus on more important things, right?
Great, Wyatt. I think that's right. It's how do you find the right balance for that? I know we are unfortunately a little bit over time. I see that there are a couple of questions. We will coordinate those back, Wyatt, with you and see if we can get some responses and share them out with participants when we produce the final content for this event. So thank you again so much for your time. I think super informative and helpful for lots of folks today. And Rob, I'm going to turn things back over to you for the next panel.
All right, great. Thank you. So 7th inning stretch. Everybody do a little stretch here. Where we've had a great meeting thus far, and I want to jump into our next panel. I have the pleasure of moderating the Department of Defense panel. And prior to my career with NOAA many decades ago, I was served in the Navy for about 10 years and was able to depart the Navy with my last shore duty station at the Naval Atlantic Meteorology and Oceanography Center. And we were just kind of getting into accessing high performance compute resources and that. So this is a great topic, I believe, to shed light on what we're doing or what the DoD is doing within the supercomputing realm. So I have the pleasure of introducing 3 folks here today. So I want to introduce Kevin Newmeyer, Deputy Director, High Performance Computing Modernization Program at the U.S. Department of Defense. We also have Tony Stagnita, and hopefully I didn't butcher your name, Tony, Associate Director at the Program Management Office for the Military Department at Verizon, and also Cameron Anderson, Technical Advisor for the Mainframe Line of Business in the Office of Compute Operations, supporting the Defense Information Systems Agency, or as DISA, Hosting and Compute Center. So welcome, gentlemen. I hope you're all here to have an engaging and really nice discussion here. And if folks can jump on with their cameras, that would be great. So we'll start out with some introductions. So what I'll do is I'm going to start where I see folks popping up here. So Kevin, can you please tell us about yourself a little bit and the high performance computing modernization program, and at a high level, a little bit about the DoD supercomputing resource centers?
Sure enough, Rob. My pleasure. I'm Kevin Newmeyer. I'm the Deputy Director at the DoD High Performance Computer Modernization Program. I've been in this role for about 3.5 years now in various capacities. I've been with the program for 7 years. Prior to coming into this, I, like Rob, was a former naval person. I was a career Navy officer, worked in the nuclear power side of the Navy, as well as later on in my career did foreign affairs and was an international diplomat for a while and did a number of different things, not computer related. What we do within the DoD supercomputer program is we support the research and development, science and technology parts of the military, as well as the test and evaluation, what our primary focus is delivering capabilities to the warfighters as fast as possible. And we use supercomputers in that sense to speed up some of the work in acquisition, science and discovery. And in the program, we provide a full service ecosystem. As Rob mentioned, we have 5 defense supercomputing resources centers. We've got about 120 petaflops of computing power on the floor across the centers. We also provide our own high-speed, low-latency network that connects our supercomputers to their users, which is known as the Defense Research and Engineering Network, or DREN. And I believe Tony's going to talk a little bit about that, because Verizon is providing our backbone for DREN these days. We also developed some software specifically focused on DoD problems, radars, those types of things through the CREATE program, as well as supporting a number of developmental programs across this spectrum of high performance computing applications. And we have a specialist program of trainers and cybersecurity people as well to maintain a secure network and provide onboarding and support training for our users.
Awesome. Great, Kevin. Thank you so much. Cameron, we'll jump over to you. Can you please give us a little bit more about yourself and at a high level, the roles and capabilities of the DISA Hosting and Compute Center, or I like your acronym, HACC.
Yeah, we are hackers, right? That's what we call ourselves. Yeah, so Cameron Anderson, I'm a fairly young new guy to the tech world. I started with DISA back in 2015, moved around for a couple different lines of business and settled in the mainframe world. It's been an awesome world. It's a little bit of an aging workforce, so I brought the accrued age down quite a bit when I jumped in there at 22. But yeah, it's a fun place to work, and the role I fill now is a technical advisor. So I advise the line of business and also our mission partners. We're a service provider for the DoD, so I advise them on potential solutions for their applications. We're essentially trying to be the provider of choice for them, right? So anything that they can dream up, we want to be able to host it and provide those services to them. We have various data centers across the world, and we have basically any type of on-prem solution that you could want for x86. I said mainframe. We also got S390X, Unisys. We got a little bit of everything under our belt, and we provide that service for, like I said, various mission partners across the Department of Defense and a lot of 3-letter agencies. And we just essentially fill that role for the DoD as far as on-prem hosting. We also have a group doing cloud integrations. So with, you pick your favorite cloud service provider, and we have integrations with them to host with them, and also to tie those services back into our on-prem solutions to maximize that benefit for our mission partners in kind of that hybrid scenario.
Great. And for those who are here for the water visualization discussion, we talked about how getting the younger folks into tech, high performance computing, and that. So look, you're right here. You're representing. So thank you. Tony, how about an introduction from you and the role that Verizon has in the Defense Research and Engineering Network version 4, DREN?
Yes, good afternoon. And thank you for actually inviting us. This has actually been a really interesting summit. It's been, and I do want to thank NOAA. I have used the app that every morning to look at the weather. So it's good to see that that's actually, I'm a user. I put it to use. Again, I'm the Associate Director for Verizon and I specifically handle the Department of Defense and military accounts. And that really includes anything that Verizon deploys to the military and DoD community. I was a former Marine, so I do have a passion for the Department of Defense. And, it could be anywhere from, circuits, phones, all the way up to fully integrated into like an enterprise IT as a service, kind of like what we're doing for DREN, where we're fully embedded into, the DREN team and the DREN community, and really trying to be a true partner for DREN's mission, which don't necessarily know exactly what their mission is. We just know that it's important, and again, as a former, Marine, it's near and dear to my heart.
Understand. Sometimes the things that you work on may self-destruct after 3 seconds. So yeah, these nice secret things we do here in the government. Well, great. Thanks, Tony. Welcome all. And let's jump into some of the discussion around what the Department of Defense is doing with the compute, as we've heard through other discussions today, climate and nuclear and engineering and that. So I'll start. Kevin, back to you. Can you provide some details on the CREATE, and that is CREATE, physics-based acquisition tool that's part of your infrastructure?
Certainly. As I said, we develop software within the program. The CREATE tools are specifically focused on military problems. We have an air vehicles component looking at CFD and structural mechanics across aircraft. We have a naval component that looks at ships moving through the water, submarines, structural components in there, hydrodynamics, those types of things. We have a ground vehicle segment that's looking at mobility across varied terrains for wheeled and tracked vehicles. And we also have a electromagnetic program, CREATE RF. It's basically used for design and analysis of radars and transmitters, so that we can assess problems in that world and help DoD advance their goals. We also have a meshing and geometry program that transfers across all of the other tools, which allows us to do these physics-based computations. As was said in like the weather discussion earlier, we need to break the problem down. If you're doing a computational fluid dynamics and you're designing an aircraft wing, how that you break that surface of the wing down and such that each block in that wing then feeds the information into the next block. That's where you get into the essence of parallel computing, where you're feeding information across an entire surface to develop the lift characteristics or what's the stall point or those types of things. And those tools are then employed to do things like analyzing, okay, if you're going to drop a bomb off an aircraft, how do you make sure that the bomb falls away from the aircraft and not comes back up and smacks into it? That whole, looking at the airflows of multiple bodies in close proximity. Some of the ship stuff we're doing is looking at underwater blast. Congress requires all ships to be tested in a blast environment. So they blow up small mines near the ship and see how that affects the ship as far as the shock goes. And again, that's a lot of fluid dynamics, structural mechanics, and coupling all these complex problems together to develop answers and design better equipment going forward. The CREATE tools have been around for about 13 or 14 years now. They're highly advanced. They're treated as U.S. intellectual property. We don't really share them outside of the country, but we do work with the vendors that are selling DoD equipment, and they have access to our codes and to our computers to do problems in support of design and improvements of U.S. weapon systems.
Great. Actually, a quick follow-up. The individual compute centers, the DSRCs you call them, are they independent, doing a very specific function? Is there a cross-pollination integration?
We work across them together. I mean, we have 4 centers with very large supercomputers that are used by agencies across the DoD. Just because the computer is located at the Army Research Lab doesn't mean that only Army people run on it. It could have people from the Navy or the Air Force or the Missile Defense Agency or something running on those computers. So the computers, we try to appeal to a very broad spectrum of HPC usage. So we have some different accelerators and different computers. We've got about 20% to 25% of the capacity is now in the GPU environment, supporting some AI, ML type work and the various visualizations that go on. So, and we're constantly refreshing every year. We're buying new supercomputers and about $50 to $60 million a year. And each of the 4 big centers, they get a computer essentially every other year as we do our tech refresh across the program. So we're trying to maintain current with what's the best of the technology you can get out there. We're not the leading edge, bleeding edge, but we're probably the fast followers in the supercomputer world.
Great. All right, thank you for that. Cameron, when we're talking about applications that you support, I guess, actually, let me rephrase that. What type of applications are you supporting that are directly interacting with or supporting the warfighting efforts, or a warfighter in the field?
Yeah, there's lots of logistical systems, lots of finance systems that we support that leverage, our quasi high performance compute systems, right? Any resource pooling that gains efficiencies with, I've been working with data sets, for example, that are older than I am, right? Code running on our mainframes that has been in place for 10 years longer than I've been alive. And so, those systems definitely take advantage of the platforms that we offer as Hack to utilize, those type of high performance abilities with either workload management, spinning up, spinning down different pieces of hardware as needed for those applications. And so, yeah, I mean, our gamut that we support for our mission partners is very broad. Imagine, anything that our mission partners could need and could dream up. That's the kind of stuff that we support, and direct mission support stuff for basically any branch of the military and almost every DoD agency.
And a quick follow-up, and hopefully I'm not putting you on the spot. So I know your office also supports the hosting of applications in either a public or private cloud. Some of these applications that you're looking at that are decades old, are you finding it difficult to translate them? Or are you kind of trying to lift and shift? Are they getting rewritten? Can you speak a little bit on that?
Yeah, I think NIST did a definition of like the 5 R's of modernization, right? It's like refactoring, relocation, and 3 more that I can't remember off the top of my head. And it really is just it's dependent on the application, right? You've got some applications that really like where they are, meaning that their code is a little bit not immobile, but harder to move around because there's less know-how. Some of these old COBOL applications, or written in specific languages that maybe don't have they're not as mobile, we'll say. But I don't think that's really a limit for taking advantage of a hybrid scenario. We've actually seen, as we've looked through different applications and working with our mission partners, applications again that have been running untouched, some of their source code since before I was born, they're running fine where they are, right? So what benefits are they really hoping to get out of this new world that we're in with a hybrid cloud, or even moving pieces of their applications to the cloud? And I think data proximity has been a big thing, right? Because when we look at least some of our traditional mainframe environments, they're big old databases, and they've already got so many different calls to different pieces that are already on-prem. Well, now you add network latency when you go out to the cloud, and essentially looking at, instead of making this so sprawling, why not condense it to a platform where it can all run homogeneously together, right? And that, those different, maybe the web front ends, those are good to throw in those in a container in the cloud, right? And then have those callbacks for different pieces into their on-prem applications. But I think data proximity has been a really, really key point as we work with our mission partners to either look at modernization or how can they take advantage of the cloud. Has been looking at those type of aspects of where do their pieces best fall into place. And it's been a fun adventure, and we're still ongoing with a lot of our mission partners to be their honest broker and help them get where they want to be. There's a lot of cool things that happen in the cloud, be it high performance compute or just maybe a different UI, right? Maybe they just like the way that they can manage their servers better in Azure, who knows? But it's been a fun challenge, and we've really liked working with them and kind of analyzing and really getting a best fit for applications. Even it was kind of interesting, even Amazon was working with IBM a little while ago, looking at what applications that are traditionally on these big mainframes really fit in Amazon. And before, a couple of years ago, it was move everything, just translate the code. There's even some companies out there doing code translation with AI, which is pretty cool. But even Amazon has found that it's kind of not the best way to do things, right? Even this hybrid approach that we've seen is kind of the way forward with a lot of these, stalwart legacy, we'll call them air quotes, because I don't feel like they're quite legacy, right? Because they still run great. But yeah, that's kind of what we've seen.
Yeah, great. Thank you for expanding on that. In our world, we deal with that too. What do you keep from a on-prem perspective, and what do you augment with cloud? And a lot of R&D and development stuff is perfect for that. But yeah, thank you for breaking that down a little bit more. Mm-hmm. Tony, so in development of DREN and working on DREN, is there anything different that Verizon had to do from a design perspective that is definitely different from, say, other customers or your traditional commercial type services?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I can tell you that DREN 4 made Verizon do a lot of self-reflection and kind of really think different about how to go about designing and architecting this network. I mean, your typical customer will have a demand for low latency, high bandwidth at a couple of key kind of data centers. DREN's looking for that network wide. So we really had to kind of look at how we typically do things on a network, and really kind of went back to, okay, what's our infrastructure? Verizon has an extensive infrastructure. So we leveraged existing infrastructure, but built out a private dedicated 100 gig backbone to remove any sort of publicly shared resources. And that allows for much better control over the latency on the network, and kind of paves a much better way to upgrade to future if they want to go to 400 gig or beyond. Another big kind of change or self-reflection was the dual plane topology between encrypted and unencrypted channels. And in order to do that, we had to leverage segmentation, routing traffic engineering, as well as using WAN MACsec. Now, we've used both of those, but never together. We've used MACsec, but on a local area network, not a WAN. So again, trying to kind of combine a lot of these technologies on a high bandwidth, low latency network. I mean, it's truly an engineering, first. It's cutting edge solution, and I think Cameron kind of hit on it. Was the latency was the key? Is how do we create that high bandwidth, low latency across the entire network? That was really the challenge.
Yeah, because one of the things we use that network for in supporting the test and evaluation world is the live virtual constructive, where we have a test event running with, say an airplane is flying, a ground station's involved, and then there's a simulated bad guy. So we have all these things working together, and we have to get those signals have to get passed, at the speed of light, essentially. And keep the battle problem moving forward, so we can truly test the systems that we're trying to test. And oh, by the way, we want to do those tests in the Indo-Pacific region, which are a little further out there from Washington D.C. So
yes.
Definitely, 100%. I know NOAA, we have some facilities out in the Pacific, and long haul Pacific, fiber and networking is fun. So,
yes.
Great, thanks, Tony. Well, Kevin, since you're up, can you, and you've hit on a few of them, can you talk about the research and development, how you're leveraging the supercomputers to directly impact the lives and safety of the warfighter?
Sure. One of the projects we worked on and we helped support was a SpaceX. Since, as I said before, we can support DoD contractors working on DoD problems. The Air Force was working with SpaceX on their heavy lift capability to support DoD missions into space. So we were able to allocate hours to SpaceX to speed up their some of their aerodynamics calculations. It's important when you're launching a rocket, you don't want the pieces to fall on the wrong person. Those types of things. So in the Falcon 9 Block 5, we gave them about 5 million hours, and we saved them about 5.5, almost 6 months of time solving their problems so they could get it out there. And with the heavy lift, Falcon Heavy, we gave them more hours because the first project worked really well. So we gave them about 12 million hours, and they were able to save over a year of time in delivering the solution to DoD to launch. One of the other projects we've supported was the modernization of the Marines heavy lift helicopter, the CH-53 Kilo. K being the current version, and started off with A way back when, and when I was still on active duty, it was probably in B. So it's a very old basic airframe, but they were modernizing it. They put in new engines, and the helicopter has 3 engines. 2 are mounted with the, suctions forward, and 1 is mounted with the suction aft that sits in the middle. They ran into a problem with the newer engines where the exhaust gases from one engine were being sucked into the compressor of the sister engine, which tended to cause some problems of stall and banging and pretty much accelerated wear and tear on the engine that was sucking up the exhaust gas. So we were able to work with the prime contractors, Sikorsky Boeing in this case, to figure out what potential solution they could make to redirect the airflow from the outlet of the engine so it didn't become a problem for the inlet of the other. They developed some plans with some CAD modeling software. We were able to take those models and then use the supercomputers to actually run through the flight envelope of the helicopter and see if the solutions would work before they actually went out there, bent the metal, tried to fly the plane, had the problems again, and brought it back down. So we basically were able to keep that program on track, saved hundreds of hours of test flight time, which corresponds to real money in the terms of a development program. It costs tens of thousands of dollars an hour to operate a helicopter, especially one as complex as a CH-53. So we were able to cut thousands of hours out of their flight test regime and then deliver a capability to this fleet. And that project was started in 2018, and now it has moved through, and that helicopter is now entering the fleet as we speak. So we're able to cut time, speed the thing into production. It shouldn't take 30 years to build an airplane. So we're trying to use the supercomputers to shorten those timelines. Otherwise, we won't stay ahead of our competitors.
100%, that makes sense. Great. So shift over to Cameron. Make sure I'm in the right area here. So what are some of the main goals for building out the OCONUS tactical edge, and who with these resources further enable the warfighting mission? And I'm sorry, how with these resources, this tactical edge further enables the warfighting mission?
Yeah, I think, we've already kind of touched on it a little bit, but it's that network latency is kind of an issue, right? When you get into really low latency demanding applications, right? Whether it's something that, needs really quick IO, if it's got to reach back to, something on-prem in the States, or, maybe even data sovereignty kind of gets in the way. I think, moving towards more of a compute on hand kind of scenario for a lot of different warfighters, I think is going to be a huge benefit. And I think that would really be the goal, right? To give them the tools that they need, right? And that's my goal as a service provider, right? Is for, you know, whoever needs the tools has the tools to do what they need to do. So whether that's, you know, putting those compute resources at the edge, because technology is always getting smaller and more compact. And, you know, I think a lot of applications kind of have an upper limit of what resources would be beneficial. And you could talk about how, you know, people's code is really messy and maybe they should clean up their code before you throw more horsepower at it, but that's besides the point, right? But yeah, I think that's really the main goal, right? Is to enable those war fighters to have the compute resources that they need to perform the functions that they need, right? Whether it's not just compute resources specifically, but even technological capabilities, right? If, you know, they think, hey, we have some logistics application that would really benefit from some blockchain technology. It's like, well, cool, you know, let's move that to the edge where it's right next to where all of your logistics are happening anyway. And now you've got, you know, robust blockchain environment, you know, vindicating and validating all of your materials and, you know, logistical items that you're moving around.
Great, that really makes sense. So thank you for that. Switching back over, you know, to Tony. So you, I think you know well the community, the high performance computing community. A lot of it's vested in science and research and education. Are there things that you've learned from that community in the building out of DREN 4?
Yeah, another great question. So the biggest difference we're seeing is the HPC community they're definitely hungry for bandwidth and very sensitive to latency. Good example of that is we shaved 8 milliseconds from one of the sites, and they were so excited that they upgraded their service almost immediately. And you know, for me, I was kind of shocked. I was like, 8 milliseconds. I mean, like, really? But when you start hearing like what Dr. Neumeier is talking about, doing real life live tests, 8 milliseconds can be an eternity. And that was kind of a different mindset, is just how sensitive, you know, HPC is to latency. I think they're more sensitive to latency than they are bandwidth. You know, another big learning was the scale of which we're supporting native layer 2 and layer 3 VPN. And again, how that actually creates some of the instability on the network when you're doing things that are typically unrelated to what you're working on. Now, a good example of that is, you know, everybody knows when you're doing a transition, you just want to get through it, right? You just want to get to the end so you can move on, you know, back to your day-to-day business. You know, as we ramped up the speed of transition, it created more routes on the network, which created, you know, more routing updates on the network. And the faster we went, the more the updates were getting created. So we didn't realize that what we were creating was a secondary or tertiary effect of ramping up transition to stability on the network, and just how sensitive those applications are to the slightest changes on the network. So again, we had to kind of change a little bit about how we go about not only designing and architecting, but how we actually implement changes on the network, and how do we protect against creating those kind of storms that are, you know, HPC is much more sensitive to.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. Lots, you know, it is amazing how much a millisecond can shave off of performance end to end, especially when you're talking about, you know, moving data between coast to coast and that. So thank you for that. So Kevin, you did touch on this with the projects with the CH-53 helicopter, but can you talk a little bit more about the HPC infrastructure there at DoD and the R&D that are, and the capabilities for how they're accelerating the technology or accelerating development? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. I mean, we provide you know, a large scale supercomputers to basically help engineers design engineers and scientists either discover new materials. I mean, even some of the stuff we did back in the COVID era, the Air Force brought to us a challenge of, okay, if we have to fly, COVID patients around in our cargo aircraft, how susceptible is the crew going to be to, COVID moving around through the air and affecting the crew? So we were able to use some existing software we had and some very bright people to model the airflow inside of a C-17 or a C-130. That was a specific tasking that we got. We were able to rapidly turn that around to give answers back to leadership so they could make decisions. The infrastructure that we have with DREN and the secret overlays, and we've also now have moved our compute capability, as well as having a large amount of unclassified compute. We do have classified compute at the secret level, the top secret, and then the special access program levels to be able to integrate all across the needs of the services. So a project may be developed at an unclassified level, but as soon as you put in performance data or expectation what the bad guy is going to do, the classification moves up, and so we have to be able to support that. One of the things we found, especially working in the special access world, is if we can save time by using a supercomputer, that's a real benefit to the warfighters on the edge. We provide that capability to the services and the agencies so they can do it. We don't charge for the compute hours that we have, and we provide network access to most of our, of our DoD customers that's provided. If they're doing the research and development piece, we provide the network access because we're centrally funded to pay for it. Now, we don't provide free access to the network capabilities to our defense industrial base partners. We offer that on a reimbursable basis, but we do provide the connectivity and we do provide the compute hours to them to support those questions. We deal with everything from weather. We run the Navy weather model every 6 hours. That was a legacy. That's our only operational aspect that we have in the HPC MP program. The rest of our stuff is by charter set more to the science and technology and R&D world and the acquisition engineering piece. One of the things that DoD leadership is pushing for is to develop to use physics-based modeling in campaign planning. A lot of the major campaign models, that how you fight the war against the potential adversaries, or use rather old legacy, slightly above slide rule type calculations to do that. And we're trying to develop the tools and techniques to use those to use physics-based models and incorporate the real physics of what a weapon system would see and what the radar cross sections would be and those types of things, to be able to improve that campaign analysis. So we end up buying the right equipment and putting it in the right places to defend the country.
That's really great. And that common theme, we're seeing that thread here of time and multiple inputs and streams that you would never possibly been able to get before to cut that reaction down to that critical moment when you may need that data, that output a lot sooner.
One of the challenges we have with calculating our value back to the services is no program manager wants to tell anybody you saved them $50 or $100 million, because that $100 million will get sucked out of their program and given to somebody else. So we try to argue that we're saving them time and that they can reprogram their funds as needed.
There you go. That's the way to do it. Thank you. Cameron, as an enterprise provider for hosting and compute, what are some of the decision points made for leveraging on-prem resources versus commercial? And commercial meaning either public or private cloud.
Right. Yeah, I think we already kind of touched on it a couple times already, but I think it's that data proximity, right? So there are certain things that really make sense to move to a public or private cloud, right? Be they lighter web front-ends or stuff that's not super resource intensive, or something that needs different types of scaling for those compute resources. So I think, kind of breaking those down to, what benefits are you really hoping to get out of the cloud, right? When I say move to the cloud, what does that really mean, right? What benefits, what feature sets are you looking to get that maybe you don't think you have now, or something that you're just interested in, right? And so I think narrowing that down really helps drive, your trajectory for your application, or what have you, and where it should reside. And then as far as what benefits are there to really on-prem hosting versus moving it to even a public cloud, a lot of that I think has to do with different hardware platforms that may not be available in those public spaces, right? We look at IBM Z series, and those, from my understanding, those aren't available in any public cloud, right? But that's something that we can offer on-prem, right? So if you're interested in, quantum safe encryption built into the hardware, you're interested in, if you have a couple minutes, go look up IBM's Telum chip. It's got an AI accelerator built into it for just crazy high inference speeds. That's something that we offer, and we'll have that first machine out in, I think, Q4 of this year. And there's other pieces to the public cloud that are kind of hindrances for a lot of program managers, is that SA support, right? You're running a Linux environment, but you don't have the know-how in-house to actually manage that service. There's not a lot of cloud service providers that offer that type of service, and that's something when you're doing it on-prem, at least if you go through the hack, that's something that we offer, right? That kind of support for really really high uptime requirement, high availability applications that, need that immediate reaction and need those people watching those applications day in and day out, whether that's, in the future using something like AI ops that can actually manage and remediate any issues with a running environment, or, an actual physical person getting into those environments and fixing and remediating any, red flags that pop up.
Very good. Great. Thank you so much. And I know we're at the time, so I'm going to give Tony one last question, and I would be remiss of not doing it since I'm the chair of the Federal IPv6 Task Force. Tony, real quick, this was a network that was, from a procurement perspective, went out, said, this is a V6 network that will support legacy V4. What has Verizon done, real quick, to accommodate that requirement?
So again, to be quick, so we've done IPv6, and to kind of protect the innocent, I'll just say public sector as a whole has kind of done IPv6 on small scale, mostly to meet some sort of mandate or directive. So we've done a lot of kind of small scale here and there IPv6 dual stack with IPv4. I will say DREN 4 is the first time, at least in public sector, that we've built from the ground up an IPv6 network, fully on the management backplane. And the interesting thing here is, again, we've done a lot of IPv6. We haven't done it at this scale. And what we found is it's mostly about different techniques and troubleshooting and the interoperability between the tools. An example of that is Cisco ICE is a very refined tool. RSA is a very refined tool. Getting those two to talk together on a fully IPv6 management plane was a lot more challenging than you would think. I mean, we've rolled out both those on many applications or many solutions over the years, but it was definitely much more challenging. And I think that was really the big lesson learned, is the interoperability with an IPv6 plane.
Understand. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. We could talk all day. I need to hand it back over. There are some questions. We'll get those out and get those answered. But Gordon, back to you.
Rob, thanks so much. Another great panel, another great discussion, and really appreciate everybody making their time today. We're at almost to the end of what's been, I think, a really long but educational day. I have learned something in every single panel, and again, super appreciative to everybody who's participated. We do have one more session which I'm going to introduce here to bring us on home to the closing keynote remarks. And it is, as if you recall, I noted earlier, we were going to have a discussion about the integration of quantum into high-performance computing. And so that's this upcoming final talk. I'm happy to present Dr. Zaira Nazario and Dr. Laura Jahai. Dr. Nazario is the technical lead at IBM. Dr. Jahai is the Chief Research Information Officer at the Cleveland Clinic, and they are going to talk about some of the great work that the two of them have done together. Unfortunately, they're not able to be here, so they recorded this talk for us. So we're gonna play that back now.
The Office of the Director of IBM Research, and it's my honor to participate in this HPC Summit. I'm very sorry that I could not be there with you in person. I would have loved to meet all of you and join the discussions in person, but I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share with you our vision for what this decade will bring in high-performance computing. I will start by simply stating our vision, and we'll unpack it next as we go. We're living in a very exciting time in computing, where we're witnessing amazing advances in AI and quantum computing, while innovations continue in the semiconductors powering CPU-based systems, and hybrid cloud technologies are changing how computing is delivered and consumed. These are things that will define the next 10 years in computing and will drive fundamental shifts in how computers are architected and deployed. They will define high-performance computing in the future, not by homogeneous systems, not by each of these powerful technologies operating on its own, because the future of computing is not any single one of these technologies, it's the combination of them. To us, the future of high-performance computing will be defined by the combination of CPU-centric, AI-centric, and quantum-centric supercomputers, each optimized across the stack from hardware components, through systems, through software, to meet the needs of workflows. These three different classes of supercomputers are specialized for specific tasks, for modeling and simulation, for AI tasks, or to leverage the power of quantum circuits. They will be integrated in a hybrid cloud infrastructure, with AI helping not only with finding solutions, but also automating processes in that infrastructure and helping with the orchestration and management of resources, including data. The hybrid cloud software stack will abstract the complexity of the underlying computing landscape to enable developers to focus only on code and the workflow. And it will provide a consistent experience across resources, be them internal or external, no matter where an application is executed. So let me now unpack some of the different elements of this, starting with modeling and simulation supercomputers. We're seeing the density of transistors per chip or chiplet continuing to increase, but higher performance now comes at the cost of increasing the number of compute units in the chip, which brings challenges for data throughput. And we're also seeing the cost of transistor either remains flat or also increasing, though perhaps a bit less rapidly than the scaling this plot implies. But the point is that makes it prohibitively expensive to build traditional homogeneous computing architectures that deliver the historical 5 to 10x more raw performance in each successive generation. So how do we improve performance while keeping power and cost budgets under control? Well, one approach is to have a heterogeneous mix of components throughout the main computational node, memory, and network fabric, each optimized for different elements of a workload, be it CPUs, GPUs, and other types of compute and data accelerators. Of course, this makes things more complex to deploy, to orchestrate, and use than having a homogeneous CPU-only system. And yes, it does help to increase performance, but it isn't enough to overcome the cost challenge. What helps is increasing utilization and impact. But computers built with the traditional monolithic servers approach have poor utilization. For example, An analysis of Google data center workloads reported less than 60% utilization of CPUs and less than 50% utilization of memory. And adding heterogeneous elements like GPUs and other accelerators typically make things worse. This monolithic approach also limits the variety of server configurations that can be offered to meet the different requirements of organizations and of the different applications that need to be run. One way to address these issues is to define a new architecture for CPU-centric supercomputers, where you have now different units for compute, memory, and network that you can dynamically compose or assemble to meet the requirements of your applications. This provides a path to address the problem of stranded resources and increase utilization. It also allows us to compose and optimize a wide variety of server instance configurations from a simpler set of building blocks. And here you have a diagram of the idea. We use secure CXL technology as the backbone. You can then select your mix of heterogeneous compute, hardware accelerators, storage, memory, and you can add and assemble them in compute pods. You can then dynamically compose virtual server instances from the units within a pod, and that can be used by applications. This also makes deployment and upgrade more flexible because you can upgrade the individual hardware elements in place without having to replace the whole system. It has the benefit also that it allows you to take advantage of the rich ecosystem of new computing technologies that's out there from different vendors. And this is important, an important aspect of it, right? That it's built on an open approach to hardware and software for system integration, such that partners can select, they can integrate and upgrade in place technologies from different providers to have the best capabilities for their specific missions. You can now imagine different forms of assembling these pods, so you have a flexible system that can scale to a large-scale data center. Next, I want to spend a few minutes on how advances in raw computing power have combined with large data sets and advances in algorithmic and architectural approaches to AI models to ultimately bring us to an inflection point in AI. We have seen over the past decades the power of data representations to provide really great value for science and business. About 10 to 15 years ago, we started seeing the convergence of three things: the availability of massive amounts of data that can be used for training, the advent of GPUs as powerful hardware that allows a dramatic speed up in the type of math operations that are involved in neural networks, and advances in algorithms. That made deep learning possible. And then neural networks started excelling on a variety of specialized tasks like image recognition, like language processing, language and speech translation, and things like that. With these, we started to see the emergence of GPU-centric supercomputers. Now, after decades in machine learning and neural network techniques and advances in those things, we're leaving an inflection point in AI driven by self-supervision in large parameter neural networks. We call them foundation models. For a long time, we've been using annotated data in transfer learning models, but this requires a large amount of human annotated data. It's slow, it's computationally expensive. Foundation models change that because they're trained from large sets of mostly unlabeled data, and then fine-tuned for a variety of specific tasks. That reduces labeling requirements by 1 to 2 orders of magnitude, and it makes things more efficient and automated. However, these are models with billions or trillions of parameters, and the initial training can take weeks or longer to complete if you're using pre-existing approaches for distributed AI learning. So what this means is that we need to revisit both our system design choices and the algorithmic methods that we use to train these large-scale AI models. Because the truth is, traditional computers weren't designed for AI. They were designed for modeling or simulation tasks. And the traditional technology choices of HPC tend to raise cost and limit flexibility in deployment. Hence, the redesign of what we call an AI-centric supercomputer into a full-stack architecture where we use virtualization and cloud operations to increase utilizations. Basically, because if you have a system made of bare metal servers with several GPUs per server, you may end up with a considerable number of stranded GPUs. But if that system was operated as a cloud, then the servers could be virtualized and shared among the many users of the infrastructure to improve the overall system utilization. We also use algorithms designed for distributed AI and software optimized for end user productivity, such that with all of these, we can deliver an optimal trade-off of cost and performance in a way that is more practical and scalable. These AI-centric supercomputers will be optimized and tuned for distributed AI training, including large-scale foundation models. The issue is that building advanced enterprise production-level AI involves a lot of work, from pre-processing the data, getting it ready to train the models, dividing the model and data among GPUs, to then handling the communication among the GPUs, testing the model, fine-tuning it, all the way to moving it to production. It's a lot of steps, and moving data and model among locations and environments complicate things even further. Also, today those steps are fragmented, and enterprises use large multidisciplinary teams that handle a lot of that manually. Things also tend to be tied to the software of the system administrator. So it can all be pretty complicated and take weeks. And even if you cut down on computing time with newer and more efficient hardware, you still can spend weeks on all the other parts of the workflow. Cloud native, AI-centric supercomputing simplifies this. We're developing a technology stack to automate the process of going from data to a model that's now verified, is validated, and is ready to use in applications and services. Now we're also packaging the job in a container so it can run anywhere. And we're integrating hybrid cloud technologies with performance and infrastructure-focused optimization to bring elasticity. That simplifies the production of enterprise AI so that it doesn't take large teams of people to do, and we can cut down production time from weeks to days. And of course, we're also inventing what's beyond the GPU. It's about inventing everything, from the end user experience to the software, all the way down to the chip, and bringing it all together with end-to-end hybrid cloud technologies. And that way we can marry the performance of bare metal with the flexibility of the cloud. Now, let me tell you a little bit more in terms of the details of the type of full stack optimizations in these systems. Usually, standard mechanisms for training distribute, like portions of the compute task to different GPUs and synchronize the update of the weights in the model through all-to-all communication between all the GPUs. As you can imagine, if you want to do large-scale training in a reasonable amount of time, you need strict network latency and bandwidth requirements. But we didn't want to use InfiniBand-like networks. We wanted the standard Ethernet-based networking that is typically deployed in a cloud. Luckily, we could optimize the workload communication patterns and hide the communication time over the network behind the compute time on the GPUs. We also used algorithmic techniques like fully shared data parallel training that can scale training times near linearly over standard Ethernet-based networking and over hundreds of GPUs with minimal performance loss. That's one of the optimizations, and it lets us use GPUs in distributed training with efficiencies up to 90%, and sometimes even more for models with tens of billions of parameters. You can use things like remote direct memory access over converged Ethernet and GPU direct RDMA also to cut latency in half. Here's a diagram of a traditional HPC AI system stack. It's a closed system with nodes provisionable as bare metals and little to no user customization. And I already told you that instead we configure the nodes with the many GPUs that are needed in an AI-centric supercomputer as a virtual machine. That gives us more flexibility to scale AI clusters dynamically and customize and shift resources between workloads in minutes, depending on the needs of different users. Normally, we would pay the price in node performance, but we didn't want to. We did a number of configurations and optimizations to avoid this. Here you see a diagram of the AI-centric supercomputer in the cloud on the right and a list of some of its properties on the left. We enhanced networking and increased interaccelerator bandwidth. We implemented advanced cooling. We developed ways to configure the bare metal host for virtualization, ways to represent all the devices like the GPUs, the CPUs, networking, storage, and so on, and their connectivity inside the virtual machine. And we did other hardware and software configurations so that we can have all the capabilities of those devices that are on the node and expose them into the virtual machine with less than 5% virtualization overhead and have our system achieve close to bare metal performance. And we can also configure resources through software. The next trend that will complement and enrich the future of high-performance computing is quantum computing. And the same way that we have CPU-centric supercomputers and AI-centric supercomputers, we will see quantum-centric supercomputers that have the potential to solve problems that are intractable on traditional computing architectures. This new computing architecture is designed with modularity at its core and uses also hybrid cloud middleware to seamlessly integrate quantum and classical processors. All of these allow scaling and parallelizing quantum circuits to speed up workflows. To integrate quantum circuits with classical computing resources, it has an orchestration layer enabled by OpenShift that handles the workflows. It has a serverless model. It uses nested programs of classical and quantum routines. It does optimizations during compilation and includes tools to handle circuits in ways compatible with hardware capabilities. A quantum computational node has the quantum processors, the control electronics, and the computational primitives, and is accessed as a service through runtime. And through to modularity, you can have many of these quantum computational nodes and run things in parallel. Ultimately, we want to make quantum computing useful. We want to realize computational advantages for problems that are useful for science and business. But for that, three things need to happen. The systems must improve. We must handle errors to extract the most out of the systems. And software must seamlessly integrate quantum and classical computations. And this being an HPC summit, let me show you how software could do that integration of quantum and HPC and what the developer experience would be. You start by defining your problem and sending it to execute, and the orchestration starts. The quantum circuits used to solve the problem are compiled into the physical circuits that the machine understands. The physical circuits can be decomposed into many smaller circuits that the hardware can handle more easily. The software finds the optimal ways and locations to cut the circuit, which in general is a hard, very non-trivial problem to solve. The subcircuits are then sent to the quantum data center, where they run in parallel in multiple quantum processors. You measure, and the results are sent back and reconstructed using classical computations to get a solution point that is streamed back to the user. Now, this process in general is repeated many times. You can have many loops streaming the results of each loop until the user gets the final full solution. And this is just one way in which you can leverage both quantum and classical computation. This is the system that would allow us to scale. IBM Quantum System 2, which we expect to unveil by the end of the year. It is a fairly large system and has 3 chandeliers inside a hexagonal cryostat. It's modular at every level, from the processors to the software to the control electronics that is placed physically close to the cryostat to reduce latency, to the system itself that allows you to configure it and connect multiple cryostats and link their processors with long-range couplers. This gives a path to having tens of thousands of qubits or more in a quantum system. And now you can imagine having large data centers populated with these quantum and HPC systems working together, and with the flexibility of adding classical computing racks as needed. Now, it's not about having these different classes of computers, CPU-centric, AI-centric, and quantum-centric supercomputers as separate things. They will be brought together by hybrid cloud technologies that will allow us to take advantage of the best of each one for particular tasks, while all the complicated orchestration and management all happens behind curtains. So when using it, it all operates seamlessly as if it was a single computer. Here's an illustration of that. The hybrid cloud software stack, leveraging the OpenShift container platform, orchestrates all the heterogeneous computing resources. It automates management and governance of data across distributed environments and lets you consume geographically distributed resources as a service. And of course, all the benefits of hybrid cloud can be also had on-prem clusters. A control plane based on Kubernetes helps with the management of heterogeneous clusters and can be combined with things like Hypershift, which lets you dynamically grow and shrink clusters. So you now have an elastic computing environment that can match the demands of the workflows. Then, of course, we need to build layers of abstraction to bring developers a simpler experience. Just like we saw in the case of quantum plus classical computing, a developer just has to define the job using a high-level language, and the platform automates and optimizes everything. The coupling and orchestration of the different computing frameworks, and even the efficient in-memory data exchange between execution steps. To the developer, right? It's just like having a single computer. The developer doesn't have to worry about everything that happens behind and just enjoys that consistent experience no matter where they consume computing resources and data. I don't have time to talk about data management. I will have to wait for another time. So let's recap. We need to develop new and more efficient computing approaches and infrastructure optimized for specific workloads and ways to support the convergence of those approaches while providing abstractions to operate simply and consistently across clusters and multiple facilities. Second, we need ways to increase utilization of computing resources. And third, we need to provide more flexible server configurations that can be assembled on demand. So I want to end where I started. That for us, the future of high-performance computing is in the combination of CPU-centric, AI-centric, and quantum-centric supercomputers, each optimized across the stack to meet the needs of workflows. And now, let's hear about a partner that is putting this vision of the future of computing to work. And let's hear from her what made them adopt this model, how they're using it, and what benefits they see in the context of their own mission. With you next, Dr. Lara Yehai, Professor of Neurology at the Cleveland Clinic Lerner College of Medicine and Chief Research Information Officer at the Cleveland Clinic Health System.
Good day. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be speaking with you today. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. My name is Lara Yehai, and I speak to you about the Cleveland Clinic and IBM Discovery Accelerator Partnership. And our roadmap for the next 10 minutes, I'll start first by who we are. why are we working together? How are we working together? And what's the future that we see ahead? And we in this roadmap is referring to Cleveland Clinic and IBM. A little bit about Cleveland Clinic. Our mission as a healthcare system is to care for life, research for health, and educate those who serve. As an organization, we celebrated in 2021 our first 100 years. And that was a time when we took stock, looked back at the past century, and looked at what is it that we want to do moving forward. And for that, we did revise our mission statement, and researching for health became front and center in it. That was a reflection of our commitment to the future that we see ahead, a future where we take care of people before they get sick, where our goal is to keep people healthy and promote growth rather than be limited to just treating disease and addressing complications after they happen. We are a global organization and we pride ourselves at providing both primary care to the people who need it, but also providing the care for the sickest of the sick with multiple specialty practices and a high patient volume throughout the globe. Similar to our clinical impact, we also reviewed our research impact in the biomedical and healthcare and life sciences field. And you see on this slide the impact that we had in just the decade that preceded our centennial. More than 20,000 researchers, more than 50,000 peer-reviewed academic publications, hundreds of clinical trials, and so on and so forth. So we walk the walk. We don't just talk the talk when it comes to the tripartite mission: clinical care, research, and education. And as part of this taking stock and looking ahead, when it comes to research and research informatics within my space, I'm the Chief Research Information Officer, we organized our thinking into these three pillars that are necessary to transform research through data, starting with building our research assets, whether that be data or biospecimens, leveraging those assets to accelerate research and innovation, and then going from there to transformative partnerships across the healthcare ecosystem so that we can revolutionize science, patient care, and public policy. And it is in that context of that larger strategy that we initiated our partnership with IBM Research into the Discovery Accelerator relationship. Our vision is to propel discoveries that solve tomorrow's healthcare problems today. And our mission is to do that using advanced computing. It's a match of fate and heaven. That's the way we feel, where Cleveland Clinic is providing the clinical and biomedical research resources and expertise, and IBM is providing the next frontier of computing technologies and expertise so that together we can solve the challenges that have been now plaguing the healthcare and life sciences space and the computational space. So on the healthcare and life sciences angle, as a community, we are very frustrated with the slow pace of scientific discovery and the slower pace of translation of those scientific discoveries to usable healthcare products. An example that we use quite often is the duration that it takes to go from bench to bedside in the context of drug discovery. 17 years on average go by between the time when a molecule, a compound that potentially could have a therapeutic purpose is generated in a lab to the point when it's on the shelf of a pharmacy. It took a world pandemic, COVID-19, to accelerate the pace of that, and billions of dollars and reallocation of all of our resources worldwide to fight that pandemic to accelerate that pace. It shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't need a world pandemic to solve all the different problems that we have in healthcare, all the diseases that our patients are struggling with. We need to accelerate that pace. And in parallel to it, similar to the convergence that we found in healthcare and life sciences research between this continuum that I mentioned, from bench to bedside, basic science, clinical research, translational research, on the computational end, there is a continuum that is waiting for us now to really figure out and build, and that is the continuum of computation, starting with classical computing with bits, going to neurons with artificial intelligence, and finally with qubits when it comes to quantum computing. So this convergence of biomedical research needs with computational technology was in and of itself a strong catalyst for our Discovery Accelerator partnership. Beyond the initial excitement, we spent a lot of time, a lot of work between our teams working together to align our research priorities with the computational technologies. And with that, we were able to launch our teams and get them started for research. For our strategy to work, the build, accelerate, transform, we had to complete our building pillar. And for that, in Cleveland Clinic, we also launched a Cleveland Clinic biorepository that allows us to align research with clinical care and accelerate the pace of collecting biospecimens for research purposes so that they're available for the biological research projects that we are interested in. And the numbers that you see here are what we were able to accomplish in our first year of operation. So the future is only ahead of us there. And the framework of the research interests that we have aligns with the investments that our local government has made in us in Ohio. The state of Ohio, Jobs Ohio, and Cleveland Clinic have co-invested more than $500 million to catapult Cleveland as a center for biotechnology. And that is reflected in a new center that we created, the Global Center for Pathogen Research and Human Health, with research pillars that span this continuum. Again, basic, clinical, translational research. And the Discovery Accelerator is the technology infrastructure that is supporting the biomedical research that is happening across all those fields. Our mission extends beyond just doing research projects. We want to partner. We want to enable biomedical research across the ecosystem. We want to discover, of course, and educate the healthcare workforce of the future, both in the biomedical side and the computational side, and finally promote. When I say we're looking ahead, we are really looking ahead. A centerpiece of the Discovery Accelerator partnership is the quantum computing. Cleveland Clinic is very proud as part of this partnership to host the first on-premises IBM Quantum System 1 that is fully dedicated to quantum, to healthcare and life sciences. It's a 127 qubits. It is in the middle of our Learner Research Institute that houses more than 2,000 biomedical researchers and is in the heart of our hospital of the Cleveland Clinic. So In our physical space, we are reflecting this synergy and this strong communication. We will also get the first quantum system that is dedicated to healthcare and life sciences in the quantum system too, when we finish building our new research building supported by the Innovation District. In our first year here again, we were off to a great start as we built those teams of computational and life sciences researchers. In our first year, we were able to support 46 investigators, launched 25 projects, submitted multiple federal grants, and basically all what we did there was create an infrastructure, a team structure that allows us to be nimble, adapt to research priorities, and continue to sustain and grow a pipeline of research in this space. These are just examples of projects we're working on: next generation immunotherapy, drug discovery, electronic health record-based research, optimizing imaging, radiation therapy for cancer treatment, on and on. The main point that I want to get across is that the Cleveland Clinic and IBM Discovery Accelerator is really an ecosystem that we want to develop. It is not about Cleveland Clinic or IBM. It's about us working together as a community. You see here an ecosystem with Cleveland Clinic being a node. IBM is a node in that industry space. And our arms are open to work with collaborators across research institutions, the community at large, payers, government, universities, colleges. The problems that we face are too big for any one entity to solve them by ourselves. We have to work together. And we want to. That is our vision. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope we get to meet in person. Thank you.
All right, that was our closing session. I'm excited by the fact that at the very beginning, I opened my remarks with the note that we really need to be thinking differently about the hard problems that we face today. We really need to be thinking about paradigm changing the ways that high performance computing can make the world a different and better place. And we've heard all about all sorts of great ideas and thoughts about that throughout the day, but those remarks there from Dr. Nazario, Dr. Jehai really brought that home for me. We have just one very brief closing keynote teed up now from Justin Hotard, the Executive Vice President for High Performance Computing at HPE. Also, Justin not able to be here today, so another video that we're about to play back. Thank you all again very much. Hope you enjoyed the summit, and we'll see you again.
Hi, I'm Justin Hotard, and I lead the high performance computing and artificial intelligence business globally at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. I want to re-emphasize the importance of supercomputing on R&D and innovation. The US has benefited from many decades of a tight public and private partnership that has accelerated scientific research, technological breakthroughs, and economic advancements. In today's sessions, we highlighted the impact on energy, including renewables, and the importance of climate research and how supercomputing plays a key part. At Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, we've had a lot of experience partnering to support these missions. Some specific examples include climate modeling to predict catastrophic events and patterns, accelerating renewables, things like optimizing wind turbines to improve the energy generation and improve efficiency, helping to accelerate the adoption of renewables throughout our country. And of course, one of the core services our supercomputers play today is providing weather forecasting, not just for citizens, but also for major government services and our defense sector. It's an exciting time in supercomputing because just last year, with a great collaboration with the US Department of Energy, Oak Ridge National Labs, our partners at AMD, HPE delivered the world's first exascale supercomputer. While at HPE, I've had the benefit of working in multiple roles, and this public-private partnership and collaboration to accelerate supercomputing is the most substantial and the most exciting thing that I've worked on in my career. Together, over more than a decade, we co-designed, co-developed, and co-innovated exascale supercomputers such as Frontier. And as you may know, there are more coming. But exascale is an era that's so much more than just large systems. It's an era where we're going to see traditional HPC modeling and simulation be accelerated by artificial intelligence, both artificial intelligence combining the capabilities with modeling and simulation, but also enabling new models, new problems to be solved that could not be solved before through artificial intelligence. Areas like cancer research, areas in climate simulation, areas where we're accelerating long-term prediction or whole earth modeling as a result of what we can do with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is fundamentally going to be the foundation of the next industrial revolution. We see it in the IT industry, much like we've seen massive transformations from web to mobile and cloud. And we believe AI will transform the way that we work and has the potential to advance your agency's missions when harnessed properly. Great examples of what we're doing with AI today, opportunities like identifying patterns in data sets to improve patient care, something that we can do with veteran healthcare. Of course, in the IRS and Treasury, automating auditing and increasing fraud detection. The Postal Service leveraging a lot of the data and the digitization that's happened over decades to automate parcel processing, reducing exceptions and ensuring that no more packages are missed. Of course, with the Department of Transportation, improving real-time traffic predictions. Fundamentally, AI has the potential to touch every sector of our economy and enhance how we use technology to deliver a better experience for our citizens and to execute on our missions. What's really important about AI is the winners in AI will not be people that replace the workers. The winners will be the ones that use AI to enhance their missions and enhance their work. This is the big power of AI. And delivering AI requires a few things. It requires robust software tools, and it requires high-performance computing, and in some cases, supercomputing. At HPE, we advance the way people live and work. It's our core purpose. And we're inspired by your missions, and that's why we're both honored and committed to be a long-term partner. Our commitment isn't just at the top end, at the exascale technology, but it reaches all the way down, all the way through entry-level HPC clusters. And our tools, our software tools in particular, scale all the way down with our infrastructure. We've got an award-winning team, the industry's best, we think the world's best, and a robust industry ecosystem of support. So in closing, we're here to help you and to support your mission and to help you get started on your journey or accelerate your journey if you've already started it. Thank you for all joining today.
Hey guys, thanks for attending the all-day summit on HPC. We could have gone in a lot of different areas and done this for days. We had a lot of questions about AI and quantum, but we just gave you a taste of how the federal government uses high-performance computing and how we leverage our industry partners to provide that compute. So we love public-private partnerships. We can't do it without our industry partners, whether it be the data center facilities itself, to software as a service, to compute, and even HPC. So we're going to have this posted. We're going to try and answer all of your questions that you put up there and put it on CIO.gov. The videos will be available in the coming days, if not weeks, on GSA's YouTube site. We're really proud of what we were able to put on. I hope you enjoyed it and have a great day. Thanks.